Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Seeing Xiamen Qing's uncomfortable look, Qin Yuya was very anxious. She walked out of the room and called Song Yunwu, subconsciously thinking that she Taoist aunt should have a way to take care of zombies, but no one answered. So she ran to the first floor to ask the staff in the hotel lobby. After learning that Song Yunwu had left the house more than 10 minutes ago, she planned to go out and look for it in such a short time. She wouldn't have gone too far. Maybe she was going to buy an ice pack. However, Qin Yuya, who was worried, did not realize that when the front desk clerk was talking to her, his eyes had been fixed on the top of her head, and his expression was still very subtle after she left. The waiter quietly said to her colleagues, "Recently, IG has won the championship and LOH has become hot again. There are more and more cosplayers in this game, but it's really rare to be so blatantly hanging out. You said, is this fun for her? Or is it used by the outside to raise prices? Such a beautiful girl. It would be a shame if she is really outside," the colleague said with emotion. "But she is unprofessional. She doesn't have a tail. Just a pair of ears. Who knows if there is a tail under her skirt? I heard that the Kozer's tail is not wrapped around the waist now." Chinese letter, Qin Yuya is also here for the first time. She is not familiar with the place in her life. After she ran out of her brain to find someone, she lost her direction and could only wander around. At the entrance of a restaurant, two men in beach pants are standing under a street lamp. People around them sometimes cast curious eyes. The two of Jane have been standing there since the afternoon and haven't moved until dark. "Old do think about it carefully, shouldn't we be fooled? Don't be arrogant. Little angels are so cute, how can they be deceived, girls? It's natural to change clothes longer, let's be patient." "Yes, is that really a bit expectant? What will they wear after changing for so long, hey? Say maybe it's the school uniform, hey." When the two were having sex, they suddenly saw a figure running by in front of them. At that moment, the expressions of the two people who were smirking instantly became serious. "Old dude, did you see it? It seems to be one of the girls we asked before. I didn't expect it, I saw it yoke. And the monster is uncertain, it seems to have just awakened." How to say old rules, the two quickly caught up. At this time Qin Yuya was very worried. She didn't realize that she was running much faster than usual. And she came to the beach without knowing it. "Sister Yunwu, where are you? I won't answer the phone." Suddenly, a figure stood in front of her. Qin Yuya stopped quickly and looked at the person in front of her in surprise. "You are." She only felt a little familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. However, the other party didn't seem to like nonsense. The so-called villain died of talking too much, in fact. The decent is the same. So he directly held a seal and pointed at Qin Yuya. Qin Yuya felt that she could not move suddenly. It was like being with a rope. Qin Yuya struggled no matter what. She is completely confused. Is this person also a monster? Why do you treat yourself this way? Is it the kind of monster that is different from Xiamen Qing and the others, who can eat people? What are you doing? Let go of me, hey. Vixen, stop struggling. Mao Fengtai stretched out his hand to grab her. "I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing on a vacation." This year's target is not to worry, however. Just when he was about to meet Qin Yuya, a slender thigh suddenly stretched out from the side and kicked him violently. Mao Fengtai returned to the defense in time. Although he blocked the blow, he was kicked and retreated several meters. "Master." Mao Fengtai took a closer look and found that the person here was the long-legged royal sister who was in the middle of his red heart. At this time, he still didn't understand that the other party was also an evolutionary like him. Damon Zai stretched out her hand and touched Qin Yuya. Qin Yuya suddenly found that she was able to move again. "It is my fault that Yun Wu and Kinger made me look at you closely. You shouldn't have let you leave my sight. Don't run around in the future." "Sister Demon, what's going on?" Qin Yuya still didn't understand why it was like this. "I'll explain to you later," Damon Zai wanted to say more. But it was too late. And Mao Fengtai did not drop the connection. "Beauty, are you sure you want to fight me? Don't blame me for not pitying Xiangxiu if it hurts. On the coast, a strong wind blew suddenly and Mao Fengtai floated. Damon Zai stared at him for a while and said, Bo Feng. Oh, I still have some insights, Mao Fengtai smiled. Since I know that I am from the mythology department. Do I have to hold on? Damon Zai Tusk, it's really troublesome mythology. Who isn't it? She was in a trance. And a Mori white skeleton more than 10 meters high appeared behind her. You reading www. Ukanshu com seeing this white bone. Mao Fengtai was startled. And then he smiled, what I thought it was. Even if it is the same mythology. There are high and low points. I am a god and you are a demon. Where does your courage come from before me? Can it be done? Is it because of the bigger-looking figure? The purple door didn't return to him. The huge skeleton behind him slapped him, directly defeating the wind wall Mao Fengtai used to defend, and slapped him on the beach. Puff Mao Fengtai was completely suspicious of life. How is it possible? Feng Bo's rank is obviously so much higher than that of the skeleton monster. Children, go back and read more books. Damon Zai manipulated the skeleton to grab Mao Fengtai, and then threw it towards the sea like a rock. He disappeared on the horizon in a short while. Qin Yuya was stunned while watching. Deiji's sister. You are so amazing. Damon Zai smiled and said, it's just a small matter. You don't want to run around recently. She is really nothing to love. And you are more worrying in comparison. Why? You touch your head. Qin Yuya didn't understand what she meant, but still stretched out her hand and touched her head. Huh. What? She found that she had touched a pair of furry objects. And not only the hands but also the touch on her head. It's as if you usually touch your head. She quickly took out her phone and took a photo of herself with the camera. She was shocked to find that she had a pair of animal ears on her head at some point. What is this? Even though she had been told that she might be a monster, she couldn't immediately accept the fact that she had an extra pair of ears. What's more, it's still a pair of animal ears. Don't be nervous, it's just a feature, Damon Zai exhorted. Features? Yeah, it's like I sometimes become a skeleton. And love acquires the physique of a zombie. Now, your ears should be the manifestation of your evolutionary direction. After they are stabilized, they can be freely retracted. What's the impact? Damon Zai explained to Qin Yuya. In fact, I came out to travel this time because I found that your evolution has reached a critical period. I intend to let us stay by your side to help you watch it anytime. Anywhere. I didn't expect that I would let you meet you without paying attention. When it comes to this kind of thing, I am really ashamed. Then why don't you tell me directly? Qin Yuya touched her beast ears again. What will become of me? She probably wanted to surprise you, Damon Zai guessed. Looking at you like this, it should be a fox demon. No wonder he called me a vixen. Qin Yuya suddenly realized. But then her expression became a little subtle. After all, to a serious girl, a vixen would not be a good thing to say. Thinking of the physique that Ximen Qing needs to asterisk blood, she was a little worried about her future. No need to have asterisk or eat human liver at this moment. A stream of light flashed across the sky, and Song Yunwu descended from the sky on a copper coin sword. After landing, the copper coin sword shrank quickly and got under her skirt. What are you doing here? I just felt a violent energy hedge here. What happened? Damon Zhejiang said what had happened just now. And Song Yunwu was clear. Bo Feng. That should be Mao's family. Maybe they caught Yuyao for the bonus. Yes, Song Yunwu said, I thought that we were around. These things were unnecessary to talk about. But this time the accident of Ximen's love appeared too untimely. Generally speaking, in order to prevent you from being like this, organizations, people who suddenly evolve outside by themselves, have an impact on society. And they all need to take you to a special place and wait for you to evolve before they can be released. How do you sound like you are in jail? Qin Yuya subconsciously asked. Gate Zai said, it's like going to jail. You can't let you contact the outside world. You will not be released until you can freely control your abilities and make sure you are not an antisocial personality. Otherwise, think about it if you are alone at home, sleeping, and suddenly I caught fire and burned the entire building. How dangerous is that? or a murderer who suddenly gained superhuman power. The harm would be great. Chin Yuyo is a violent spirit. I don't want to be locked up. She is still studying and her work internship has just started. If this is locked for a year and a half, God knows what it will be like. Song Yunwoo said, the work is a trivial matter after all. The organization will also help you arrange it. Just like Simon King Damon's and Zyaogui's school, which were all arranged by the Mystery Alliance. We should also send you in, yes, but in fact, there is not much difference between our Ziliang Demon Village and there. There are experts watching, and the people over there may not be as good as ours. The Mao family wants to arrest you, mainly because the Alliance rewards you for bringing back sudden evolutionists like you. After all, it maintains social peace. And if you are caught by any party when the forces are absorbed, he can get a lot of money as a gift, which is also very tempting. This is the first time Chin Yuyao has heard of this kind of thing, and she feels that she still knows too little about the world. Then Sister Yun Woi, don't you send me to accept the award. Simon Ching is so poor that he wakes up from starvation every day. There is no reason to be indifferent to bonuses. Damon Zai smiled and said to her, I and Yun Wu are not short of money. And Zyaogui has no interest in this aspect at all. As for love, she probably likes you too much. She is not willing to give it up. You send it away, okay. Don't stand here anymore. Let's go back and find that idiot zombie. It will really cause me trouble. Song Yunwoo shook his head. If it weren't for her, Yu Yao wouldn't have encountered such an accident. Chin Yuyao quickly asked, Sister Ximen really does not matter. But I think she seems to be in pain. Song Yunwoo's face changed when he heard the words. And he muttered, what can happen to her? I will suffer if something happens. Really, how strong is it? Zyaogui also came over at this time. Damon Zai and her looked at each other tacitly. That Mao Fengtai was not acting alone, still had a partner. And the reason he never showed up was naturally solved by Zyaogui. Not long after the three of them walked, suddenly a strong air current surged from the surface of the sea. Song Yunwoo, Damon Zai and Zyaogui all looked back towards the depths of the sea. At the same time, Chin Yuyao also felt that her entire body was standing up, as if something extremely terrifying had appeared. Under the night, a huge black shadow rose from the bottom of the sea, followed by strong winds and heavy rain. The tourists on the beach ran back. Why it rained suddenly? This weather forecast is too inaccurate. It's raining too much. www. Novel MTL.com. Go back soon. After a while, only Song Yunwoo and the others were left nearby. When the rain fell on their heads, they turned automatically, as if avoiding them. So the four of them were not exposed to the shower. The huge black shadow rose into the sky, and then poked his head from the dark clouds. Chin Yuyao only then saw clearly that it turned out to be a dragon head only seen on TV. And compared to the special effects on TV, this dragon head is more majestic and shocking. And her legs are subconsciously soft. The dragon's two front paws were holding a person respectively. And it was Mao Fengtai who was just thrown out by the door, Purple and his partner Du Yushun. This violent storm is the masterpiece of the two. Staring at the four girls for a while, the dragon head said, I didn't expect to meet a Yuanchu seating and a co-worker's little girl here. No wonder my two ineffective little brothers would be beat. There is nothing to fight back, Yuanchu and Gonggong. Chin Yuyao looked dumbfounded, recognized these words. But after they were combined, she suddenly became so strange. Song Yunwoo is very calm, such a young dragon king. You are Donghai Lion Kaienjunrate. What are you doing in Nanhai? Which one are you from? Can I go out to travel? The leader looked at Song Yunwoo. The rules are on the way. My little brother was beaten by someone. If I can't give them a head, where will my face be? Song Yunwoo was a little speechless and said to the door, Lion's family has always been upright. But recently we have met such a stunned boy. And it is unlucky enough to be met by us. Do you know our Lion Jia very well? Shenlong said. Then you should know that I hate others for saying that I am a stunned green. Are you ready to meet my anger? The powerful dragon power swept over Zyaogui, frowned and took a few steps back. A lot of the rain that had been completely isolated from the four girls also poured on them. Upon seeing the purple door, He once again called out the huge skeletons and shielded them all under his body, regardless of the wind and rain. Shenlong stared at the huge skeleton and suddenly said, "I know who you are." The mythology is the first seed. The 10th in the Asian disaster list, Mrs. Bone. I remember that you have been missing for more than 10 years. And I did not expect to hide in our flowers. The country is coming, it's too ugly to say hide. Damon Zai said with a light smile. I'm just past the second year of secondary school. And I intend to make a contribution to the society. Disaster list, what is that again? Qin Yuyao always feels that he has heard something really bad. Upon seeing this, Song Yunwoo explained to her, "Didn't I just tell you that evolutionary people can easily cause great harm to ordinary society? There is an organization in the mysterious alliance based on the ability of each evolutionary person. Character, environment, and other factors have arranged a ranking list of the degree of harm to society from the highest to the smallest. The full name is the ranking list of natural disasters and man-made disasters. Referred to as the disaster list." Oh, then she. Qin Yuyao wanted to ask Dean Zai what exactly did she do to be ranked 10th. Which is very unfavorable, she used it. Has your own big skeleton demolished the building? Damon Zai smiled at her. When I was young, I was not sensible. There was a time when I passed myself and I was listed on the list. It's a bit embarrassing to say, at this time. Zio Guai pulled Qin Yuyao's clothes corner and said to her, "By the way, I am also on that list." "Hey, I said you really don't exist." Lion Kaianjun saw a few women in the sky and started chatting. And suddenly became impatient. It's just right to have a name on the disaster list. Harmed. Song Yunwoo vomited after hearing the words. Where did your face say this in the third place? If it wasn't for the face of your Lionjia family. Now there must be a lot of people chasing you to kill the dragon. They dare, Lion Kaianjun roared. I squirted them to death with a sip of salt soda. Okay, I was almost led by you. After so long, it's time to do it. Shenlong opened his mouth and spit out a thunder, slashing on the huge purple skeleton at the gate. Damon Zai manipulated the skeleton to grab the thunder and held it tightly in his hand like a mudloach, and then threw it aside. Boom. A huge splash of water exploded on the sea, which was also mixed with many dead fish shrimps and scattered corals. Seeing this, the dragon peeked out a dragon's claw from the cloud, and the huge purple skeleton at the door also stretched out white bone claws against it. With the gravel on the beach splashing, the tree was also thrown away. The two were actually fighting together, a close match. Qin Yuyao finally knows why the ranking is called the Natural Disasters and Man-Made Disasters list. The fight between these two guys is more terrifying than a typhoon. If this fight is in the city center, how many people will die? I still have some ability, Shenlong said with emotion while fighting with Damon Zai. It's worthy of being the first seed. And its strength is completely beyond the framework of mythology. The door purple is also easy to do. The disaster list is not a strength list. Do you think that you are ranked 3rd and must be better than my 10th? Then let you try. Shenlong suddenly ascended into the sky. Countless dark clouds gathered. Lightning and thunder continued. It seemed that it was necessary to zoom in on the move. Previously, Shiyumbuyu drove people away, so that he had no scruples when he shot. However, things happened suddenly. Just when the power of Shenlong was brewing to its apex. Suddenly the rain stopped, the wind also stopped. The dark clouds that had just gathered from the dragons were instantly cleared. The white moonlight fell on him and on the faces of Mao Fengtai and Du Yushan in his left paw. All three faces were shocked. What happened? This is. After the clouds sold out, the temperature suddenly rose. They seemed to be in the middle of a big stove. Sweat pouring out in patches. Shenlong suddenly looked aside and saw a figure walking slowly along the coast. No, it can no longer be said to be coastal, because with her appearance the sea is retreating rapidly. And the exposed seabed also dried up like a desert in the blink of an eye. Due to the angle of the moonlight, her face was obscured by the shadows, and only the cyan palace dress on her could be seen. Mao Fengtai and Du Yushan suddenly remembered a myth that their two families had passed down from generation to generation, Caillou served as an army to defeat the Yellow Emperor. And invite Feng Boyu Master to go through the wind and rain. And the Yellow Emperor is the next goddess. The rain stops and then kills Caillou. Even Kaienjun murmured, there are women in Qingyi. And the name is Kishui Women's Offering, fuck it's her. Accompanied by this exclamation. He suddenly a dragon wagging his tail. As if he saw a cat or mouse. He leaped into the distance quickly, Mom. How come you met her here, to death to death? Song Yunwoo and the others no longer pay attention to these three guys www. Novel MTL. Com tilde they all looked at the woman who was walking slowly. That's Qin Yuyao had just awakened. Her eyesight improved greatly Sister Ximen. From this angle, she could just see the face of the woman and sing ye. Just because the coercion that even the Shenlong had to be scared off was so terrifying. It was so different from the Ximen love she had in mind. That she couldn't be sure for a while. Hey this guy. Song Yunwoo quickly rushed out of the scope of the skull and crossbones, holding a talisman in his hand and sticking it to Ximen King's forehead. After a while, the originally scorching temperature dropped rapidly, and the distant sea slowly replenished it. Except for the big pits that were blown out and the big trees that were lifted up by the roots. Everything was the same as nothing happened. Oh, the chartered woman. Ximen Qing seemed to be a lot more awake after putting a talisman on her forehead. And greeted her with a smile. Song Yunwoo said in an irritable manner, Yo what? Who made you run around all right? Ximen Qing said innocently, I wondered if I stayed in the hotel. I might become an arsonist, so I went for a walk on the beach. Song Yunwoo realized that she was speechless. This time I was negligent. I didn't expect the seal to be broken so quickly. And I was unlucky. I met Lion Kaienjun here, you guys. It was really me walking away for a while. No. Lion Kaienjun, what is that? Ximen asked in doubt. The doors you happened to walk over. Heard this and smiled, haha. If the little dragon knew that Kinger was just walking. And didn't put him in his eyes at all. He didn't know what his expression would be. Lion Kaienjun took his two little brothers and climbed all the way. Ran out and didn't know how far. The three people landed on a dock. Oh my god, Lion Kaienjun, who has turned from a huge dragon to a human form, is a 27th young man with a fiery red hair. He clutched his heart and gasped. No wonder the former when I went out for a few days. My second uncle said that I would meet a woman who made my heart beat faster this time. The old man is so bad, he's so accurate. My heart is about to burst right now. Mao Fengtai was also terrified, independent from the disaster list. One of the 8 evildoers that even the mysterious league dare not rank. Singya leader. This kind of extinct boss can be encountered brother. I think we can buy lottery tickets. NS, how can I buy it? I think there are not enough people in the prison. Du Yushun said, according to me, I should get the LOH skin. I think this time I will definitely get the ice drunkard skin. Buy your sister's lottery ticket. Pump your horse's skin. Lion Kaienjun patted his little brother on the head alone. Can you be a little bit after? If you don't die, you will have a blessing in this case. You should go online to make an appointment with a girl. This time I will definitely not date a man again. Big brother is right, brother, you are so smart, hump. Of course I can you be your brother if you are not smart. Brother, I have a question, what's the problem? Why have these people pointed their guns at us since just now? The three brothers patronized and chatted, completely unaware that the pier where they landed was gathering a large group of heavily armed people. And the place where they landed was impartial and happened to be in the middle of the group. Lion Kaienjun subconsciously stretched out his hand and tried to stand up. But in the end he pressed a soft objectan when he looked back. He found that it was a big sack, Faker question mark face. After Song Yunwoo put the talisman on Ximen Qing's forehead. He told her to stand still and then touched her for a while. Ximen twisted and twisted, hey don't he. Don't poke my armpit chihechi tilde, don't make trouble. Song Yunwoo slapped her chest vigorously. And she calmed down after finishing the incident. Song Yunwoo's cheeks flushed and he was panting, okay. It shouldn't break so easily this time, I hope. Ximen Qing tore off the talisman paper on his forehead and smiled. Qin Yuyao asked Damon Zai curiously, "What are you doing?" Damon Zai explained, "You can see Kinger just now. Her power is too strong and she can't control it well. If she is allowed to walk around like this, the whole Sanya will change." She became a desert. So she cooperated with Yun Wu to seal her own power. Although the side effect was that she became the lowest level zombie and feared that the sun would still asterisk blood. But she could at least live normally. Song Yunwoo said, "I can't seal her with my own strength. So I called my dad and asked him to send someone to send Thishianshi talisman over. I just went out to get the charm. I originally thought that I would fly faster than the person who gave the charms. Who knows that I almost put you in danger. I'm really embarrassed, Nano." Qin Yuyao shook her head quickly. "You didn't owe me anything. I'm very grateful for being able to help me. So why can I blame you?" Simon Ching said, "Hey. As long as you come to Ziliang Demon Village, it will be my wings and there is nothing I owe to myself. Although I don't understand what the wings mean." Qin Yuyao is still very touched, thinking that they are not just co-renting partners, but also family members. But then again, what kind of monster are you, Zyman? Why are you so terrible? Even the dragon runs so fast when it sees you. Qin Yuyao curiously asked, "It's not a zombie." Zyman Ching said with a smile. "But there are many kinds of zombies in the mythology. Zombies can be transformed to the highest level of cultivation. You know, I seem to have seen it somewhere." Qin Yuyao nodded. She is an intern editor and she reads a lot. And she vaguely feels a little impressed. Zyman said in love, "My situation is a bit special at first. This body was not a zombie, but was manifested as the goddess of the goddess in the Battle of the Deer. However, later generations fabricated novels to combine the gods with the females. The mixture of ghosts affected the origin of mythology, so that the female ghosts changed from a pure goddess to a zombie king. Later, it was Lin Zhengyu's zombie film that caused me to have a strong blood-sucking demand when my power was sealed." Damonzi added, "By the way, she actually possesses a part of the godhead of our Sakura kingdom's Amaterasu. Oh, although I don't understand very well. Chinyuya always feels very powerful. And O comes out unconsciously. Then what is the origin of Yu reading www.ukanshu.com? Why do they feel that Dijiang is inferior to them at first, and then get beaten in the face?" Qin Yuyao himself is a very curious person. And now it seems like just like discovering a new world. I want to ask everything to understand. Zyman Ching feels that she is now the same as when she chased her in the kindergarten and asked about the follow-up plot of Prairie King. This is a bit troublesome to explain. Let's talk while walking. Song Yunwoo took her back, while Zyman Ching also picked up the little boy who wanted to howl under the moon to follow. We supernatural humans are generally collectively referred to as evolvers. And evolvers can be roughly divided into two categories. One is that you are directly affected by the collection of human consciousness and have evolutionary mutation. And the other is who is in your ancestors. It's an evolutionary. And then you have inherited this ability through your bloodline genes. The former is the so-called original seed. Is the Genshu planting special? Of course it's special. Do you think it's very common to be affected by that abstract concept and then produce substantial changes? Yuancha seed is very, very rare. Counted from the time Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 countries. Until now, the entire Earth, the number of primordial seeds that have appeared is less than 300. It can be said that the abilities of all evolvers now originate from these 300 primordial seeds, because they are all descendants or servants of the primordial seeds. And nowadays, there are even fewer Yuanchu species that are still alive. Maybe less than 10. Yuya. You are probably the Yuanchu species awakening, because there doesn't seem to be a fox-related Yuanchu species in history. It has appeared, and if it is true, then you are a sweet pastry that is vying for everywhere. I'm rare. Qin Yuyao, who felt that she suddenly became Tang Seng meat, still had no real feelings. So is the original seedling very powerful? Give you basic knowledge of popular science. Song Yunwoo said, "Those who rely on blood inheritance and awakening of the evolutionary can only awaken a part of their abilities. Compared with them, the biggest advantage of the original seed is comprehensive. For a chestnut, one of the most famous evolving clan in our flower country, Shen Nongis the Emperor Yan. There are many myths and legends about Emperor Yan. He is superb in medicine, is proficient in music theory. And he is also the asterisk of illumination, there are too many. The bloodline inheritors can only obtain some of these abilities. And only the original seed can integrate all the abilities. In addition, as far as fighting ability is concerned, Yuancha seed has no growth limit. Unlike the bloodline inheritor, no matter how strong it is impossible to surpass the source of one's bloodline. Qin Yuyao listened with gusto. It's like a vampire in Europe. The highest bloodline of the Earl is only like the Viscount. And it is written in many novels. Don't mention vampires to me, Simon Ching looked disgusted. I'd have a headache when I mention them. If it weren't for them, I can live very comfortably with food and drink. So where can I go out to work so hard? Qin Yuyao asked again, so what kind of mythology is the classification of the evolutionary? Song Yunwu said, that's the theory that a group of militants tinkered with themselves. What mythology science fiction basic? Only considers combat ability regardless of the rest. It has no reference value, after all. Being a big fist is the last word, Simon Ching said. Think about it. Even if an ordinary person becomes a billionaire, if he lives in a place with poor security and doesn't hire a few bodyguards, no matter how much money he has, isn't it that sooner or later you will be robbed and stolen? The ancients said that violence is the foundation of all civilization. Song Yunwu asked her, which ancient person said this? Simon pointed to himself triumphantly, I said it in 1895. Song Yunwu Qin Yuya, wow. Sister Simon, turns out you are so old, Simon love. We are still good friends regardless of age. Simon King grabbed her waist a few times, you are so young. Don't you know if zombies are not old and immortal? In 50 years, you will become an old woman too. It's still so tender and tender, don't tick me sister Simon, surrender. Simon was so scratched that she could not bear it, and repeatedly begged for mercy. Damon Zai suddenly said, no, Yu Yao is awakened now. And she is still a vixen 50 years later. She may still be what she is now, really. Qin Yuyao's eyes shone. And I can imagine how attractive she is to a woman. Don't be eager to be happy, Simon Ching said. As a person who comes here, I must remind you that there is a price for immortality. An identity of in the place of residence has to be changed, which is very troublesome. Qin Yuyao shook his head after hearing this, and said with a smile, that's a question that will be considered only decades later. I have nothing to worry about now. Song Yunwu smiled and touched her head, smart boy. There are two ways for evolvers to solve this problem. One is to live hard, and to multiply into a big family without fear of being lonely. And the other is to find a few evolvers. If you live with friends, your family can stay with you for 50 or 70 years. And we can stay with you for 500 or 1,000 years. Ziliang Demon Village exists for this, well I know. Qin Yuyao nodded now. She has no reason to move away from Ziliang Demon Village. Although there was an accident, everyone did not intend to terminate the tour. Qin Yuyao's ability to awaken is characterized by a pair of ears. As long as he wears a headband, others will think it is not a monster. The purpose of this trip is to help Qin Yuyao stabilize her abilities. This is not too difficult. Simon Ching and the others thought that at first, on this day. Simon Ching was lying in bed and playing with her mobile phone. And she accidentally got a piece of news, shock. The real hero saved the United States. The daughter of a billionaire is kidnapped. And the mysterious man descends from the sky. His true identity is... When will a billionaire's daughter come and ask me to save it? I don't want to work hard anymore, she yawned lazily. I blame the renter. If she is old, it would be great to inherit the inheritance honestly and then take care of me. Click to open it. The news is about the daughter of a local tyrant who went on a trip and was kidnapped by the kidnappers. When the police were at a loss, 3 people suddenly rescued her and arrested all the kidnappers by the way. Then the news introduced that the three people were actually the soldiers of a certain military area. This action was an action taken by the army to cooperate with the local police and so on. At the end of the news, there was a photo of the daughter of the local tyrant and photos of the three kings of soldiers www. Novel the daughter of the local tyrants is really beautiful and looks very pure. And the three soldiers are kings. It's a bit hard to explain in a word. Although the appearance cannot be said to be bad. Especially the guy standing in the C position can be said to be a handsome guy. But the red hair is really eye-catching. Now soldiers can dye their hair without having to shave their heads. Simon vomited. Could it be that which gangster came back undercover just now? Incidentally, although Hugyo has stricter controls, there are basically no gangsters on the bright side. But as long as there are evolutionaries, similar organizations will never disappear. At most, the gangsters understand the culture. Simon sent a grumpy complaint. The door of the room was suddenly opened. And Qin Yuyao ran in with a look of horror. Ru Yao. Why did you come here? Is it because you have awakened the lily attribute? But this day is not so good. Simon King sat up from the bed and said shyly. Qin Yuyao was too lazy to talk about her name. And said to her in a asterisk of it, Sister Simon, what should I do? I am now walking outside and a bunch of people are chasing me. Just like a zombie, there was just another one. The guy said he wanted to give me all his property. As if he was crazy, Simon Ching took a look. And only then discovered that apart from the pair of fox ears on his head, Qin Yuyao also had a snow-white fox tail behind him. This is a sign of further awakening when the ears come out. It is only the basic ability of the body is improved. Now that the tail has the ability to be charming. Simon King got out of bed and touched her tail. Qin Yuyao was also taken aback. Wow. Me, when did I have an extra tail? Simon Ching said suddenly, Hey Ru Yao, I have a bold idea. Although I don't know what you are thinking, it must be fine. So I refuse. Qin Yuyao rejected Simon Ching's idea before she spoke. I can't get out of the door now. Then just be an otaku just like me. Simon Ching said confidently, with her arms folded. Well, even if the two of us are house girls, right? Qin Yuyao corrected it slightly. Was touched the sore spot of the dragon again. And Simon's love suddenly lost interest. She walked back to the bed decadently and threw herself on it. Weakly saying, you will be fine in a while. Don't pay attention to me, I want to be quiet, oh. Qin Yuyao sat obediently on the sofa in the corner of the room, putting her hands on her knees, waiting for her power to dissipate. About half an hour later, Zizi, who lives in the same room as Simon King, came back. She was still holding a large bag of freshly bought food in her hand. What's going on outside? A bunch of people are desperate, as if they were caught by evil. Really, it's not good. Simon Ching said with some surprise. It seems that Ryo's charm is stronger than expected. Alas, with such a powerful ability, I can directly find a rich man who is dying to marry and then share it. The legacy is not just released, it's a waste of talent. Qin Yuyao said, Sister Simon, I would rather not have this kind of money. Why? Is it because you don't like old men? Then you can go to the rich lady, the female head office. No. Qin Yuyao said, moreover, Revan, if I get the money, I don't have your share of Sister Simon, so unrelenting. Obviously I gave you the idea. Can't you learn from other people's cranes to repay me? Simon Ching was disappointed. Qin Yuyao breathed a sigh of relief. If he didn't say that, maybe Simon Ching would think of other horrible ideas. Damon Zai said, compared with those, let's first think about how to solve Yu Yao's fascination ability. Look for a charter wifecent, she a Taoist aunt, who specializes in the treatment of demons and ghosts. With a single talismanal abilities will be solved. Snap, the door was pushed open. And Song Yunwoo walked in panting. You are so embarrassed to say. Do you know how much I spent when sealing you the day before? Where can I still have the strength to solve this problem now? Just give the gang of people outside have recovered their sanity to their limit. Yu Yao's abilities are a bit beyond ordinary. I seriously doubt whether she has projected the nine-tailed fox in the conferred god list. How is it possible? Simon Ching waved his hand. Nine-tailed fox has 9 tails and Ru Yao only has 1. Can my teacher who teaches children count wrong? That, Qin Yuyo raised her hand actually just now. I had 2 more tails, damn, now Ximon's love was shocked. Is it really a 9-tailed fox? That's the beast beside Queen Mother Lixie in the myth. Come on, Ru Yao rubs her sister and feels a little blessed. Qin Yuyo saw the expressions of the 3 of them and couldn't help asking, is the 9-tailed fox special? It's a bit special, Song Yunwoo said after all. This is a monster with a very wide spread. Kimchi Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom have similar legends. There are countless works based on it. God knows what weird will be mixed in Godhead. Damon Zhe said, furthermore. The 9-tailed fox is a very high-ranking existence in the myth. It is stronger than my white bone spirit. I don't know how much it is. You can see the difference between the strengths of me and Kinger. The potential is too great. Maybe someone has bad thoughts about you. Didn't it mean that Yuan Chu's strength has no upper limit? Qin Yuyo asked. No upper limit does not mean that it is easy to upgrade. Generally speaking, the stronger the existence in the myth is projected into reality, the faster the evolving strength will increase. It is not impossible for you to surpass me in the future. Dean Zai said this with ease, as if he didn't care about it. Compared to these, I still want to solve my problems quickly. Otherwise, I can't even get out of the door. And I can only be a poor housemaid. Why look down on the housemaid? Song Yunwoo seemed to be stabbed in the pain. And said reflexively, why do you even Yunwoo's sister? Qin Yuyo couldn't laugh or cry in the end. Everyone discussed it. And the conclusion reached is to take a look first. In this way Qin Yuyo's strength has been improving. At least until the 9 tails appear before reaching the peak. And then he can discuss how to solve the side effects of her ability. Before that she could only stay in the room. For Damon Zai, this can be regarded as being in the middle. She pulled Ximon Qing and Qin Yuyo and started fighting the landlord. Song Yunwoo took Xiao Aguai to the next room to check information on the grounds that he could not teach bad children. You can't go out in the room if you don't want to be bored. You definitely need to go online. It just so happens that recently the new chapter of Otaku Salvation 3 is fully online www. Novel MTL, com tilde with the opening of new maps, new equipment, and new characters. Expansion films corresponding to the plot have also been released. When players who are familiar with the game plot saw that the teacher who was in charge of the funny plus meat seller died in such a tragic way on weekdays. The male protagonist leaned on her tombstone and was in pain in his throat. The rain seemed to cover his tears, and after falling, the song of Ximon Qing also sounded at this time. And the atmosphere was set off to its peak. A song will feel different when you listen to it in different situations. In this scene, almost everyone's tears were pricked when the song Lemon was released. Those with low tear points have even cried into tears. And those with high tear points have sore noses. And their heart is blocked. With such emotions there is no mood to play games. After watching the CG of the plot after clearing the customs, the players ran to the official blog of the Wild Monster Company to curse. You return my goddess old thief, shit Zai Feiyan. My daughter, I like to wear no clothes in my room. When I just cried, my brother came in and saw wet tissues all over the floor. And then silently closed the door and went out. Did he misunderstand something? How can I clarify? Wait online, quite urgent. 10,000s of blood books, please revive the teacher. 1/10,000 Zai Feiyan, I'm so scolding now. In the end, he didn't charge money honestly. Your father will always be your father. After you charge money, I will recognize you as a son. Ximon King curiously left the message of my daughter and saw the following *** comment, it's no help. Unless you push him down now. And then he will be sent to the German orthopedics department by your dad with his leg broken. Even if he misunderstands you, he can't tell others. Otaku Salvation 3 is originally a mobile game of the Fire. And the new chapter is such an exciting main character bento plot, which naturally caused a wide range of discussions. And in this, the tear-jerking Lemon is destined to be an unavoidable subject of discussion. Some players who didn't know Sing Ye Yeast just thought the song was very good and touching at first. After searching it, they realized that the original singer was an host of Station B and was an official support singer of IG. There are 3 songs in total, all of which are original. Fairy Tale Town, L&D, and Lemon with different styles, but with distinctive features. People will know that she sang the song. The ability of this circle of fans can be described as horrible. When Xiamen Qing watched it in the morning, her fans were only 80W+, but when she opened it in the evening, she found that it was 112W. Mom, it broke 1 million. It came too suddenly, I didn't feel anything. Xiamen Qing scratched his butt. I have 1 million fans. Should I send a wave of benefits before? He saw that those up owners would send out a wave of benefits when they had 100,000 fans. 1 million fansec among them. The most up-and-coming males were women's clothing benefits. The most famous one is probably the big man in the advertising area with underwear on his head. It is said that his photos of women's clothing even appeared in his mother's circle of friends. As for the female up, do you want a swimsuit? Inexplicably thinking of Mercedes-Benz and Warhorse, Xiamen Qing finally denied this request. Although she is wearing a swimsuit now, the character of Sing Ye Yeast is a virtual AI. She is just a porter, so the welfare naturally cannot let her come out. So she asked Xiaoguai. The technical difficulty of changing Sing Ye Yeast into a swimsuit is actually not that difficult, and it can be done in 3 days with Xiaoguai's ability. The most important thing is that a lot of tools are at home, and she can't do it now. It's not anxious, just go back and do it again. Xiamen Qing thought for a while. The swimsuit alone is a bit monotonous, and a 3D character swimsuit is not very interesting. Many fans can get it by themselves. Why don't you just sing another song, she thought. Of course, this time it won't be an original song. It's a waste to always use original songs. She can completely cover some of the popular songs nowadays. Xiamen Qing searched for a bit, and finally selected a more lyrical song, Forget About Each Other. This is the theme song of a recent costume TV series. The TV series has a lot of traffic, and the quality of the theme song is very hard. So it naturally becomes the option of various anchors and up covers. At present, it has occupied 3 to 5 seats in the cover list of Station B for a long time. Xiamen Qing chose a few songs that were more clicked and survived, and found that they all have their own characteristics, and they sound very nice. She really wanted to sing consciously, and she would definitely not be worse than them. But for music, most people can't tell the difference between 90 points and 95 points. Those few discerning fans have come out to brag in some niche forums. And basically, it doesn't make much difference. So just singing well is not enough, need to get some tricks. Xiamen thought for a while, and suddenly thought of the Offering of Love by a certain bird-up vocalist before passing through. The car accident scene. Fake alcohol harming people's singing method mixed with sudden serious contrast. Unexpectedly interesting. She thinks it's better to just learn that. It just happens to be a welfare. Wouldn't it be good to give everyone a different Sing Ye Yeast? Made up her mind, she went to find Song Yunwoo next door. Now she and Xiaoguai can't do things, but Song Yunwoo can. Chartered woman, do me a favor, what do you want to do? Song Yunwoo, who was studying the myth of the 9-tailed fox, looked at her warily. This woman has a peculiar mind, and God knows what moths will come out. Regardless of the appearance of harmless humans and animals in Xiamen Qing, she can be ranked among the 8 evils in the world, and the mysterious alliance dare not even rank her. One can imagine how terrifying her deterrence is. Hey, help me draw a picture. Xiamen Qing roughly said his request. She plans to let Song Yunwoo draw the 2D swimsuit yeast first, and it will be more convenient for Xiaoguai to make a model. Drawing a swimsuit, yes, what style do you want? Song Yunwoo hadn't painted for a few days, and was a little itchy, so he agreed, dead reservoir water. Song Yunwoo stared at her speechlessly. You are not saved. But in the end she still painted, because she often sees Xiamen Qing piercing through the water in the reservoir. So she completed the composition in her mind. Even if she didn't use Taoism, She roughly completed the dead reservoir water yeast within half an hour. It's almost there, the rest is enough to paint, you can see. Xiamen Qing came over to take a look. And praised again and again, yeah, it's not bad. It's a chartered Bonniu beer. Song Yunwoo pushed her face away and said, is there nothing else to add? Remember to add the chest strap. And then it's best to have another wine bottle in your hand. What is your obsession with that strap? Song Yunwoo didn't understand. Xiamen Qing said, you will know if you try it yourself. This thing is definitely a benefit for girls with big breasts. You reading www.ukanshu.com believe in your evil. That night Song Yunwoo sent the painted picture to Xiamen Qing. And Xiamen Qing immediately posted it on the news of Station B with text. Million fans, thank you everyone. We are preparing for million fan benefits. Let me put a preview first, please look forward to it. Just send it out. Xiamen Qing originally planned to grab the first floor by herself. Who knew that when she clicked publish and the page refreshed, she found out that she was on the 150th floor, damn. What the are you guys, do you live in Station B? Xiamen Qing, who failed to grab the first floor, decisively used his authority and forced his comment to the top. Hey, you guys can grab it. I can't get the hot evaluation and I lose. She showed a smile that is unique to a permission dog. And her fans were all excited when they learned that Xingyi Yeast was going to give benefits. Swimsuit godmother, I licked my horse. Sure enough, is that strap the main body? Is this the legendary rein? You can ride it by grabbing it. The one upstairs is also a 9-year compulsory education. Why can you be such a show? Xiamen Qing accidentally discovered that the Rain's comment actually got a hot comment. And decisively left a message below, you are poisonous. You have blackened Chinese letter instead of repenting. The other party immediately replied, look at what I found. A wild yeast quietly go around, grab the belt on her body. And you can export it like crazy. Repetitions in the bottom row, the old driver took me one. Damn, Xiamen Qing decisively chose to close the page. These are really a bunch of gentlemen. It was raining heavily and in a dimly lit room. A dozen people were sitting around a table. There are males and females. And they differ greatly in age and clothing. Only the expression is generally serious among the crowd. The one sitting at the top is a middle-aged man. His name is Sen Kaienshin and he is a policeman. Everyone, it's been a long time since I've seen you. The reason why you are called here today is that there is an important thing to tell you all. What's the matter that is worthy of you to use the supreme order to summon us all? We haven't seen it in 60 or 70 years, right? A lady dressed as a lady stroked a Persian cat in her arms. Coldly arrive, naturally it's a big thing. Sen Kaienshin put his hands in front of him in a jai shape with 10 fingers interlaced. But before talking about that important thing, don't you think we have to solve a problem first? His eyes suddenly became sharp. And the dozens of people present also instantly became serious. And the atmosphere suddenly became serious. What do you mean? Asked a middle-aged man wearing blue overalls with some stains on his body. Does this still need to be said by me? Sen Kaienshin sneered next to him. A girl in a high school uniform with blonde hair and heavy makeup also said. The situation is clear, right? What are you pretending to be stupid? The middle-aged man in blue overalls took out a folded handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his sweat. Okay. Since you insist on this, I have no objection. What about you? Sen Kaienshin looked around. Everyone nodded in agreement, so. He got up and walked to the door, opened the door. And then, hey boss. The light in our box has been broken for a while. Why is there no one to fix it? Can you move faster? I'm sorry. The proprietress came over and apologized. The rain is too heavy and the electrician is blocked on the road. Please wait a while, we are waiting for dinner. Your work efficiency is too low. Sen Kaienshin complained a few words. Not even to change the box, I'm really sorry. The other boxes are all full. Or we will give you a dish, please forgive me. The proprietress was also helpless. Well, let's serve food quickly. And then you can put a few candles for us. It's a candlelight dinner, okay, do it right away. Sen Kaienshin returned to the box and compared scissor hands to everyone. It's done. The lady boss promised to give me an extra dish, good job. Blonde JK gave him a thumbs up. I just heard the candlelight dinner. The law protector really has a passion. The middle-aged man in blue tooling was also looking forward to it. Hey little meaning. Sen Kainshin raised his eyebrows triumphantly. 15 minutes later. The dishes are ready and the candles are lit, however. The imaginary mood of the candlelight dinner did not appear. The flickering candlelight reflected the shadows of more than a dozen people on the wall. Like a funeral hall, all the joy on everyone's faces is gone. Yishui's expression, how does it feel? Different from what I said. The middle-aged in tooling said. How do I know if I step on a horse? Sen Kainshin almost wanted to lift the table, forget it. Said the lady, but let's talk about business first. So Guardian Senwi, are you gathering us together? Of course it's because of this. Sen Kainshin shot a magazine. And the blonde JK next to him leaned over to take a look. Liu Fire photo album. I'm sorry to take the wrong one. Sen Kainshin hurriedly put away the photo collection of beautiful women in swimsuits with big breasts. And took out a magazine from his bag again. Everyone can see clearly now, that is Weekly Squat. Are you sure you got it right? Blonde JK said. Isn't the manga a thing for children to read? I don't even read it as a high school student. Cut. You are a 100-year-old high school student with a tender dress. And there is still a gap between a real female high school student. A four-eyed man in a suit said next to her. The blonde JK instantly picked up a chopstick on the table. Pointed his backhand at the four-eyed man's hand and inserted it. The slender chopsticks directly penetrated his palm and plunged into his thigh. And the four-eyed man suddenly screamed like a pig. Ah. What happened? Hearing the scream, the boss hurried over to check. As soon as the door opened, I saw a blonde JK lying on the legs of a four-eyed man in a suit. The man was screaming and the woman's head was shaking. Sorry. The boss closed the door decisively and went out. And told his wife and employees not to open the door of the box. Wrong, eldest sister, can I be wrong? The four-eyed man repeatedly begged for mercy after the boss left. The blonde JK raised his head and said with disdain, next time I mock my old lady for being old. Let you experience the taste of chopsticks intubation. She pulled out the chopsticks. The palm of the four-eyed man's stabbed hand and the wound on his thigh healed quickly. And there was no trace of it in a few seconds. Don't make trouble. Sen Kainshin stopped the blonde JK at the right time. And then opened the magazine. I know you don't read this kind of magazine. So I gather you hear www.novelmtl.com. Look here. He turned to the page of Sister Shangxian. The blonde JK was right next to him, so the angle was right. And the content of the comic was clear for the first time. Her eyes flashed in an instant. This is real shining, not a rhetorical device, this is. Master, have you finally find it? She touched her clavicle with her hands from the base of her ears. And twisted her body. Twisted away, his cheeks also became flushed. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. And they leaned in immediately. After confirming the characters in the comics, they all felt a little lost. You can't go wrong. The lady slumped on the chair and lost consciousness. The Persian cat in her hand jumped on the table and shouted. It is absolutely impossible to draw such a vivid meow without seeing the master. Find this author meow, 100-year shahaha. After waiting for more than 100 years, I can finally see the Lord Master again. The four-eyed man completely forgot the pain just now. And said excitedly, the glory of my Tsingyi sect will reappear in the world. I feel inspired, Quan Yang I might be able to update 3.0 words when I go back today. Someone sighed and said, it's strain. You have to update the author every year. Everything is for the leader. Yes, Sen Kainshin nodded, everything is for the leader. Everything is for the leader. Everyone shouted slogans in unison. Ximen King, who was lying on the hotel bed playing games, suddenly sneezed. Qin Yuyo on the side of was shocked. Sister. Is your seal broken again? It's okay. It's just a simple sneeze. Maybe some fan is yelling about me Agenalas. The charm is such a headache, are you hungry? Do you want me to eat for you? In the room, Ximen Qing said the same to Qin Yuyo. Qin Yuyao shook her head. Aren't you hungry? What are you doing, Ximon's sister? Don't you want to eat something like foie graspig's heart? Ximon King asked in confusion at strain. Logically speaking, no matter which type of vixen it is, there should be a certain demand for liver and heart. Yeah, why do you have no desire at all? How do I know? Qin Yuyao thought for a willing said. If there is any change, me phone is broken. Sister Ximon, can you help me fix it? Her charm is out of control now. And she can't even go out to repair a mobile phone. Ximon King took her mobile phone and looked at it. Doesn't it matter if I just take it for repairs? There won't be any private photos in it, no. Qin Yuyao rolled her eyes. I have no interest in taking selfies. Then what is the difference between you and salted fish? Ximon Qing complained about her instead. It is Fang Hua Zhengmao's great time, if you don't record it. You can only look in the mirror when you get old. Wrinkles cry. Then I will go to a decent photo studio to take pictures. Qin Yuyao recalled the days when she was taken to the photo studio by her parents when she was a child. There is still a thick stack of old photos hidden in the drawer by her parents and recorded. She was born until she was in college at this time. Song Yunwoo suddenly opened the door and broke in. I know. I know, what do you know? Ximon said with emotion. The charterudant kicked the door of someone else's hotel. You will lose money, be noisy. Song Yunwoo glared at Haran, then said to Qin Yuyao. Has there been any problems with the electrical appliances around you recently? How did you know? Ximon Qing asked in surprise. Song Yunwoo glanced at the mobile phone she was holding. And it was instantly clear, sure enough. My guess is correct, what? Damon Zai and Xiaogyue also leaned over. Song Yunwoo said, wrong, we're all wrong. Seeing fox ears and multiple tails. We all thought Yuya would be a kind of fox demon. But these are all interference aspects. At the beginning of the heart's disinterest, I suspected that our inferred direction was wrong. And combined with her characteristic of making people fall in love with her, I searched a lot of information and finally found other than the fox demon. Who is it, you mean it? Ximon Qing asked. The others also stared at Song Yunwoo curiously. The charter wife took a sigh of relief and spit out 2 words, Chang. Ho. At this time, the other 4 people all looked dumbfounded. How could Chang be a vixen? I haven't heard of it. This is the pot of mythological fusion. Song Yunwoo explained, in the myth Chang is the wife of Yi. But in fact there are 2 Yis. One is the big Yi who shoots the sun. And the other is in the Xia dynasty. They were monarchs of poor countries. The former was the righteous lord, and the latter was confused for future generations. But over the years the godhood of Yi was affected. And even Chang was also affected. There was a poor country's monarch Hao Yi, whose wife was of pure origin. The fox family uses the 9-tailed fox as its totem. So Yuyao has the appearance of the 9-tailed fox. But after all, he is not a real fox demon. So it only affected the appearance and did not continue to project deeply. Ximon said with affection, you mean that the reason why Ryo is so popular is not the enchanting effect of the vixen, but because Chang is the #1 beauty in the myth. That's right, Song Yunwoo said. Chang's most famous divinity is beauty and stealing immortality. So Yuyao should become more and more beautiful in the future. And has the same ability as you to be immortal and immortal. Oh. Ximon Qing's eyes widened, this is really incredible. I finally waited for an evolutionary with immortality like me. So moved I came to hug. Qin Yuyao was hugged by Ximon Qing stubbornly. Still digesting the information that Song Yunwoo had just said, I am. Chang, then will I be forced to be sucked onto the moon? No, Song Yunwoo said, even if you are the first seed. You are still a human in the end. There is no possibility of forcibly landing on the moon. By the way, charter wife, what do you mean by asking if the electrical appliances are broken? Ximon Qing asked Qin Yuyao while eating tofu. Song Yunwoo said, Chang's godhead is very complicated. But most of them are in conflict. So once the appearance of the 9-tailed fox appears, many characteristics will not exist. Then I found related Taoist legends. Chang An Moon Palace Huang Hua Su Yao Yuan Jing Sheng Empress Taiyin Yuanjun merged together. This Taiyin Yuanjun is the Trinity asterisk of Earth Mother God, Death God and Thunder God. Yu Yao has just awakened and may not be able to control the strength in his body. It is very likely to affect the surrounding electrical appliances. So I ask that, Mr. Taeyin Yuan Death Thor. Shin Yu Yao felt her head dizzy www, novel MTL. This is too complicated. Zyman said in love, oh, don't think about it so much. In short, just remember that you are very good. But no matter how powerful it is, I can't control it. Chin Yuya looked helpless. And the 8 tails swayed synchronously behind him shook. And suddenly there was one more no, it's all right. The 9 tails are all together, upon seeing this. Song Yunwoo immediately said to Zyman Ching and the others, quickly. Quicklife time has come. Her power is about to face the first wave of eruption. And she must help her to control it at that time. Otherwise her consciousness will be corroded by the Godhead. What a good thing, the Godhead corrodes consciousness. What is that? Chin Yuo said nervously. As the 4 girls arranged in the room. They explained to her, awakening of ability has a high probability of awakening together with the memory in the myth. At that time, you may not be sure whether you are Chin Yuo or the real Chang. But personality is less. Splitting is directly engulfed by personality. Just like the seizure in the novel, so scary. Chin Yuo became nervous. Zyman Ching patted her on the top of the head and comforted, we are here. And you will never be taken away. Many things have been prepared in advance. And the 4 girls just made some detailed adjustments and arranged the entire room into a formation. Chin Yuo was pushed to the center and sat down. And then the gate Zai Zyogui. And Song Yunwoo stood in an equilateral triangle position. While Zyman Ching was watching from the side. She is now Seelege is the most common low-level zombie. And she can't help much, she doesn't need her help either. Dominated by Song Yunwoo. Zyogui and Damonzi soon cooperated with her to stabilize Chin Yuyao's strength. The ears of the fox and the 9 white tails all disappeared. Okay, Song Yunwoo wiped the sweat from his forehead. And his face was a little pale. Zyman Ching hurriedly stepped forward to catch her. Sealing Zyman's love consumed a lot of spiritual power of Song Yunwoo. She was supposed to rest for a few days. But Chin Yuyao's affairs couldn't be delayed. So she was now a bit overdrawn. Zyman Ching whispered in her ear, do you feel that your body is hollowed out? Sorry, it's all my pot, I shouldn't make you so vain. Song Yunwoo's face was weird, how do I feel that there is something in your words? No, you must be thinking too much. Naturally, Zyman Ching would not admit it. Then can your hand go down? Song Yunwoo really didn't have the energy to care about her. But Zyman Ching just pressed one hand on her chest. Even if she was of the same sex. She still felt a little unnatural, Othi are all girls. Don't care about these details. Zyman Ching would not let go of this opportunity. Losing the big dragon is also good. At least you can do things blatantly that you can't even think of before. Moreover, the charter wife's figure is really good. But this instant noodles is a bit ruinous. Zyman Ching has long wanted to straighten her hair. But she just refused to dye. Chin Yuel touched her head. Touched her back. And found that the fox's ears and tail were gone. And said with joy, great, finally there is no more. Damon Zai said to her, you should now be able to control your abilities freely. Try it out. Qin Yuel felt curiosity for a while. And as expected, the ears and 9 tails appeared again. She moved her ear, swagged her tail and then retracted them. How I feel that they are as flexible as my hands and feet. How could this be? It was obviously difficult to control before. This is the development of the times. Zyman King explained. The formation just now was arranged according to your godhead. Look at the place where Zyogui stands, which represents the moon and thunder and lightning. Mozi itself symbolizes death. I stand behind the charter wife to symbolize immortality. There are other things that basically include your godhead. In this way, you can completely tame your abilities. So that's it. Chin Yuyao finally understood why Song Yunwoo had been working so hard to investigate the source of her power these days. Only by knowing the source can you prescribe the right medicine and arrange the proper formation to tame it. Thank you, everyone. Chin Yuyao thanked the 4 from the heart. It's obviously not a relative. But because she is so good to herself because of the co-renting. How can she not dare to move? Simon Ching, they all smiled when they saw it. Most evolvers are lonely. And it is natural to cherish it if they can find a partner. Otherwise, why would Mao Fengtai and the others want to take Qin Yuyo away as soon as they meet? Well, today is the 5th day and there are 2 days left. Let's play as much as you like. Simon King took the initiative to carry Song Yunwoo on his back. And the 5 people all left the room. The sky is already dark. Qin Yuyo's charm has diminished. And there will be no more zombies besieged. The 5 enjoyed themselves in the next 2 days. And then returned to Zayakong City. I don't want to go to work. Simon Ching was wearing a pair of beach pants. Lying on the sofa in the living room as if a salted fish. Song Yunwoo was about to go to bed just after all night. Said, if you don't mind getting deducted from your salary. Just stay on your stomach. You asterisk rich woman, why don't you take care of me? Simon King complained, however. Song Yunwoo was indifferent to this. Remember to give me the plot behind the Tianlong Babu. I have drawn Duan Yu and Kaio Feng to worship. It's done a long time ago, you go to my room to get it. Simon Ching finally lost to the secular. Dressed in sunglasses before dawn. Caught up with the first bus, this trip emptied her pockets. Even if there was the 100. 0 yuan for IG's support song and the 30. 0 yuan for the wild Demonch was still ashamed. If you don't honestly go to work, you have to fillet the corners to maintain food and clothing. The good news is that Dragon Babu has been working hard since its 2nd serialization. At first it was Sister Shengxian and Daioya de Shenggong that attracted readers with the cool points. And then it was the plot of Mu Wonking and the 4 villains. Duan Yu flicked Lao San Yue into an apprentice with his mouthpiece and Ling Bo's microsteps. The key point is that this martial arts high-powered guy is really so upright. It is really surprising that he knelt down and bowed his head to apprentice. The no-girl readers even gave Yue Laosan the label of stupid and cute. During the period, Duan Yu also ate centipedes and reckless clams, which not only cured the poison of the lightning mink, but also practiced part of the plot of Beiming magical arts in one breath. This hangs up it's so sour, Mr. Jin's pen power is beyond doubt after the beginning. The refreshing points are often wave after wave. And the arrangement is extremely compact, which makes people want to stop. Currently 3 episodes have passed. Yu reading www. Yukanshu. Com's 3 new comics I'm Really Not a Big Brother is still stable between the 8th and the 10th. The King of Thieves has a strong momentum. The highest is the 3rd and the lowest is also the 6th. Originally, these 2 books should be qualified enough to be serialized in squat. After all, a Tianlong Babu was released. Since the beginning of the serialization, the first issue was ranked higher than the first issue. By the 3rd time, it even squeezed out the squat pillar and occupied the first position. Readers who like the other 2 works are also helpless. Because Dragon is indeed very good looking. The style of painting alone is already very pleasing to the readers. And the storyline is so exciting. It is understandable to take the first place. This time Song Yunwoo and their 2 opponents are not the kind of opponents who like to play tricks. So there is no intentional black wind on the internet. Instead, everyone spontaneously started Amway, Dragon Babu. Which made it more famous the higher you come. The sales of Weekly Squat have also increased. You must know that this is the leader of the Hyuguo comics industry. Its sales volume has reached a bottleneck. And it will be thankful if it doesn't go downhill. Even the editorial staff never thought that the sales volume could increase further. Even if the magnitude is not large, it is exciting enough. This is the power of Dragon Babu. Although the 4th episode did not come out, the editorial department is already in a meeting to discuss it. The results of the 3 works are unexpectedly good. If you cut 2 of them and keep one according to the original plan, it would be a bit unreasonable, indeed. I think I'm Really Not a Big Brother belongs to the funny category. It doesn't overlap with Dinan Babu. It's okay to serialize it together. The high IQ detective route of The King of Thieves also just made up for the shortcomings of recent works on such themes. And there is no need to cut it off. Ximen Qing began to prepare for the welfare of millions of fans after returning from the trip. In fact, fake wine singing method is very simple. Just like going to KT Vio can sing as you want. And then suddenly a serious sentence or two. The style of painting is like this. I will use my whole life to make you slightly %. I only hope that you will stop fufufu at hash. In front of the camera, Ximen loves Yanyi. And even the Tsingyi yeast on the screen rolls his eyes and sticks out his tongue. As if he has been played badly. Xiaogyue was scared when he looked at him. And being handsome is not so messy, it's too horrible. Alright, because this is a cover song. No arrangement is needed. So I finished the video in a few hours. Ximen loved practice after uploading the video. I added a note in the introduction, millions of fans benefits. Thank you for your support. And welcome everyone to pay attention to the Weibo at Chinese letter established for me by my porter. Millions of followers. It is time to try to convert it into Weibo followers. Otherwise the channels for making money will inevitably be less. Ximen Qing planned to do this when she had 300,000 followers. But the fans grew too fast, but she was a bit lazy. But she became 1 million followers if she didn't pay attention. Little Tang, I'm going to sleep. The mother's cry came from the living room. Tang Xiaoting replied immediately, I know. I'll go to bed right away, before turning off the computer. She habitually refreshed the page of Station B. And found that a red dot appeared in the dynamic bar. This is unbearable. The mouse immediately moved over to check. And she was surprised to find that the Tsingyi yeast was actually updated. She has been updated frequently recently. Still remembering the long wait after Fairy Tale Town. Tang Xiaoting remembered that this time it seemed to be a good million fans benefit. So she quickly put on the headphones and opened the video. It turned out to be this song. She knew it as soon as she heard the prelude, after all. She had also sang the cover of Forgetting Each Other. And she was also following TV series recently. The girls in the class are all watching, and if they do, they won't be able to get in. Tang Xiaoting actually cares more about the shape of Tsingyi yeast than music. It is still the double ponytail, the chest strap, and the milk volume of the next production. But what's the matter with this dead reservoir? Why does it look so familiar? Tang Xiaoting recognized it immediately. Because she also had one of the same dead reservoir water. Is the godmother a student of our school, or is it a teacher? Or a parent of the student? In any case, it must be inseparable from their school. Moreover, this dead reservoir water is unique to their grade. The dead reservoirs of other grades will be slightly different. Tang Xiaoting's eyes suddenly become sharp. As if a detective pupil, the truth is between our two classes. Their school is an affiliated school of a private high school. The number of students is relatively small. And the two classes add up to less than 70 people. She basically knows them all, in addition to the teacher. It seems that it is not impossible to find the relevant figures of Tsingyi yeast from these people. Just when she was thinking about this, the prelude was finally over, as Tang Xiaoting, who once sang this song, naturally knows that the first sentence is, it is better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes. However, what entered her ears was a sentence that was completely absent from the tune of Smear the fragrant meat. And paste the oily shrimp, huh? Tang Xiaoting asked a question mark. Could it be that the headset he just bought for 4.0 had a problem? She paused quickly. Then opened another video to watch, no problem. Then I went back and listened again to Forgetting and Knowing Each Other. But the first sentence was still, a touch of fragrant meat. Damn, isn't it my problem? The godmother's sound card has a problem. Tang Xiaoting listened in disbelief, as a result. This song is still in this style. Just like a drunkard singing with a big tongue. On the barrage. There are occasional barrages such as, singing after drinking is really hammering. And 12 points are deducted directly. Gradually Tang Xiaoting got used to it, in fact. Once accepted this style. It feels unexpectedly interesting, however. When switching to the chorus part. Suddenly the sentence, I can't go beyond the dragon gate. I can't forget the acquaintance, returned to the original tune of the song. and the sudden high pitch made Tang Xiaoting feel numb from his own. The shoulder blades spread all over the body. What? She was startled. Ma, can't you sing so nicely? This sense of gap makes the whole song very special. Obviously they were all covers. Tang Xiaoting felt that the capital he sang did not have such a deep memory of this song. Xiaoting, why are you still awake? I saw your computer light from the crack in the door. Tang's mother suddenly opened the door and frightened Tang Xiaoting. Damn, she almost fell off the gaming chair, causing the earphone cord to be strained. The moment the socket fell off, the phrase fragrant meat sounded in the speaker. Mother Tang heard this singing www, novel MTL. Calm tilde her face didn't change much, go to sleep. After speaking she closed the door, outside the door. Mother Tang's face changed suddenly. And then she speeded up and ran back to the bedroom, baby her dad. It's amazing, Tang Tang may have a mental problem. Almost at the same time Uncle AI Tingyu, who has been paying attention to Tsingye Yeast, also discovered this million fans welfare song. After clicked and listened, she thought it was as interesting as Tang Xiaoting at first. And then suddenly a flash of inspiration, hey, this can be stolen. So she found Zai Feiyin, who was taking a bath after coaxing her son and daughter to sleep. Husband. Zai Feiyin was also startled when he saw his wife burst into the bathroom suddenly. Wow. My wife, are you going to have some excitement? May I sing for you? AI Tingyu's eyes flashed with little stars. Zai Feiyin didn't care if the shower head was still dripping water. And there were a lot of soap bubbles on his body. So he nodded quickly, kya sing well. Singing is interesting, then I will start. AI Tingyu brewed for a while then said. A touch of fragrant meat. The weirdly sound like killing a pig caused Zai Feiyin's body to shake suddenly. And some places that had just reacted instantly shrank back. After saying a song, AI Tingyu still asked Zai Feiyin, who was unlovable, how is it, isn't it fun? Oh, that's good, wife, you can be happy. Not only these two. More fans have been brainwashed by sweet meat after hearing this fake wine song. I don't know which empty ear grate first made the fragrant flesh wipe. So that the new episodes that were broadcast at the same time began to be screened by fragrant flesh wipe, which made ordinary viewers look bewildered. 1 month passed in a flash, and it was finally time to decide to serialize the work. In fact, by this time, everyone knows which work will win. The dark horse of Dragon Babu went black to the end. And it was out of control since the second episode. When the fourth episode was released, the sales of Squat Weekly even miraculously increased by 500. 0 on the original basis. This is already quite a scary data, after all. The recent rapid development of the mobile terminal has caused the paper media industry to decline with an astonishing momentum. At this time, even the original leader can only barely guarantee that his fall is not so miserable. No one has ever thought that sales can rise again. Therefore, Dragon Babu must be serialized. This is something that everyone can see without discussing it. The main guesses now are the other two works. If the response is mediocre. The key points, I'm really not a Big Brother and The King of Thieves have also reached the quality level. And the feedback from readers has been rising. It would be a shame if these two masterpieces were cut like this. It is impossible to add more pages. And temporary decision-making cannot continue forever. There are two roads before the editorial department. One is to transfer the two works to other magazines to continue serialization. But this will inevitably lead to the loss of some readers, which is undoubtedly very hurt for the two works in good condition. The second is to pick two works that are currently being serialized and cut them down. And then 3 works are serialized at the same time. The second option seems like everyone is happy. But the actual operation is still not a small problem. After all, the authors of the works that have been cut down are not at all temperamental. Although the Squat platform is so big, they dare not say anything more about cutting down their works. But there are also many human relations issues involved. Now it's up to you to see if everyone in the editorial department has enough courage. After the results of the 4th reader survey this morning, Editors with a little bit of qualifications all entered the conference room and started discussing. Newcomer editor Lei Ming waited nervously outside for the results. This class is most of the day. It wasn't until it got dark that everyone broke up, senior. Lei Ming immediately ran to his senior. The latter looked tired when he saw him coming. He patted his shoulder. It's good news. The young man will do it hard. Lei Ming immediately beamed his eyebrows. And after violently thanking the old editor, he rushed to the home of the writer Yun Yan. At the same time, Zhao Zhenying's home, wife. Give me a chance to not leave. He pleaded to his ex-wife who came back to take some leftover items. I know you love me and I love you very much. But I really changed the big sword, no way. When his ex-wife heard the words, he rolled her eyes and kicked the ex-husband who hugged her thighs vigorously. I know you are a weird thing. But I never expected you to be so weird. What kind of mentality did you say just now? I can only tell. I have a brain hole to continue wasting my life with you. Want me to remarry with Yao Ke? Don't you have a work that competes with Dragon Babu? As long as you can win if you serialize it in squat. I promise you, the ex-wife used to be a fan of Zhao Zhenying. And later he took away Zhao directly after 1,000 miles away. So she has always been very knowledgeable about comics. And she knows very well how it is impossible for Zhao Zhenying to win Dragon Babu. Zhao Zhenying was also a little desperate when he heard that. He felt that he was really guilty of being too old. Dabiajian was arrested, and the serialization position was robbed. Finally, I drew a self-confident work inspired by chatting with a habitual criminal in the detention center. As a result, I ran into 2 new monsters. If there was only one union, he could still give it a try. But the advantage of dancing love was really too great. It was completely crushed. And he could not see the hope of victory at all. It's the same as not seeing the possibility of the ex-wife's change of mind. Don't go. At this moment Zhao Zhenying's cell phone rang. Wait wife, you wait, I will answer the call. He let go of his ex-wife's legs and connected the phone. Seeing Thismi ex-wife scolded an idiot secretly. Who would be here waiting to be held by you? She raised her leg to leave. But couldn't help but want to listen to the call. Hey. Hello teacher Ying Zheng, this is Yang Yuan. Oh edit Yang, is there anything wrong? Can you stop the abbreviation, it always feels weird. Forget it, just talk about business. And tell you the good news. Your I'm Really Not a Big Brother has been decided to be serialized on Squat Weekly. Zhao Zhenying looked incredulous. And his ex-wife also leaned in curiously. He turned on the speakerphone. And then moved his ear to the phone. I seem to have a problem with my ear. Could you please say it again? It's better to speak up. I said. Yang Yuan also yelled out loudly over there. Zhao Zhenying's tinnitus shook his ears. Yu reading www. Ukanshu.com's 2 eyeballs became cross-eyed. Your manga is going to be serialized, it's weekly squat. Not other magazines. Is this true? You didn't lie to me. Zhao Zhenying asked with a trembling voice. His ex-wife also had an expression of this guy is lying to me with others. Of course I didn't lie to you, Yang Yuan said anyway. You should prepare the following sketches quickly. Now I have the second chapter sketches on hand. Which is seriously not enough. Oh good. Zhao Zhenying nodded quickly. Although the other party couldn't see it at all. Ex-wife pushed him, then gave him a look. After being married for many years, he naturally knew what she meant. So he asked, why did I serialize it? What about Dragon Babu? Oh, of course that will also be serialized. This time the performance of the 3 of you is too good. So after everyone discussed and decided to cut down the other 2 works to make way for you. That's it, I'll just say it should be like this. Zhao Zhenying reacted. In fact, his years of experience as a cartoonist misled him. In the past, publishing houses were so hungry. They said they cut it and cut it. They didn't care about your grades. Anyway, good writers caught a lot of them, but today, unlike the past, publishing houses are gradually declining. And they are paying more and more attention to outstanding talents. That's why it broke the original regulations this time. Haha wife, did you hear that? I can serialize it. Zhao Zhenying was as happy as a child. That's it. You are not allowed to go. His ex-wife didn't expect things to develop like this. Looking at Zhao Zhenying, who was cheering, she seemed to see him who was still very immature 10 years ago. A letter from a reader at that time can make him happy for a long time. But it's impossible to remarry. Well, I see, thank you for editing. Song Yunwoo hung up the phone, gradually showing a smile on his face. Is it finished? Damon Zai asked, what do you need to say? Xiamen Qing stood up and pierced his waist. The two of us are invincible together. As long as those guys are not blind, they will definitely choose us. Song Yunwoo gave her a white look but still smiled and said, yes. Tianlong Ba Bu has finally officially won the serialization position on Squat. And just now, the editor Gu Yue called me and let me prepare to draw the cover color page. The next issue will be serialized 3 words in one go. As a celebration because of slapped face, none of the 3 works were cut down. The rescue strategy that the editorial department finally came up with was that in addition to the 2 cut works, it also found 2 other cartoonists to let them suspend the publication of 1 issue. In this way, it makes room for 3 chapters in the 8 parts of the Dragon. The editorial department with the manuscript in hand naturally knows that the next step is to go to Tianlong Temple to ask for the 6th edition Excalibur. And Duan Yu learns the story of the first exquisite sword of the Tianlong. This passage can be regarded as a big climax in the original work. Previously, the 6-channel magic sword was forced to spread so high. First, the only missing 6-channel magic sword in the Fairy Sisters cave had a comment with the word, really regrettable. It was Murong Bo's lifelong regret. And then he described Kumo. Zhai took out several Shaolin unknown learnings to exchange swordsmanship. And in the end, he needed 6 masters to practice 1 vein alone to practice the full 6 veins divine sword. At this point, the 6th edition Excalibur is almost deified. But Duan Yu actually learned all the 6 meridians just by watching others practice, breaking the situation that Dolly had not practiced all 6 meridians alone for 100 years. This life is pretending to be bigger than the sky. Duan Yu suddenly evolved from the silly boy who first appeared on the stage to the peerless genius today. And the coincidence is simply breathtaking. From the reader's point of view, it is absolutely hearty. The publishing house has made up its mind to make Dragon Babu a new pillar in order to save the industry's downturn. Song Yunwoo will naturally not refuse. Although she has recently sealed the love of Xiamen and helped Qin Yuya restrain her strength, drawing cartoons is still unaffected. The next issue of the serialization is all saved manuscripts. Now she only needs to fill in the saved manuscripts slowly. And there is no need to really drive out the contents of the 3 episodes within a week. Xiamen said in Love, serialize more, so you can publish a single copy. It's just that the monthly fee for manuscripts can't satisfy her. She is shy in her purse and is hungry for the past few days. Growl. Although comics come with a lot of money, the rhythm is not too fast. A single book basically has to make up 8 to 10 words. And then a series of processes such as printing, promotion, sales statistics can get the money. Even if it is announced now that the bill will be issued, the money will not be credited until the coming year. Xiamen Qing can't wait that long. She intends to make some quick money, so she approached Song Yunwoo and rolled her finger over the latter's instant noodles. The charter lady. Don't you have a film and television entertainment company in your house? Go and ask me to see which movies and TV shows are missing. The theme song, tell me about it, fuck off. Song Yunwoo refused directly. I said that after I asked for this house, I wouldn't use any of the resources in the family. Even if it's not a network. I believe in Song Yunwoo, and I will never break my word of. You're so merciless, Xiamen Kingren was weeping. Like a little lady who is always abandoned by others. Song Yunwoo would not have been deceived by this level of acting. Isn't Ruthless the pen name you think? Right. The pseudonym Dancing Love of the two has become relentless among fans. They have no objection to this, damn it. Xiamen Qing was also upset when she saw that she couldn't lie to the charter wife. She looked at Song Yunwoo's face close at hand, and suddenly leaned over and licked her face. Song Yunwoo looked dull. What does this mean? Xiamen Qing had already escaped. Haha. This is called ruthless sister-in-law. Didn't you expect it? Xiamen King, you are dying. Song Yunwoo immediately chased after him, still clutching one of his own slippers. Qin Yuyao just came back and saw the two playing in the villa. She had already greeted Damon Zai and Xiao Aguai a long time ago, and then naturally went to make herself a cup of coffee. During the Xiamen Qing and Song Yunwoo ran in front of her, bringing a gust of fragrance scene. She also ignored them. After both of them were tired from running, Qin Yuyao handed the coffee to Song Yunwoo. Sister Yunwoo, come to rest for a while and have a cup of coffee. Huh or hello Yuyao, this idiot zombie is really annoying. Song Yunwoo took a sip of coffee and the next second, her facial features shrank into a pinch, and her tongue was stretched out. Ta tang. Sorry, is it too hot? Qin Yuyao quickly took the coffee and apologized. Xiamen Qing poked her head from the second floor at this time. Haha tilde www. Novelimtl Kamru Yao. The charter wife is very afraid of being hot. You have to add ice to her coffee first. You have little luck %, and ouch. Song Yunwoo scolded Xiamen Qing slurly, then comforted Qin Yuyao. No, for just drink some sway. Damon Zai just handed over the ice water. Song Yunwoo put his tongue in and soaked. The expression on his face finally eased. What then? Did you find me to have and see? Song Yunwoo asked Qin Yuyao, looking at it. The two sat in the living room, and Qin Yuyao said to her, Sister Yunwoo, I find that my painting skills are getting better and better recently. You see, thighs is what I painted before. This is what I painted recently. The second one I know is an idiot zombie hat is the first one. Song Yunwoo looked at it and asked, Sister Xiamen, huh? She looked at the picture that was almost like Picasso's style. If you say it is a portrait, it is a bit subtle. But when you look at the second one, it is already very good. It is hard to imagine that a person's painting skills can improve so much in a short period of time. Qin Yuyao said, I'm wondering if it is related to my ability awakening. I checked. There is a legend about Chang painting 9 horses by the Li River in the Zhuang people. Song Yunwoo suddenly said, that's it. The abilities acquired by Yuanshu tend to be many. Not to mention 100%. At least 70% of the myths will appear in some form. Since there is a legend that Chang is good at painting, then your painting skills, it's not surprising to get better. Qin Yuyao said with joy. Then Yunwoo, sister, do you think it is possible for me to become a cartoonist? She started as an editor because she liked comics but couldn't draw well. If she can draw, she would definitely want to give it a try. You ask me this question, I also. Song Yunwoo was a little embarrassed not long ago. She was still on the street, and once wanted to give up the comics and return to her hometown to inherit the family business. How can she give Qin Yuyao some correct opinions? She looked at Qin Yuyao with an earnest look, and couldn't bear to disappoint her. So she told her, you'd better go talk to the idiot zombie, and then ask your seniors in the editorial department to give some advice. And wait until you are ready to start drawing. I can help you with painting. Oh yes, thank you Yunwoo, sister. After Qin Yuyao thanked him, she went to the second floor to find Xiamen Qing. Do you want to draw comics? Xiamen Qing said to her in her room. Wearing a V-shaped bikini bought in Sanya, no problem. As the wings of the Datithe deity will naturally help you. Really, Qin Yuyao was overjoyed, but Sister Xiamen, you are already writing Dragon Babu. Will writing other stories make no difference? Just kidding, who am I? You look down on me too much. Xiamen Qing's expression can be said to be quite swollen. In fact, their inner subtext is, just copy the book. What's the difficulty? Qin Yuyao, who doesn't know the truth at all, has a look of admiration. Sister Xiamen, you are amazing. Haha, I know I can't let my sister hug me. Qin Yuyao did not step forward, and the atmosphere suddenly seemed a bit embarrassing. Xiamen Qing coughed in, then asked her, Rio, do you have any ideas about what you want to paint? No specific, but I hope the general direction is adventurous, not purely cute. She knows that the scripts of Working Cell and Dragon Babu all come from Xiamen Qing. Compared with the former, she obviously prefers the latter. Xiamen's love thought for a while, and then stared at Qin Yuyao for a while. Suddenly a flash of inspiration, yes, huh. What's there? Qin Yuya was planning to go back and wait a few days. But Simon Ching suddenly said that, making her somewhat unresponsive. This is only a few minutes. It's not so fast to make up stories. However, Simon Ching really has already thought about it. When it comes to adventure, she did think of a very interesting comic with a lot of stalking. And like Dragon Babu, it is an old work of the 20th century. Come on, Simon King grabbed Qin Yuyao's left hand. Went around her head and put his thumb against her lower lip. 5 fingers open, keep this position still. She then squeezed Qin Yuyao's right hand to place her fist on her right chest. And finally adjusted her stance to twist her waist and hips as coquettishly as possible. Sister Ximen, what is this? Qin Yuya was very uncomfortable, but still obediently assumed such a weird posture. Don't move. Ximen Qing took several photos with her phone. Look at it. Qin Yuya looked at it. Still at a loss, this action is so strange. This is the action of the model in other fashion magazines. Very fashionable. Ximen sighed emotionally. You really don't understand. But what does this have to do with my comics? Of course there is. I can't draw these silly JOJOs. How can you paint the JOJO's bizarre adventure that I will give you next? Uncle's bizarre adventure. Why not uncle? You don't understand what I said. No, let's wait first. I will write the story and then tell it. Ximen Qing pushed Qin Yuya out of the room, and then began to rush to the draft. S mind is full of JOJO stories. She can't wait to present this work to the world. JOJO's Bizarre Adventure. This is a comic that has been serialized on Juvenile Jump since 1987 by Hirohiko Araki. By 2018 there have been 8 movies. And the protagonist of each movie can find 2 JO from the name. So it is called JOJO. The painting style of this work is very characteristic of that era. In the true sense, it depicts what is called face like a knife cut. At first glance you may feel outdated and ugly. But after you really understand it, you will find that Araki Hirohiko is not unable to draw beautiful characters. There are also many beauties in JOJO. And the figure is even better. He simply wants to draw his own unique style. This point coincides with Oda, the author of One Piece. Another feature of JOJO is probably that strange-shaped JOJO was established. This is the most distinctive point of JOJO's work. Many stars, such as Sakai Masato and anime Love Live Nishikino Maki, have played JOJO stand. It can be described as far-reaching. In addition, JOJO has also created countless stocks, which are widely used. For example, but I refuse. Use your invincible platinum star to find a way. Your next sentence is, and so on. Qin Yuya is lucky. Ximen Qing thinks of JOJO because of Working Cell. Making her first work of debut is such a classic and wonderful comic. Little Riao www novel MTL com don't blame me. If you don't meet my requirements I won't let you publish it. Although Ximen Qing wants to make money, she likes some of her the requirements of the works are quite high, and will not allow the phenomenon of overcharging. Just when Qin Yuya was about to become a cartoonist, the 5 people in Ziliang Yaezhuang did not know that a car came to the foot of the mountain. According to the survey, it should be on the top. The driver was a young man in his early 20s, and his appearance was unremarkable. He said to the beautiful young woman in the passenger seat, "How about it, do you want to go up and have a look?" "You can go up if you are not afraid of death," the woman said. 8 Evil, you haven't seen it before. Didn't you just go into shock last time? Do you want to experience it again this time? My blood sugar was a little low, so I was not shocked. The young man emphasized, however, it is unconvincing. The woman said, all in all, let's find a place nearby to live. This time I found one of the 8 culprits in Sanya. The leader of Tsingye is really shocking. Before we have formulated the countermeasures. We just keep it under surveillance. I heard that the members of the Tsingye sect are also a little bit eager to move recently. Do you think this Tsingye leader is going to do something? Said the young man. She hides her whereabouts so secretly. Even we have worked hard. There must be some conspiracy in the clue that I just found. How do I know anyway? You just don't want to die. The woman said and opened the car door. Hey, why are you going? Don't leave me alone in the car. I'm a bit square, take me with you. I'm going to pick flowers, do you want to come? Forget it, then bring me a bottle of iced tea. Woman. The news of the serialization of Dragon Babu was soon released on Squat's official website. Although this was expected, the information of 3 episodes in a one-time serialization to celebrate the victory greatly stimulated readers. There was an upsurge in discussing Dragon on the internet, and even the hot search on Weibo of the day. Many people are very strange, what is this Dragon Babu? It sounds like a Buddhist scripture. Clicked in and took a look-only to realize that it was a comic. Here, some people who are interested in comics and those who are attracted by Song Yunwoo's paintings will click in to try them. And eventually some will become fans of comics. As the leading paper media leader, Squat will naturally not miss the online platform in the internet era. The comics serialized in all of its magazines are updated simultaneously on the internet. But the current model is the latest 8 episodes and you need to pay to watch it. If you can wait, then you can wait 2 months to see it for free. If you can't wait, just pay to see the latest. Because I only read a single comic. The cost is much smaller than buying a magazine every week. This mode is still very popular, of course. The format of the magazine itself still has meaning. For example, for a student who cannot surf the internet at will, he can often become a popular character in the class if he buys a magazine and circulates it in the class. Zhang Jun plays such a role in the school, his father. Zhang Kaing is the head teacher. So there is no kid in the class who dares to bully him. On the contrary, he can always bring some interesting magazines and he has a high status in the class. Elementary school students also have classes, but they are naive in the eyes of adults, so they never pay attention to it. In fact, this set is strictly enforced among them. Zhang Jun is undoubtedly a standard incumbent in the class. But unfortunately, he is in the 5th grade of elementary school. Except for a small number of precocious boys at this age, most of them are still in the period of pulling girls' pigtails. Whoever plays well with girls is going to be everyone looks down on it. So he is still a single dog, Zhang Jun, who has been in the middle and upper class position for a long time. Has always felt that he is more mature than others and thinks more. When other students are still excited about toy cars and remote control cars, his eyes have shifted to the girls in the same class, child. Swimming lessons every week is undoubtedly the time he looks forward to the most. Because then the girls will change into swimsuits and he, although standing on the other side of the pool, can still see the beautiful scenery with 5 eyesight. The 5th grade of elementary school logically is a pile of washboards, but in their class, they don't know whether it's too good nutrition or something. There are 2 standout groups. Use the vocabulary in the comics to describe. They are class flower school flowers. One of them is Tang Xiaodong, who is very beautiful and cute, with a sweet smile on his small face, a bone-sweet voice, and a pair of double ponytails. Zhang Jun has been secretly in love with her. As for the other one, Jiang Miao, although he is also very cute and never laughs, and he is a little nervous. The boys in the class reject her a bit at first. There were even people who wanted to bully her, but they were all beat and cried by Jiang Miao. Since then, Jiang Miao has gained a lot of popularity among girls. The main reason is that if you play with her, no boys dare to bully them. Zhang Jun doesn't like Jiang Miao because Tang Xiaodong always sticks to her, so that he can't find a chance to be alone with Tang Xiaodong. Just like now, Tang Xiaodong stood beside Jiang Miao, smiling as if saying something. And Jiang Miao has a wandering expression on his face. Miao, is there anyone in your family who can draw cartoons? No. What is a comic? I seem to have heard someone tell me that my stomach is so hungry. When will the get out of class end? Oh, does anyone want you to show him this swimsuit? No. I wear one, oh okay. Tang Xiaodong gave up asking Jiang Miao about the comics, and instead said, have you learned the swimming method that the teacher taught you just now? Home swimming is still necessary to learn. That's great, I don't know how you can teach me, said. She pulled Jiang Miao down into the swimming pool and asked her to teach herself swimming. The latter is completely at a loss. Why are you pulling me into the water because the teacher is clearly beside you? What can I teach you about swimming? I haven't learned it, how can I teach this? Isn't it natural to swim? She was very helpless. So she had to hold Tang Xiaoteng's 2 hands and let her twitch randomly in the water. Ah tilde, this is like an angel. Looking at Tang Xiaoteng's swimming style, Zhang Zheng was fascinated. Zhang Zhen, what are you looking at, Shazhai? Zhang Zhen's tablemate walked over, haha. Tang Xiaoteng looks funny swimming. Just like a dog in the water. Zhang Zhen glanced at this guy helplessly, thinking that this guy is probably the legendary Zhu Lon Sheng. But as a buddy who grew up in a community www novel MTL, he has always been adhering to the principle of hardship. Just hee to echo, Shazhai didn't notice anything. And continued, oh, did you buy this week's squat? I really want to know what happened to the dragon Babu. That doing you ate a toad and it was so powerful. I plan to go back on the weekend and let my mother buy a few bullfrogs back to eat. Maybe I will become a master after eating. The clams they eat are called mangu clam. Zhang Zhen corrected it a red-skinned toad. I think it's similar to a bullfrog, Shazhai disagreed. As said, he began to rehearse Lingbo slightly. In the middle of the comic, Yu's vain footwork that can drag out a series of afterimages is so handsome. Many boys are eager to walk with waves in this way. Mom can't catch up when she wants to smoke herself. However, Shazhai has forgotten one point. This is by the swimming pool and there is a lot of water. When he bounced around in his mouth, he suddenly slipped and fell into the water. Fortunately, the teacher on the side fished him up in time. There was no major problem. But he was reprimanded by the teacher, others called Lingbo Weibo, who stepped on the water. You are a drowning dog. Since then, Shazhai has not been able to get rid of the nickname Dog Shao until he graduated from high school. And on this day, no one noticed that at the other end of the pool, Jiang Mai-omie, who had been expressionless, had his mouth slightly raised. Mai-omie, I feel like I can swim. Tang Xiaoteng suddenly raised his head and said excitedly, I just swam for so long and haven't eaten a mouthful of water. I usually eat several mouthfuls of water. I won't be here in the future. You don't practice swimming. If you don't control the water, your stomach will burst. The new week is coming, and the 3 episodes of Tian Long Ba Bu will be released at the same time. For a time, the readers are cheering and excited. The editorial department of Squat is all anxiously watching the sales of the magazine. The emergence of online platforms has undoubtedly had a huge impact on the sales of magazines. Coupled with repeated prohibitions on piracy, the physical publishing industry has long been a dead end. Without the glory of the beginning of the century, originally everyone was accustomed to this for a long time, and turned more attention to the network and IP building. The most common sentence is, who buys books for reading now? They are all bought back and put on the bookshelf to pretend to be forced. The old editors who have been working hard for more than 10 or 20 years in this line do not want to see this magazine that has poured their youth, dreams and sweat in this way, but they are helpless. Until the appearance of the dance, a Tianlong Ba Bu gradually set off a wave of martial arts. The general, to help the building, fell turn the tide. Forcibly let weekly Squat go against the laws of the market and come back to life. How exciting is this? Can't be said in words. Everyone is looking forward to Dragon can create another miracle. At least let weekly Squat not die in their own hands. This kind of sentiment is probably only understood by the loyal and old readers of the magazine for more than 10 years. For example, Lu Cheng. He originally planned to buy a copy of Weekly Squat as before. But when he arrived at the newsstand, he found that it was actually crowded with a bunch of students. There are elementary school students, junior high school students, and even 1 or 2 high school students. What is this doing? He leaned over and found that they were shouting to buy a Weekly Squat. The magazine that the boss had just pulled out from behind would soon be snatched away by a hand who didn't know where it came from. It's over, it seems that I can't buy it today. Lu Cheng had no choice but to leave with regret. But there was still a smile on his face. After having liked the magazine for so many years, he finally became strong again. But I can't see the latest issue. I always feel so uncomfortable. This is a series of 3 episodes in one breath. I really want to know the story of the follow-up of Dragon. He felt that there was a hand in his heart that was always scratching, which caused him to feel a little confused during his work all morning. Fortunately, does not have many patients today, and they are all consultations for post-operative rehabilitation, which is not a major problem. The itchy Lu Cheng immediately ran out to buy magazines during his lunch break. What made him stunned was that several newsstands nearby were all sold out. I really want to know the plot going forward. How exactly will Duan Yu and Mu Wongking develop? As Lu Cheng walked to his office, he suddenly walked over to him and almost ran into him. Hey. Be careful, he stepped back quickly. And the other party apologized again and again, and then walked away. It turned out to be a food delivery company. I don't know who it is, there is a cafeteria in the hospital. He looked forward and immediately understood that it was Damon Zai. Lu Cheng walked to the door purple office and looked inside. As expected, this guy was eating a bowl of ramen. Demon Purple is a hybrid of cherry blossoms, and has always had a soft spot for some dishes from Sakura country, such as cherry-style ramen sashimi sake. Lu Cheng looked at her mouthful of noodles. His eyes widened. Damn, huh. The corner of the door's purple mouth was covered with green onion and looked up and found that it was Lu Cheng, and then continued to lower his head to eat noodles. People in Ying country are used to sucking noodles. Even if they choke their throats, they still have to them forcibly. The same goes for Damon Zai, just this suck. The soup is easy to splash. And Lu Cheng screamed for this reason, because he clearly saw that the thing that Damon Zai used to pad the soup bowl was weakly squat that he couldn't buy anywhere. You, Lu Cheng walked up to her, pointed at her, and said everything was uncomfortable. What are you doing? Dean Zai looked blank. Are you going to invite me to drink again, please? I please anyway, you hand and squat to me first. Lu Cheng was so distressed that she used a magazine that could not be bought everywhere, and was actually used as a cushion. The key point is that weekly squat is so thick that it is not suitable for padding. This is for you, then what mat should I get? Damon Zai only felt that this guy was inexplicable, then. This is for you. Lu Cheng casually took out the paper he put on his body to prepare for the afternoon meeting and handed it to her, and then forcibly snatched the magazine. Oh. Don't spill the soup. Damon Zai quickly held the soup bowl. Really, is this book so important? Of course. Lu Cheng couldn't wait to run back to his office with the magazine. Was in a rush just now, and almost forgot that he is still in the hospital now. His image as a serious doctor cannot be destroyed. After closing the office door, he started to read. After dismissing the South China Sea crocodile god, Mu Wongking accidentally discovered that Duan Yu's mother was actually Dao Beifeng www. Novel MTL, Tilda, and immediately shot and assassinated. Later, it was revealed that she was Duan Zhangchun's daughter, which led to the lover becoming a brother and sister. This dramatic change also caught Lu Cheng off guard. This operation was a bit irritating. He had always thought that Zhang Ling was Duan Zhangchun's daughter, and he didn't expect Mu Wongking to be too. This period of Zhangjun is too capable of giving birth. Right, he won't have several daughters. Continue to watch. Duan Yu ran away from his body because of Beiming's divine art, and in order to save him, Duan Zhengeming took him to Tianlong Temple. So it led to the story of the Tubo national teacher Kuma, Zhikyu Jianpu. Lu Cheng couldn't help but see his blood boiled when he saw the scene of the 6-mai sword array fighting the flame knife. This picture is really wonderful. The author must have martial arts skills. Otherwise it is impossible to draw so realistic and handsome. It seemed as if there was a battle actually happening in front of my eyes. After, Duan Yu used the 6 Meridian Excalibur, which was even more amazing. Others have been practicing the Yang finger for decades to barely develop a line. But Duan Yu easily trained a full set, which is too awesome. 6th Edition Divine Sword, this is invincible. Duan Yu had been criticized before and could only hide and hide. Without any means of attack, it's alright now. With the world's #1 swordsmanship in hand, who can stop him from becoming an adg? Lu Cheng wanted to keep reading but turned the page. There was nothing below. Mom. Do you want a break in this place? Lu Cheng growled, broken dog. Broken so ecstasy, I really want to send you the blade. Coincidentally, after reading this issue of Squat, most of the readers have their legs broken by sudden out-of characters when their blood is boiling. On the internet, they will either beg the dance teacher to do more, or someday the knife will be in hand and kill you. The world is out of chapter dog and so on. Cold it, scold it anyway, my dragon is gone. No matter how you scold me, there is nothing to be afraid of. Xiamen King watched the comments on the internet complaining about the out-of page Tianlong Babu at home. With relish, out of chapter. This is the foundation of a creator. And an author who doesn't even know how to break out of chapter is obviously unqualified. Even other movies will bury eggs in the second part. If you don't leave something at the end to seduce readers to continue watching, they will easily be abducted by the glamorous asterisk outside. With the advancing of the plot of the work, the popularity of Dragon is getting higher and higher. And this is only the first protagonist to appear on the stage. There is a more popular Kaio Feng who hasn't showed up yet. You can imagine how excited this group of readers will be after the appearance of the Kaio gang leader. The news has come from the editorial department. This week's weekly Squat continues to rise against the trend in the generally declining paper media industry. The weekly sales volume has increased from 7.6 million in the previous issue to 8.8 million. The final sales volume is included in the subsequent increase. It may stabilize at around 13 million volumes, which is quite scary data in this era of smartphones everywhere. Look at the second-selling magazine again. The weekly sales volume is only a mere 4 million copies, which is not at the same level at all, however. The success of Weekly Squat this time gave other colleagues a glimmer of hope. It turned out that it was not a pill in the industry. It was because they didn't work hard. If you can come up with enough amazing works, readers are still willing to buy it. It's just that Dragon Babu now has a tendency to evolve into a phenomenon-level work. To find another work comparable to it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. As a result, other publishers who were desperately trying to save their jobs came up with a shortcut. Follow the trend. This is actually a common problem in the industry. Just follow the trend and plagiarize the shameless ones. Some people copy the beginning first, and then follow up with their own original, so that the fans who stay will naturally clean up the author. Saying something like, just learn from the beginning, and other shameless words. It is very difficult for authors to defend their rights in this regard. And often the gains outweigh the losses. So few people will do it as a result. A large number of works that imitated Dragon Babu appeared on the market one after another. In the eyes of those old oilers, isn't this just a story of Long Yashin who fell off a cliff and picked up treasures and accompanied by beautiful women? There is no difficulty, and it is very easy to copy. Some of them even scratch the corners of their names, such as Babu of Heavenly God, Legend of Tianlong. Or the protagonist's name is Duan Yu Mu Wangkanjek. Some readers or retailers may not understand it. It was directly misled. Qin Yuyao has not resigned from the editorial department. So he learned the news for the first time after returning. He complained to everyone, "This is really too much. It's just holding my sisters and sucking blood. These people are shameless," however, to her surprise, the two guys who were the parties didn't seem to care about this. And even Song Yunwoo seemed a little happy. "Sister Yunwoo, aren't you angry?" "Ah, angry. Whatever." Song Yunwoo waved his hand. "Compared to that, I am now the target of plagiarism by everyone. Doesn't that mean that I am already a great god?" "Oh. The godhead came too suddenly. I am not mentally prepared yet." Xiamen Qing said, "Let them copy it. People who are really capable will succeed if they don't copy. Even if the waste is copied, it's just a bit of scum. It's just a clown. And it seems that we are down when we care about them share. But I'm still very angry." Qin Yuyao bulged her small mouth with a very cute expression. She was originally a beauty with a score of 85 or more. Since the awakening of Chang's blood, her facial features have changed in a very small range. Although she still looks the same person, If you compare the photos of the two periods, you will find that she is much better now than before. At least 90 points, and this score is still rising. Based on Ximen's situation as a standard of 100 points. Ah. So cute. Ximen King leaned over and rubbed Qin Yuyao's face. Ru Yaya, come to my room tonight, let's talk about some adults. Sister Ximen, can you stop talking about the comics discussion so emotionally? Xiaogyue, watch it. Ximen loves to see that Xiaogyue sitting on the sofa is wiping a shiny silver dagger with a handkerchief. Little boy, what are you doing, maintaining weapons? Nest like pigeon killers, this is basic. Qin Yuya whispered to Ximen Qing, Xiaogyue. The second disease is very serious. There are still this kind of toys if they are found outside. Will they be treated as controlled knives? Ximen Qing glanced at her and asked. You still think she is only a secondary disease, huh? Qin Yuya asked in surprise, is it true? But isn't she in elementary school, you? You want to ask why I and the charter-in-law are letting go? Ximen King guessed what she wanted to say. www, novel MTL. Tilda quietly. Mimi squeezed Qin Yuyao's chest. Hey. Take you out to watch something tonight, fun. Xiaogyue ignored the two of them and continued to maintain his short swords. With a serious expression, Qin Yuyao followed Ximen Qing to the room and got the first part of JoJo's bizarre adventure. Ximen Qing also thought about whether to take out the next few parts first, such as the third part where the concept of substitute was introduced for the first time. But after thinking about it, I gave up. Although each part of JoJo is an independent story, there are always inextricable relationships. It's still the most flavorful from the first one. The first part of JoJo is the simplest. It tells the story of a rogue who got into the home of a nobleman in an attempt to seize family property. After failing, he became a legendary vampire and was finally defeated by the protagonist JoJo. The second half of the first part is basically a mode of breaking through. In the era when the original work was created, that was the most popular routine. The most famous of this kind of routine is probably the Zodiac chapter of Saint Seiya in the same period. To be honest, the first part of JoJo can only be regarded as quite satisfactory. The most outstanding is probably this villain. Stuffs like it was me the first time and Jode. I'm not a man are all from the first part. As a newcomer, it is quite suitable for testing the water. The charm of the whole series will gradually show up until the second part. De Kaio's gentlemanly demeanor, Kaio's resourcefulness, San Kaio's oiler and oiler. All kinds of protagonists with different styles have formed a unique landscape. In addition, there are various supporting roles that are also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But is it a bit out of tune to let you draw this kind of manga as a girl? Ximen Qing hesitated again when she was about to give the script to Qin Yuyao. JoJo's painting style is very hardline. Ximen Qing is not sure whether a girl Qin Yuyao can perform well. If she brings her own style into this work, then JoJo may lose some of its characteristics. After experiencing the previous works, Ximen Qing is not as confident as it was at the beginning. It's like the same painting. Once it is crowned with the gimmick of a masterpiece, there will naturally be a group of people to interpret it in depth and to praise it. However, it is not so easy for newcomers to get ahead. This is a very metaphysical problem. The reality is that there is not so much chicken soup for the soul. And the deceitful words of gold will shine sooner or later, and as long as you have the strength will get the corresponding treatment will be torn apart in front of the market. Even the best creators can't guarantee that their next work will be popular. At most, they rely on their accumulated loyal fans to keep the bottom line. Thinking of JoJo's work is just a whim. Ximen Qing originally didn't plan to let girls draw this kind of comics. But now if she wants to think of a new work for Qin Yuyao, there is no inspiration at all. Too bad afraid of her going to the street. Too good afraid of waste. Qin Yuyao seemed hesitant to see Ximen's love, and said to her, Sister Ximen, don't worry. I will definitely draw a work worthy of your script. Ximen Qing looked at her, and finally gave her the manuscript. Hey. What do I want to do so much? It is better to paint than nothing. Xiao Ryo, I am optimistic about you. Well, Qin Yuyao nodded. Sister Simon, I'm going back. Wait a minute, Simon Ching stopped her. Have you forgotten? I said I would take you to see some interesting things. Qin Yuyao was puzzled. What? Don't ask, just follow me. Simon King took her to the sky in clouds. Song Yunwoo seemed to have known that the two would come, and took out 2 talisman papers to Simon Ching. Since Yu Yao is following, then I won't go watch it, no problem, wrap it on me. Simon King smiled. Said she gave one of the talisman papers to Qin Yuyao. What is this? The invisibility talisman perfectly shields one's own breath, voice and figure, and it's perfect for mixing into the female bathhouse. Simon Ching said and sighed suddenly. It's a pity that my dragon is gone. Now I don't need this to be fair and honest. Enter the women's bath. Alas, it's too late to meet. The more she thought about it, the more angry she got. She suddenly threw the talisman on the ground. Bah. What use do you want? Just threw it out. She quickly picked it up again. Just kidding, Ru Yao. Let's go. Where are you going? Oh, just come with me, I'm all dependent on you today. Simon Ching said and took her to the door of Ziliang Demon Village. Put it. She stuffed the talisman paper into the ditch on her chest, and then helped Qin Yuyao do the same thing. Wiping away some oil without a trace. Are we invisible now? Qin Yuyao looked at her suspiciously. But how can I still see you? Of course. Simon King explained. Don't you find that I have been holding your hand since just now? Once you separate, you won't see me anymore. Said she tried to let go of her hand. Sure enough, she instantly disappeared from Qin Yuyao's sight. Oh. It's amazing, Qin Yuyao exclaimed at this time. Simon Ching's hand squeezed back, again clasping her fingers, and the figure gradually appeared. Once the two holding the talisman have physical contact, after the energy exchange even if they become an individual, it is like you can see your hands and feet. Naturally you can see me. But what are we doing with the invisibility talisman? Qin Yuyao still didn't understand. Simon Ching said, you just wait and see. After a while, the door suddenly opened and a figure walked out of the door. Is not a little guy. Who is it? Why is she going out so late? Qin Yuyao wondered. Simon Ching said, the day she took care of the sword was when she was on mission. In the past, I followed the charter wife or the silly girl. Now that you have awakened your ability, let's take you there, indispensable. Qin Yuyao vomited. How do I feel that you are a bit like a mother who is secretly following the kid who goes out to get soy sauce for the first time? If you can, I hope you call Dad. Qin Yuyao did not answer this question. Xiaoguai was already downhill, and Simon Ching quickly brought Qin Yuyao to follow. Xiaoguai's footsteps are not fast, and the two of them have been following from a distance. Thanks to the invisibility charm of the charter wife, they were not discovered. After waiting for the downhill, Xiaoguai suddenly took out a piece of paper from his arms, and then looked around. What is she doing? It's probably looking at the task list, but it's a bit dark and she is looking for a street light. Doesn't she have a mobile phone? Qin Yuyao couldn't help but complain again. Simon said, this child is very principled. The task list was originally sent to her mobile phone, but she printed a piece of paper. Yu read www.ukanshu.com and brought it with her when she went out, without looking at her mobile phone. Just look at the paper. What kind of honey persistence is this? Qin Yuyao looked surprised. Look, she found the street light. Simon Ching said suddenly. I saw Xiaoguai walking to the street light, looking at the task list carefully in front of the light, and then carefully folding it in half 3 times and putting it in his pocket. Then she stood by the side of the road and waited. What is she doing again? Wait for the bus, Simon Ching said. Although her missions are all in Xiakang City, but the location is usually not near home. So many times you need to take the bus, and sometimes you need to take the bus. Qin Yuyao opened her mouth wide. What kind of operation is this? Did the killer actually take the bus to get out of the mission? And it's the evening shift, no way. A taxi is too expensive for her. Simon Ching explained seriously at this time. Our task is here, what mission, of course? To make sure that Xiaoguai won't take the wrong bus. Sure enough, you are watching your children go to make soy sauce. Qin Yuyao had a premonition that she would vomit tonight. The bus is coming, she got on the bus, hurry up. Simon Ching pulled Qin Yuyao and ran down the slope. The physical fitness of the zombies at night is still very strong. And Qin Yuyao is the first seed of the mythology that has just awakened. Both of them ran faster than the bus. Chased the bus all the way for a few stops. Xiaogyue finally got off the bus. Is she the destination yet? Qin Yuyao asked. Simon Ching observed his face suddenly changed. No. She is going to transfer, the worst is coming. Ru Yao. Let's go and see her destination. Don't let her sit in the wrong place. Xiaogyue took out the task list from his pocket again and confirmed it with the light of the light box at the bus stop. At this time Simon Ching and Qin Yuyao also came to her back and did not dare to get too close. After all, the invisibility talisman is not omnipotent. If they are within 1 meter, they will definitely be discovered by Xiaogyue. Thanks to the zombie's night vision ability, Simon Love can clearly see the content on the task list. The mission target was a teenager. The mission requirements were blocked and I didn't see clearly. The address was clearly marked on the top. No. Eitzuan Community. Simon Ching of Ziwang District knows that it is a villa area where people live in dignitaries. You can't get there by bus. But you can get to the TV station by bus. But you can get to the TV station by taking the 11th road. And then it will be there in 5 minutes. Xiaogyue ran under the stop sign and took a look at the stop sign. He walked across the stations one by one, nodded when he spotted the TV station, and then stood there waiting for the bus to come. Oops. However, Simon Ching and Qin Yuyao were not very happy. Because Xiaogyue forgot to look at the direction of the round trip. If she gets in the car here, she will only get farther and farther away from the TV station. If she just sat down to the terminal station like this and found out that everyone had gotten off, but the TV station hadn't arrived yet, she would definitely be hit hard. Simon King muttered. No. She has to find a way to make her aware of this. Just click. But what should I do? Qin Yuyao asked. The two of them couldn't directly come forward to remind the little boy. Simon Ching looked left and right, and then showed a weird smile at Qin Yuyao. It's really right to bring you out this time. It's your turn to play. Ru Yao. Huh. Qin Yuyao was still at a loss. She was dragged to the corner of the street by Simon Ching. And then she randomly found a man. It's him. Ru Yao. Go up and charm him and then let him remind the little boy. Simon King stretched out his hand, as if commanding a Pokemon. Huh. Qin Yuyao obviously didn't expect this to happen. She was a little reluctant. I haven't had a boyfriend yet. It's shameful to seduce a man. It's okay. Just say a few words. Simon King persuaded. Do you want to see Xiaogyue looking sad? That, okay. Qin Yuyao settled down. She never thought that one day she would seduce a strange man. I saw her take out the invisibility charm from her chest, then walked to the man and said a few words. The man's eyes widened when he saw her without blinking. He ran towards the bus stop after hearing her words. Simon Ching hurriedly stepped forward to hold Qin Yuyao, and the two followed him to take a look. I saw the man come to the bus stop pretending to take a bus, and walked up to the stop sign to look at it. While watching, he said, the TV station, the TV station. Have it a. Why is the direction wrong? You have to sit opposite to get to the TV station. Said he walked away. Xiaogyue naturally heard his self-talking and hurried to the stop sign to confirm it, and finally found out his mistake and then looked around. After confirming that no one had noticed, the little face blushed and then walked across the street. Went to the other side and waited. Yeah. Simon Ching and Qin Yuyao gave a high five, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Xiaogyue and the guy who was confused by Qin Yuyao waited for the 11th bus, while Simon Ching and Qin Yuyao sneaked in through the back door. I grew up so old. This is the first time I took the bus without paying. Qin Yuyao whispered to Simon King. Excitement. Simon Ching smiled. The ability of the evolutionary can be said to affect the society of ordinary people in all aspects. The key point is that our number is too small to live alone without ordinary people. So how to properly integrate into society, it is a topic that we have been studying for thousands of years. Qin Yuyao thought about it. When gaining abilities beyond ordinary people, there are often various problems that accompany them. In this world, There is no such thing as taking benefits without paying the price. About half an hour later, the TV station arrived. Xiaoguai and the man got out of the car, while Simon Ching and Qin Yuyao got out of the rear window. No way when getting in the car. You can enter from the back door and keep a certain distance from Xiaoguai. And when you get off the car, Xiaoguai also walks through the back door. If they wait for Xiaoguai to get off before leaving, the driver will close the door. Simon King rubbed his chest and grinned, "Oh. It hurts me to death. Sometimes I still envy those washboards." Qin Yuyao did the same movement as her and nodded in sympathy. "Do you hurt? I'll rub it for you." Pub. Qin Yuyao patted Simon Ching's hand. "No need, thank you." "You have changed," Simon King said sadly. "You are no longer the one crying and wanting to take a bath with me." "I haven't done that before." Qin Yuyao rolled her eyes and then looked to the side. "Sister Simon will keep up. Xiaoguai is going away soon." I saw Xiaoguai walk to the right after getting out of the car. When the two talked, she had already walked out several hundred meters. www. Novel MTL. Tilda and the man who was charmed by Qin Yuyao stood in a daze. Huh. Why am I here? What did I just want to do? The two continued to walk, only to see Xiaoguai walking forward purposefully, turning around without hesitation when encountering a fork in the road. Qin Yuyao sighed. Have she been here before? Why is she so skilled? No, Simon Ching noticed the problem. Didn't you realize that she has been turning left since just now? Huh, could it be? Yes, she's lost. Simon Ching held his forehead and said uncomfortably. She wasn't a fool before, then what's going on? Simon pointed to the top with affection. Look at the sky. What's in the sky? Airplane? No, I just saw a moon. It's the moon, Simon Ching said. She's an old problem. What is it? Qin Yuyao just asked. She saw Xiaoguai suddenly jump on top of a street lamp and then yelled at the sky, "Woo, this is." Qin Yuyao was stunned. Don't you say that Xiaoguai is a co-worker bloodline? Isn't the wolf just her mimicking it? How can the human form still imitate the wolf now? Simon King explained, she grew up in a wolf den before she was 8 years old. She always mistakenly thought that she was a wolf. I have worked hard for several years with the charter-in-law, but we have not been able to completely change her habit of howling to the moon. Oh, I see. Qin Yuyao knew. It's just like you have always imagined that you are a man. No wonder you always do things to us. That's not a fantasy. I used to be a pure man, the 5 cm in diameter. Fuck you. Simon was crying without tears, and it was all sad to say. Xiaoguai howled at the moon for a while after the addiction. He seemed to remember that he had to perform a task. But after she jumped off the street lamp, she looked left and right, her face gradually showing a confused, pitiful and helpless expression. What's wrong with her? Qin Yuyao asked. Simon wondered. I wonder. This should be lost. What should I do? Simon, you think she is about to cry? Qin Yuyao said nervously. Simon Ching made a decisive decision. Hurry up and look for it. There should be street signs around. The two hurriedly searched both ends of the street and successfully found a street sign pointing to Zhuang community. Simon Ching ran over and pulled out the street sign from the concrete floor, then went to the corner near Xiaoguai to adjust the angle, and then inserted the street sign heavily, Chinese letter. There was a loud noise on the ground, and the street sign that had just been pulled out entered the concrete ground again. Sister Simon, you are so strong, Qin Yuyao sighed. Hey. Zombie. Simon Ching smiled. Basic operation. Don't call 666. I didn't plan to shout. Qin Yuyao rolled her eyes. Xiaoguai was startled by the sound and ran over to take a look, and found that it was a street sign pointing to the Zhuang community. And he instantly beamed with joy. I even ignored why there was such a loud noise, and ran directly in the direction pointed by the street sign. A few minutes later, she successfully arrived at Zhuang community. Tilda, it's not easy. Simon Ching wiped off his sweat. Qin Yuyao asked her, are you always so strenuous? It depends on the situation. There are more methods for the charter house, which will be easier. She is a little tired with the dumb boy. Sometimes she is often distracted by the roadside food stalls. It is better to be with you, at least you can seduce someone. Man or something. Qin Yuyao's cheeks were red. Sister Ximen, don't say it. This is the first time I have talked to a strange man when I grow up. It feels like this is a dark history. Well, Tilda, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Ximen Qing patted her shoulder. And Qin Yuyao was relieved said again. Such a good threatening material must be used by myself. La Qin Yuyao. Next to Xiaoguai, she came to the gate of Ziweng community. The security of this high-end villa area is naturally very strict. But it is not difficult for her. I saw that she suddenly turned into a puddle of water with people and clothes. And went straight into the community through the gap in the fence. Ximen Qing and Qin Yuyao used the invisibility talisman to directly enter the long jump. They followed Xiaoguai to Villa 8. Although it is a high-end community, the villas here are luxurious enough. But compared with Ziliang Yaozhuangxi are a bit worse. Qin Yuyao realized now that the house she rented for 1,000 yuan a month seemed to be more advanced than she had imagined. Xiaoguai entered the villa in the form of water. And then successfully found her mission goal on the second floor. Ximen Qing. They went directly into the house through the door of the backyard. There was only one nanny working in the lobby on the first floor. And the two of them avoided her and went to the second floor. Xiaoguai was about to follow the crack in the door to enter the room. But the door was suddenly opened. The goal came out at this time. Xiaoguai quickly stopped moving. But the result was that the target stepped on the water. Slipped and fell to the ground with a bang. Oh my god. The target screamed, what's the matter? The nanny hurriedly rushed up after hearing the sound. Oh. Why did this one fall on the ground, Sao Lord? This is the cute attribute you have been talking about recently. Right, fuck off, I didn't fall on the ground. The target rubbed his head and stood up complaining. Mother Wu. Why did you leave such a large puddle of water on the ground that made me slip and fall? My head hurts, he tease you. You fell a buddy, you should have a pain in your butt. Not your head, Wuma smiled. Do you want to eat something again? I will buy it for you. I really bumped my head, Target said annoyed. But if you want to buy something for me, just buy this weekly squat for me. I don't know what's wrong recently. If you want to buy a magazine, you have to get up early in the line. Well, I'll help you line up tomorrow morning. I'm professional in queuing. I used to help people line up to buy train tickets. Wuma patted her chest and agreed. Didn't you last time you said that you were in the foot washing room to help people do reflexology? Day. Once a customer asked me how much money was for the night package. I scolded him 62. And then he gave me 62 yuan to let me stay up late to buy a train ticket for him. Wuma recalled the past year from there at the beginning. I discovered that helping people buy train tickets can actually make money. Later on, I sold scalper tickets to your father. He fell in love with me and brought me home. My dad is a bad guy. Don't say it as if he wants to take care of you. The target boy vomited vigorously. That's it, www. Novel MTL you should treat this puddle of water soon. No, what did I want to do just now? It's you which disrupted my thinking, forget it. Let's go back to the room and continue surfing the internet. The target returned to the room. And the nanny took the absorbent cloth to soak up all the water that the boy had turned into. And then twisted it against the bucket. Qin Yuyao nervously said at the end of the corridor, it doesn't matter, little boy. It's okay. She is immune to physical attacks when she becomes water. And don't look at the big beach of water. In fact, only one drop is her body. And the others are just ordinary water. The nanny turned around to get the mop. Xiaoguai took the opportunity to become a white puppy and crawled out of the bucket. Then shook it vigorously. And hid in the next room after drying the water. Strange. When the babysitter came back, he found water splashing everywhere after uttering a word. He wiped it again and then went downstairs with the bucket. Wait until she leaves. Xiaoguai prepares for the second raid. But this time she only got to the door. Before she could melt the water, the door suddenly opened again. I remember. I just wanted to go downstairs to drink water. At the same time, the puppy was hit by the door and flew out. Target looked at Xiaoguai in surprise. Dog. When did our family have a dog? Hey, don't run. Seeing being discovered, Xiaoguai immediately wanted to run. But the target subconsciously chased him up. Xiaoguai left water stains on the floor while running. But the target's feet slipped again, and he rolled all the way from the stairs to the first floor. Nanny Wu Ma was just wiping the handrails, and the bucket was placed under the stairs. His invincible Hot Wheels came down, and his head plunged directly into the bucket. "Oh. I'm scared to death," Wu Ma exclaimed. "Master Sao. You want to drink water in the refrigerator? We drink this." "I don't want to drink water." The target boy pulled his head out and shouted. "Can't you see that I fell in this position?" Mother Wu thought for a while and said, "Then you are too precise." The target boy felt a little wronged. "It was the dog that killed him. Madam Wu, did you bring it in?" "Me, how come I will keep a dog?" Wu Ma shook her head. "My foolish daughter is enough for me to have a headache." "Where is that dog?" Wu Ma, you have a daughter." The boy's attention suddenly shifted. "Why haven't she seen you?" "She is in high school. Where does she have time? Every day she wakes up in the dark. It's different from you." Wu Ma explained as she wiped the boy's head. "Our high school students busy. I am relaxed from 9 to 5 every day." The boy said, "You will bring her to see me another day. She must have lied to you. I will help you break her." "I don't know that." Madam Wu suddenly looked at him vigilantly. "Master Sao, don't you have any thoughts about my daughter?" "No, you will be incestuous like this. You can't save your illness." The boy rolled his eyes suddenly. This Wu Ma always fantasizes about being taken care of by his father. After so many years, Savrion has been used to it. And there is no desire to complain. "Wait a minute. What do you use to wipe my head at the beginning?" Smoothly. Mother Wu hid the rag with amazing hand speed, and then took the boy to the bathroom. "You should take a shower, and I will help you get your clothes." On the second floor, the little guy who barely escaped was hiding in the corner and gasping for breath. She was a bit unwilling. She was just an ordinary teenager. Why did she miss it again and again? When she heard the babysitter downstairs saying that she would take the teenager to the bathroom, her eyes suddenly brightened. The bathroom is where her abilities can be used. She didn't have to go downstairs. She just found a place with a faucet and got in. She is going to assassinate along the water pipe. Ximon Qing and Qin Yuyo are going downstairs to have a look. Who wants to meet the nanny who came upstairs to get the clothes? Qin Yuyo subconsciously wanted to go around her, but she couldn't hear them walking anyway. However, Ximon Qing grabbed her and stuck it to the corner. "What's wrong?" Simon emotion over her mouth, then stared at this dignified nanny. "I saw that the babysitter did not enter the house immediately after coming to the corridor, but stood there and closed his eyes. Suddenly, her eyes opened and her pupils turned blood red, and a pair of fangs appeared in her mouth. Qin Yuyo was shocked when she saw this and seemed to be frightened. Ximon held her tightly, eliminating her anxiety. Ma Wu looked left and right, then leaned forward. Her nose fluttered a few times as if she was sniffing the smell. Then she frowned. "Is it because of me at this time?" The voice of a teenager came from downstairs. "Mother, hurry up, don't wait until I'm naked before you break in." "Oh, come right now." Mother Wu instantly returned to her normal appearance, went into the house to fetch clothes for the teenager, and muttered, "When I was a child, I didn't see any place when I breastfed you." Waiting for her to go downstairs, Ximon Qing let go. Qin Yuyo gasped loudly. "Hua, Ximon's sister. What was she just now?" "A vampire, it's a zombie." Ximon said with affection. Zombies. Are there other zombies in this world?" Qin Yuyo asked in surprise. According to Song Yunwoo and their popular science, Qin Yuyo understands that the same kind of ability must be the descendant of the same original seed. And Ximon Qing is the original seed of zombies, that is to say. I don't think too much. Ximon King probably guessed what she was thinking. Zombies are different from normal evolvers. They don't need reproduction and can create other zombies by just biting their necks. Then I don't know her. Ximon King shook her head. It should be the offspring of someone I bit her neck. The ability to bite the neck and create the same race is only available to her. The first species. The other second-generation zombie evolvers can only create new zombies through normal reproduction. It was because Ximon's emotions had reached the zombie bloodline in the opponent's body. Qin Yuya was stopped in time. This Mother Wu is very strong. If she just walks past her by rubbing her like this, she will be found out if she is not sure. That little boy will be fine, right? Let's go down and take a look, since just now there has been no special voice from downstairs. And Xiamen Qing is also curious as to why Xiaoguai hasn't done it yet. Logically, she would be able to reach the bathroom downstairs by following the plumbing in a few seconds. The two went to the bathroom downstairs and found that Ma Wu had just come out of the bathroom. And the boy was humming and taking a shower in it. There was nothing unusual at all. This is weird. Xiamen thought for a while and pulled Qin Yuyao to the outdoor exhaust window. Let's look inside. Ah no, Qin Yuyao blushed. It's so shameless to watch boys take a bath or something. Oh, how much is a jin for the festival? Xiamen King jumped directly to the window and grabbed it with his hands. Looked in the bathroom for a while. And then let go and came back. Qin Yuyao marveled at her calmness, thinking that Sister Xiamen must be an old driver. How? One, he is not as big as me. Xiamen Qing showed a triumphant expression. Who asked you about this? Qin Yuyao couldn't laugh or cry. Where is the boy? Xiamen Qing shook his head. There is no shadow of Xiaoguai tilde www. Novel MTL, tilde she doesn't know where she went. So she won't get lost in the pipe, while was talking. The two suddenly saw a figure drilled out of the drain in the yard. It was the puppy that Xiaoguai had become. I saw her transform back into a human form, tugging at the dirty stuff on her head. Aggrieved as if she wanted to cry. What's wrong with her? Qin Yuyao looked at this scene in surprise. I see. Xiamen Qing suddenly showed the expression of a famous detective and pushed the black-framed glasses that didn't exist. It's so cold. You must put cold water for a while before taking a bath. Little boy may move too fast. Too much, directly from the shower head into the sewer. Ah, what should I do? Cold salad, Xiamen Qing said. Looking at her like this, I'm probably about to give up. The charter wife and I have set an entrance guard for her. If she doesn't leave, she won't be able to keep up. Ouch, it hurts so much. As she said, Xiaoguai's mouth was sullen, although there were tears in her eyes. She did not cry after all. She stood up and patted her butt, and then left the yard somewhat lonely. I've been here once. But she didn't get lost anymore. Xiaoguai fell to the ground and returned to Ziliang Demon Village. Xiamen Qing and Qin Yuyao returned home before her. I am back. Xiamen King pretended not to know anything. Oh. Come be a CK Chinese letter. Why are you so dirty? Just, I fell down. That's it, come and wash. Xiamen King took her into the bathroom. Qin Yuyao shouted in the kitchen, I made a supper and I will eat together after the shower. Supper. Xiaoguai's lost expression disappeared instantly, and a tail appeared behind him and kept shaking. Private Kaifeng High School is a famous aristocratic college in Xiaokang City. There are only 3 kinds of students here. One is a student who has excellent grades that can easily be admitted to a key university. The other is a Miss Young Master who has at least one upper-class person in the family. As for the third type, that is naturally rich in academic performance. Really aristocratic again. This is simply the favorite setting of the TV series. But there is no F4 bullying here, because the principal of this school is the most distressed one. If you dare to do things on his site, even a high-ranking official in the capital can take you. Get to jail as the mayor's grandson. Li Yuki naturally went to school here more than a month ago. He was in a car accident and broke his leg. He thought he would not be used for class this semester. Who knew that his injury recovered surprisingly quickly, and he could go to school normally since last week. Fortunately, classmates don't know his specific injury. Only if he is recovering normally. Morning. Li Yuki walked into the classroom, returned to the same table and lay down on the table. He didn't sleep well last night. Li Yuki, what's the matter with you? Squad leader Senzin suddenly exclaimed. Why are there so many black spots on your face? It's okay. But I accidentally fell down the stairs yesterday. Li Yuki waved her hand, motioning her not to make a fuss. Really? Senzin was suspicious. How can you fall off the stairs even as a big person? Is the injury still not healed? No. There was a lot of water on the floor. And then a dog suddenly appeared. I accidentally slipped and fell, Li Yuki told the truth. However, everyone had an expression of "you are an idiot." Thinking that he wanted to save face, so he lied so blindly. What I said is true, Lee Yuki was depressed to death. To be honest, nobody believed it, which was too annoying. However, at this time, they did not notice that a girl wearing glasses in the corner quietly took out the phone and opened a certain page. At the top of the page is a photo of Lee Yuki. And then down is a series of text. Mission target location, no 8 Zuang community. Task requirements, beat him up, task reward 5,000 RMB. She pulled to the bottom, clicked the confirm complete option, and gave her a 5-star praise. Ding, a dialog box popped up. God's prank, thank you for your patronage. And welcome again. Hey. I didn't expect this website to be real. Xiaoliusari. Who made me only have your photos in my phone for the time being. I just try to see if this website is real. So when you were a kid, I dragged me the 2 ponytails, shouted drive for retribution. When eating at noon, Xiaogui turned on his phone and found to his surprise that his task was completed. And he also received a 5-star praise. How is this going? Didn't the mission fail? I obviously didn't do anything. She was at a loss, but after another thought, forget it. Anyway, the praise and the money have arrived. I just recently wanted to change a graphics card and almost paid the money. The 5,000 yuan came at the right time. Mio, what are you looking at? Tang Xiaoteng leaned over and pressed her face to her face. Wow, you are playing on the phone. So you are not afraid of being handed over by the teacher. Don't be afraid, Xiaogui said calmly. She can turn her mobile phone into water at any time. How can the teacher hand it in? You are amazing. Tang Xiaoteng sighed. My mother wouldn't allow me to bring my mobile phone to school. I originally wanted to record a dance by the pool. Dance. That's right, Tang Xiaoteng nodded. She originally posted dancing videos for welfare when she had 500. 0 fans, but she never found a chance. She has not recorded more than 700,000 fans until now. It would be great if you could come and dance with me. If the two of us form a combination, it must be invincible. How about the name of the combination is syrup? I cannot dance, it's okay, I can teach you. 3 days later, Sister Ximen, I'm done, take a look. Qin Yuyao ran to Ximen Qing's room with a stack of paintings in her hand. Looking at her expectantly, so fast. Ximen Qing was a little surprised. And only then gave her the script for a few days. And it was actually finished. Look at the thick stack in her hand, at least 30 pages. It can keep up with Song Yunwoo's workload for half a month. Qin Yuyao said, I don't know. I feel that the movement is very smooth when I write the pen. And I finish painting without knowing it. It seems that your painting ability is passive. Ximen sighed emotionally. Unlike Song Yunwoo's painting technique that needs to be driven by incantation, Qin Yuyao's painting ability is completely effective anytime and anywhere. So even if she doesn't use the ability, she paints there naturally. The speed is much faster than normal people. Now this is still the result of her unskilledness when she just started to paint. Ximen Qing looked at it and then returned it to her again. There are still some problems with the storyboard. Like here. The sentence A was not JOJO for the first time, should obviously be featured in the close-up. You reading www.ukanshu.com. Why did you take it with a small grid? And you can only see the back of your head and. She pointed out the problems one by one. And then asked Qin Yuyao to correct them. When Qin Yuyao gave her the drawing again 2 days later, the result finally satisfied her. Okay, that's it. You take it to the editorial department, Ximen Qing said. But I don't recommend you to contribute to squat. First of all, the Mars where you work is mostly cute works and comrades. JOJO is obviously out of place. As for the main journal, they have recently been focusing on Dragon Babu. It is estimated that they will not use any resources on you. And they have already chopped down 2 works in one go. I heard from the charterer that many readers are scolding. I won't get new work so soon. Where shall I go to submit my paper? You ask me what do I understand, Ximen Qing shook his head. Go and ask the seniors in your editorial department. Oh, that's right. So Qin Yuyao went to the editorial department and found Duan Yongping. Duan Yongping's opinion is similar to that of Ximen Qing. we are indeed not very suitable for new works lately. And your work is quite satisfactory. And the style of painting is somewhat unpleasant to readers. The possibility of popularity and rejection is about 50 to 50. I can't say that I have two suggestions. One is to vote for more publishers. Now all parties are vigorously receiving new manuscripts in an attempt to imitate the success of Tian Long Ba Bu. Someone should ask for your work. Well, it's just a little bit of my selfishness. You can actually serialize on the internet. Squat's official website has no serialization limit. You can contribute freely. But this method is hard to get ahead, thank you, senior. Qin Yuyao considered it for a while, and finally chose to submit the article. If all of them are rejected, she will prepare to serialize it online. The development of webcomics is still in its infancy. Even the charging model is copied from web novels, which is not very mature yet, therefore. Cartoonists who want to make money now generally do not choose to publish their works online. Although Qin Yuyao did not have that great need for money. She grew up reading comic magazines and naturally hoped that her work could be published on tangible paper, not on a virtual network. She got the submission methods of several publishing houses from Duan Yongping. And then each of them contributed 3 stories. Cast a large net if you are lucky. You should be able to catch 1 or 2, however. The reality is that since the 3rd day, she has received notifications from various publishing houses, one after another. The content is much the same, but the simple summary is 2 words: never pass. The beginning of the first part of JOJO is really not amazing. The biggest gimmick, Ripple, is still new to Islanders. But it is too common in Hyuguo. And it is still Qigong if it is too mysterious. The original author first started serializing JOJO after drawing the accumulated popularity of other works and the trust of the editor. And she was a newcomer naturally, it would not be so easy. There should be no accidents. It should be the end of annihilation. Qin Yuyao had to find Ximenking to discuss whether or not to start serialization on the internet. Online serialization. Ximenqing thought about it and said it's not impossible. But this is the same as online novels. There must be a period of popularity accumulation in the early stage. And there is really no benefit during this period. And it doesn't mean that you will succeed after this period of time. It's like gambling, maybe after it's on the shelves. It's a big fish wrapped in tender molds. But it may also be rushing to the streets to eat the dirt and work in the sea. Of course, the chance of JOJO hitting the street is definitely very small. But this is a comic, after all, not an online novel. According to the current development, it may require you to use love to generate electricity within a year or 2. The internet is a very magical place here. Getting rich overnight is not a fantasy. And you can even see some cases of sudden popularity. To describe it with the words of the internet literary circle is, a book entrusts the gods. However, in reality there are so many books and gods. And many great gods have not shown the mountains and the water. And have been diligent for 6 or 7 years and 7 or 8 years. This is the more common pattern. Where can anyone last for so long in general? 99% was eliminated in the first 3 years. And 99% was eliminated in the next 3 years. Among the remaining people who persevered, a few truly talented people became gods. And many of them wasted a lot of time and gained nothing. Ximenqing is not against Qin Yuyao's online serialization. But in that case, she can't be a full-time cartoonist like Song Yunwoo. She must continue to work in the editorial department to stick to her dream. Which will be very hard. Well, I will consider it carefully. Qin Yuyao didn't rush to make a decision. At least until the remaining publishing houses rejected all of them and completely cut off her expectations. Weekly Comics Division of Edge Publishing House. The editors are in a meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was not good. And the editor-in-chief sitting at the top made a calm face. Who can tell me? How many sales of Weekly Manu last week? 5,000. Someone whispered below, you knew it. The editor-in-chief suddenly raised his voice. The comics division was opened up to open up new markets. Not for your retirement. Half a year ago, our sales volume was still 10,000. After half a year, you got only half of it left. You are really talented. An editor beside said, Editor-in-Chief. The decline of the paper media market is a general trend. And it is not only our family's sales decline. Don't you think I don't know? The editor-in-chief shouted directly at the person. But you can see for yourself the decline of other people's homes. Is there such an exaggeration as ours? In a few months, are you planning to increase sales? It's 500. I won't mention people's weekly squat. Why can people turn up against the wind? When other families are down only, their family is going up. And it's still skyrocketing, vision, vision, vision. How many times have I said that? Don't always use the aesthetics of your fashion magazines to select works. Isn't squat turned over because of a dragon babu? Let's look at you again. What are these things? Danmei, 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 or Danmei who stepped on a horse. The editor-in-chief smashed the magazine in his hand and said, The beauty of your horse. How niche this thing is, don't you have any idea about it? Within 3 issues I cut all of this. But the editor-in-chief. A female editor said immediately. We started the publication so late. And we only relied on Tanmei to open up the market. Wouldn't it be a bit sorry for the readers who have been supporting us now? Are you a philanthropist, huh? The editor glared at her. You reading www, can't you? Come, wanna do charity and go to the Red Cross as soon as possible. Our purpose is to make money, you know. Don't tell me any feelings. Cross the river and break the bridge, in short. If I see another Danmei work next month if it appears in our magazine, you will all be damned. Well, also don't use the name Weekly Manu. Now the market has long positioned it as a Danmei magazine. If you want to change the image, change the name first, NS. The editor-in-chief left after speaking, leaving only a group of editors with heavy expressions. The female editor even started to cry. Another female editor on the side persuaded, Oh Xiom. Look at the starting point. The new official has 3 fires. He is specially sent by the department to save our performance. Didn't we foresee drastic reforms a long time ago? If you raise an objection at this time, he will definitely target you. The female editor named Hiromi Nita said a bit aggrieved, but he is too much. It is not wrong to like Tanmei. Many readers have been silently supporting us. And now it is too much to abandon them like this. There is no way, after all we also have to eat. Another male editor said. I heard that the editor-in-chief was digging from other places with great effort. I think it should be a bit capable, I hope. The female editor who advised Hiromi Nita sighed. If we don't save this magazine, we'll really be laid off. They were originally dispatched by the headquarters. And now the headquarters has been filled with newcomers. And there is no place for them to go back. If Weekly Manu is cold, they will not be far from being unemployed. The reality is so cruel even if they are reluctant. They still have to look for new comics according to the editor's will. Nita Hiromi is a native of Sakura country. Because she has always yearned for the country of flowers. She chose to study in the country of flowers when she was in college. After graduation stayed in Zayakong, the most prosperous city in the country, and became an editor. She likes this job. Especially when she sees the letters from readers. She feels a sense of accomplishment, however. Upon the order of the new editor-in-chief, she had to go against the expectations of those readers to find more popular comics. Although she is very reluctant, she has the traditional obedience of the Sakura people. Instead of protesting to the editor-in-chief, she carefully reviewed the comics one by one and selected works suitable for serialization in the revised Weekly Manu. The reason why there are so many works is not how well received their magazine is, but because many authors have contributed more than one manuscript. And like Qin Yuyao, they have the idea of casting a net on a large scale. When she fancied a work and then contacted the author, the response she got was often, "Excuse me, I have signed a contract with XX magazine," just because they never thought that they would cut so many works at once. The vacancy became very large. And it was far from being able to make up for 1 or 2 works. Reluctantly, she and other editors had to lower their standards repeatedly. They didn't want to find a good work. They only hoped that they could collect the quantity of a magazine in 3 weeks. Flipped through. She saw a comic called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. To be honest, the name is very ordinary, and there is no desire to attract people. But she still watched. It's just that the hardline style really makes Nita Hiromi, a person who is used to reading tanmei comics, a little unbearable. What is this? Why are there so many strange lines on the face? And this shadow is too casual. If it was before, Nita Hiromi would definitely choose to refuse. However, nowadays the comics are seriously inadequate. Although the comics are quite satisfactory, at least the plot is fairly smooth. Suddenly she thought of the editor-in-chief yelling at a meeting. And she suddenly became a little angry. Don't you like tanmei? Then I see if you like it or not. With a hint of anger, Nita Hiromi chose to contact the author of this comic. In fact, as she expected, this work was not signed with any publishing house, and she successfully obtained the consent of the other party. It's just a surprise that the author of this manga is actually a girl. And the sound is pretty good. This surprised Nita Hiromi. I'm tired. After completing an indicator, Nita Hiromi twisted her neck and then looked at her phone. God, it's 10 o'clock. She quickly looked out the window. And the sky was already dark, and it seems to be raining. I didn't bring an umbrella. She hurriedly packed her things, then went downstairs, praying that the rain would not be too heavy. However, the pouring rain outside completely shattered her fantasy. In such a cold day, if the rain rushes out, you will definitely catch a cold. Just when Nita Hiromi was at a loss, suddenly a cold thing lay on her head. Oh. She hurriedly reached out and held it, then took it down and found it was a folding umbrella. She looked back and exclaimed, Editor-in-chief, why are you here? Nonsense, what else can you do in the company besides work? The editor glared at her. Then this umbrella. Here you are, I don't need it anyway. The editor-in-chief finished speaking, then turned and walked back to the company building. Nita Hiromi looked at his leaving back, and was suddenly moved. He obviously only has an umbrella, so he actually gave it to himself. In this way, he doesn't seem to be too bad. Maybe it's just that the work attitude is a little harsher. Thinking of this, Nita Hiromi bowed to the door where no one was visible. Thank you. She walked into the rain under an umbrella. The rain was so heavy that even if she had an umbrella, she would inevitably get caught in the rain. If two people hold an umbrella together, then they must be wet. And she feels that the editor-in-chief is a good person more and more in her heart. However, at this moment a sports car stopped beside her, and the splashing water directly wetted her stockings. Ugh! Hiromi, Nita exclaimed, then looked at the sports car. I saw the window of the sports car slowly lowered, and the person sitting in the driver's seat was the editor-in-chief. Remember to return my umbrella tomorrow. After he said, he raised the window and drove away. Only Hiromi Nita was left messy in the wind and rain. Yeah, Chin Yuyo happily hugged Ximen Ching on the side. Sister Ximen. Finally a publishing house is willing to sign me, who? So insightful. Ximen Ching also didn't expect that there are really people who have the eyes to know the bead. Is it because his perception is too one-sided? In fact, the beginning of the first part is also attractive. Chin Yuya replied, it's Weekly Man Yu. Why does this name sound familiar? Simon was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly returned to his senses. I remember. Isn't this the blind publishing house that rejected the renter's working cell? The success of Work Cell shows that it is not that the work is not suitable for this era www. Novel MTL. But that the editor of that publishing house is blind. This has made Ximen Ching, who was once an UP master with fear, has always been brooding about it. You will not be deceived. Will you know? Chin Yuya shook her head. I recently did an internship in the editorial department, and I was able to get in touch with something. The sales of Weekly Manu has been declining severely in the past 6 months. Recently, it was when they planned to reform. Fresh blood is needed. So it is not impossible for our comics to be signed. So that's almost a plan to use you to refill the count. That's really a treasure. Ximen emotionally expressed the luck of this magazine. Maybe they are just using JoJo's Bizarre Adventure to make up the number now. But in the future, they will definitely find out how big a golden egg they picked up. I'm going to paint. Qin Yuyao, who had successfully signed the contract, was full of enthusiasm and immediately rushed to the room to start painting. Xiamen Qing looked at her like this and couldn't help but sigh. It's nice to be young. Not counting the actual age of this body, it has been more than 100 years since he entered this body. She is already a veritable old man. But old people can also have sunset red. Being infected by Qin Yuyao, Xiamen Qing felt that she could not always be so salty. Manga matters, just leave it to two wings. And she is now preparing a new song for Christmas. There are still more than 2 months before the New Year's Eve. Christmas, what song should I sing? There is it. Xiamen Qing watched the heavier and harder rain outside. Suddenly his eyes lit up. This time just happens to be the season of white albums. It's better too. Do you think Xiamen Qing is going to sing Unexpected Love? Non-existent, this song does not match the plot. The appeal is greatly reduced. And it is not suitable for posting alone. She only thought of snow because of the rain outside. And when it came to snow, she subconsciously thought of an old song that used to be popular in another world. Maybe it's because the 8 parts of the dragon is a bit too hot. Now Xiamen Qing often thinks of some older things in his mind. Do not misunderstand, of course. What I'm talking about here is not the first snow in 2002. But serious snow. Aside from the controversy of the original song itself, this song alone is definitely a childhood memory of a large number of people. How popular was this song back then? As long as you're not at home autistic all day, just go for a walk on the street. The probability of hearing it is so horrendous. That's really all the video shops, barber shops, shoe shops. All in them, turn on the TV, the music channel is also playing. Even when I call someone, the ring back tone is the song. Is read all over the streets and alleys, that's how it is said. When that era was really full of classic serious snow. Damn tenderness, has anyone ever told you? 8,000 miles away. Even after many years, some people still remember it. Unlike the later Chinese music scene, there were a lot of mixed English and rap. They looked very hot when they first released it. But after the heat passed, there were not many people who could remember. If you want to choose, Xiamen Qing is naturally more willing to sing those classics that have passed the test of time. And Christmas is a big winter festival. Singing snow-related songs is naturally perfect. But there is a problem, that is, Xiaokong City is located in the south. And it has not snowed for many years. I have to think of a way to get a snowfall. Xiamen murmured love, so he went up to the second floor and found the gate. Zai, sweet boy. Here, help me. Authay's surprising Damon Zai was reading. And it was a little surprised to see Xiamen King coming in. What can you say about it? Xiamen Qing did not rush to say, but glanced at the book in her hand. What book are you reading? Oh, there is an operation, Damon Zai said. A young girl got cervical cancer before she graduated from university. And it spread. There are too many places to be cut. But it will affect her future life. It's too big, so I have a headache now. Then you come on. Xiamen Qing can't make any good suggestions in this regard. To die is to take a bite and turn the opponent into a zombie. So that most of the diseases can heal by themselves. Stop talking about this. I will think of a way later, and tell me about you. Damon Zai straightened her temples and said to her. Oh, that's the case. Haven't you been the eldest sister in Ying country before? I want to ask if you know someone in Zhu Nu's line. Damon Zai is a little embarrassed. Please don't mention my dark history. What kind of big sister? That was ignorant when I was young. But I really know one Zuna. What do you want to do with Zuno? Hey, I just want her to help make a snow. Xiamen King rubbed his hands. Of course. I will go to the Mystery League to register in advance. But if you are an acquaintance, can you give a friendship price? Xiamen Qing is poor now. So she will try to save a little wherever she can save money. Yes, Damon Zai nodded. I think she can be invited to our side for a while. As a trip abroad. You only need to be responsible for her round-trip air ticket. Really? Oh, I really love you. Xiamen King hugged Damon Zai. Kissed her on the face and hurried downstairs. Little boy. Come on, I want to record a new song. Xiamen Qing was preparing a new song. And Chin Yuyo went to the Weekly Edge publishing house after the rain stopped the next day and signed a serialization contract with Hiromi Nita. In this way, she has officially become a cartoonist, then. Please take care of me in the future. Please contact me if you have any questions. Hiromi Nita smiled and said to Chin Yuyo, originally. The original author of this kind of comics was a girl, which surprised her very much. I didn't expect the real person to be so beautiful. And Nita Hiromi was really amazed with that. Her mood of getting exploded by the editor-in-chief in the past few days has also improved a lot. Okay, then let's get in touch more in the future. And come out for tea if you have time. Chin Yuyo got up and prepared to leave. Just then a man passed by the door. Seeing the two of them talking inside, the man stopped and looked at Chin Yuyo. Chin Yuyo has long been accustomed to this kind of sight. She waved to Nishin Hiromi and left, without seeing the man directly from beginning to end. It was the man who stared at her back until she disappeared in the corner. Nita Hiromi really couldn't stand it anymore, and walked over to him and said, Editor-in-Chief, have you seen enough? You are so rude. www. Novel MTL. Yes, this man lent her an umbrella yesterday. Jo Hong, the editor-in-chief who left the sports car. Jo Hong was not moved by Nita Hiromi's mockery, and instead asked her, who is this person? It is a cartoonist who just signed a contract with us. And her JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has been confirmed to begin serialization in the next issue. Hiromi Nita reported on work matters as usual. A cartoonist. Jo Hong's eyes lit up when he heard this word, okay. It's a pie in the sky. You will contact her later to see if she is willing to be the model for the cover of our magazine after the revision. Beauty cartoonist. Isn't it a fool if you don't hype up this kind of resource? Hi. Nita Hiromi obviously didn't expect the editor-in-chief to say so. So you just looked at her. Are you thinking about the cover? What else could it be? Jo Hong asked back, Weekly Manu is half dead. If you want to save it, how can you do without a few strong medicines? You are lucky and you can actually dig such a treasure. You haven't read her manga yet, Hiromi Nita whispered. Well, what you said is right. Send a copy of her work to my office, and I will see if it might become the main work of our new magazine. Jo Hong said and walked to his office, but didn't take a few steps, suddenly turning around. By the way, when will you return the umbrella to me? Nita Hiromi felt her mentality collapsed. Chin Yuyo just got home when she received a call from Hiromi Nita. What cover model? But isn't this a manga magazine that? May I think about it? Chin Yuyo put down the phone and ran to Ximen Qing's room. Sister Ximen. Sister Ximen, it's okay, the cover model. Isn't that good? Ximen said to Chin Yuyo after correcting the nurse's hat on his head. Sister Ximen, why do you wear a nurse's uniform in the room? Chin Yuyo's complaint about the advantage he wanted to gain was really unhappy. Oh, I asked the dumb boy to borrow it. Ximen Qing said, don't care about these details. Let's talk about you as a cover model. Is there any problem? She would not tell Chin Yuyo that this dress was actually prepared when she was too poor to take photos and sell it. However, since the comics and songs have made money, she did not take action, but this is a comic magazine. Is it okay to use me as the cover of a real person? What's so bad? Ximen said with emotion. Are there more otaku watching comics? Using beautiful women as covers will definitely increase sales. In my memory, girl idols such as AKB on the island country often appeared on the cover of magazines. Many of them were swimsuits, which caused a berserk rush by otaku thinking of this. Ximen Qing said, if you really want to shoot, you must first explain it. The cameraman cannot be a man, nor can he take a swimsuit. When changing clothes, be careful not to be secretly photographed. And the makeup artist cannot be a man, especially the kind of asterisk gay. Now there are people who pretend to be asterisk and cheat guns. And there are, oh, I know all of this. I haven't decided whether to go. You have already thought of such a back. Chin Yuyo still hesitated. I just want to draw cartoons. Why do I want to take pictures and be a model? Woolen cloth. Ximen Qing enlightened. This is easy to understand. Of course, it is to let more people see your comics. Do you know the shipwife of the charter wife? Look at the hottest on the market right now. Which one of those shipwomen can compare to the exquisite paintings of the charter women? But they are more popular than the charter women. Why? It is nothing more than the charter women was not famous at that time. She was just a little author. And no one could see her paintings. There is no shortage of talented people. But only channels for the world to see talents, then. I'm going to take a picture. Qin Yuyao was persuaded by her. She herself is not so hypocritical. And she doesn't have to look at the connotation from the outside. People who often talk about seeing the inside are often the least inside. And she doesn't care about these at all. Who stipulated that the fans who are attracted by the beauty are not fans? Smart Simon praised, you have such a big advantage. It would be a waste not to use it, then I will reply to them. Well, go. Take the picture and remember to bring it back to me to see. Simon Ching added, at last remember to protect yourself. Don't be taken advantage of. Qin Yuyao rubbed her fingers to count money. And at the same time a string of electric sparks appeared at her fingertips. Sister Simon. Do you think I will be taken advantage of now? Seeing her like this, Simon Ching was relieved. Taiyin Yuanjuna Trinity asterisk of Deathwoodaran Thunder. Qin Yuyao's potential is quite terrifying. Reaching the same level as the Gate Purple is just around the corner. As for whether it can become an 8-level level existence like Simon Ching. This Simon Ching is also uncertain, after all. Among the hundreds of thousands of evolvers around the world, only 8 can reach this level. And this is only so many that have been accumulated over thousands of years. 8 evil by no means just a mere grading of strength. Even Simon loves herself. It can only be said that Qin Yuyao has the hope of being the 8 evil spirits. After several days of rainy weather, the sky finally turned clear on a sunny afternoon. Simon King was holding an umbrella and struggling to walk uphill to the villa. It's fine in the morning, how can I stop it? It keeps raining, she was pitted by God again. I thought she wouldn't be able to turn on the sun. But when she got off the bus, sun suddenly appeared. And she was caught off guard. Which, do you need help? A clear voice suddenly came from my ear. Simon King turned around and found that standing next to him was a woman in her early half of a meter. Some can't tell her age because she wears bright lipstick, heavy eyeshadow, and her hair is dyed golden and she has 2 drill-like double ponytails. But judging from the sound, it should not be a little girl. While she was speaking, she had already walked over and took the initiative to support Simon Ching. Thank you. Simon Ching felt that her hands were cool and comfortable. And she didn't have the pungent perfume smell she imagined. But a very fresh smell, as a straight man of steel. She doesn't have the skills to smell the brand. She just smells good. Are you going to go up? The woman seemed to be talkative and took the initiative. It's a coincidence I actually plan to go up too. But speaking of it, it seems that there is only one resident on it. Are you a person living in Ziliang Demon Village? Do you know Ziliang Demon Village? Simon Ching was taken aback. www. Novel MTL. It seems that she is also someone who has contact with the evolutionary. Or she is an evolutionary self. Yes, the eldest sister asked me to come, the woman nodded. Big sister head, for some reason. Simon Ching suddenly remembered the instant noodle head of the charter wife. Who is it? Tell me about the name, I should recognize it. The big sister's head is the big sister's head. What about your name? My name is Hashimoto Hikari, I come from Sakura country. Although she claims to be a native of Sakura country, her flower language is quite fluent and she can't tell that she is a foreigner at all. Sakura countryman. Simon was taken aback for a moment. Aren't you a snow girl? Yeah. Shouldn't all the snow girls wear white kimonos and match them with 3 non-attributes? Look at Hashimoto Hikaru again. His upper body is red down jacket. The lower body is creamy white stockings. The head is gold double drill sand, the lips are still red. There is no element of the snow girl at all, yes. How do you know? However, the fact cannot be denied. She directly admitted. And then she stared at Simon Ching and said, aren't you Lord Amaterasu? It's me. As a female ghost of Yuanchu. She was influenced by a mixture of myths. And she also possessed part of the goddess Amaterasu in the kingdom of Sakura. It's really Amaterasu. Hashimoto stood up immediately and bowed to her at 90 degrees. I have seen the big sister, big sister. Simon Ching was dumbfounded. Who taught you flower language? I taught myself. Hashimoto Hikaru immediately held on to Simon King after saying hello. And his gaze became frenzied as he watched her. Simon Ching was stared at by her, and her whole body was uncomfortable. So she had to speed up and hurried back to Ziliang Demon Village. At the entrance of the villa, the gate Sai had already been waiting there. Big Sister had, seeing the gate purple. Hashimoto immediately let go of Simon's love. Rushed to the gate purple in 3 steps and 2 steps. And then bowed sharply at 120 degrees. Her hands were close to her thighs, as if she was standing in a military position. And her head was almost on the ground. Damon Z was embarrassed by her. How long has it been since? Do you still have this set? Hashimoto Hikari immediately raised his head, looking at her with a fanatical expression. No matter how many years have passed, my respect for my eldest sister will never decrease. Damon Zai sighed. Whatever you doyous long time no see. How are you and your boyfriend? We got married 3 years ago. Desu at the time. I wanted to contact Yao but I couldn't get in touch. Hashimoto said excitedly. I thought I would never see you again. What? Are you married? When Simon heard this, he quickly followed the shade of the door and came to Hashimoto Hikaru to look at her. There was a strange light in his eyes, really. Knowing that his former junior is actually married. Damon Zai is also a little trance. Hashimoto Hikaru entered the villa together with the two. Opposite Zai Ogui's room on the first floor. There was an empty room after entering the house. The door-to-door Zai and Hashimoto Mitsu, who had not reunited for a long time, talked about many short stories of their parents, while Simon Ching listened quietly without interrupting. At the end, Damon Zai talked about Simon's love, asking Hashimoto Mitsu for help. I'll just call you Akalin. It's actually very simple. I want you to help me get a snowfall in Zayakong City. Yingguo people like to add katakana to Chinese characters to indicate different pronunciations. So the same a Chinese character often has many pronunciations. For example, Hashimoto Hikari's Hikari is pronounced as Akali. So her nicknames are generally Akali Sauce Litten. And Akalin, it's snowing. Hashimoto thought for a while and said no problem. The snow in the area of Natsuko City is still within my abilities. It's just that I have to submit an application for this kind of weather change. Oh, that's okay. Just go through the procedure and leave it to me. Simon Ching patted his chest and believed. She is one of the 8 dignified evildoers. Who would dare not give her this face if she wants a snowfall? Are you crazy? Song Yunwoo slapped Simon Ching's cushion. It's snowing. Why don't you hail? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. This is impossible. Ugh. Song Yunwoo sighed. I said. Do you know how much snow affects the road? Especially in places like Zayakong City, where it has not snowed for more than 10 years. Many measures have not been tested. And accidents have occurred. There is a high probability. What should I do if there is a car accident and there will be deaths? And the sudden drop in temperature caused by the snow is also very dangerous for those who are weak and may be fatal at any time. The dead are indeed a little bit troublesome. Simon said in a whisper. Is the inspiration that I have burst out so much that I will die like this? Am I considered a miscarriage? You entangle yourself. Don't bother me. Simon King pushed her out of her room. With this idle time, you should write me more of the plot of Dragon Babu. And you sent me a private message recently. There are more and more fans. Boom. The door between the clouds and the sky closed. And Simon King stood in the corridor blankly with his chest in both hands. It's a pity she found Hashimoto Hikari, Akalin. Forget about the snow. You will be responsible for eating and drinking and having fun these days. Why is this so embarrassing? Hashimoto Hikaru hesitated. I didn't do anything. I just ate for nothing. It's you are a guest. You should. Simon Ching pretended to be generosaniwa. The house was rented out by the wife and not hers, by the way. I heard that you are very popular in Yingguo to meet frankly. And it happened that we also came to deepen this way. Feelings, of course, Desu. Let me rub my back for the eldest sister, Hashimoto said solemnly. This stunned green appearance made Simon Love a little embarrassed to take advantage of her. As a result in this day, she and Ren Kiksu Nujin just rubbed their backs and took a bath in the bathtub. And did nothing extra. And Simon Ching also verified a guess, Zhu Nu will not melt in a hot bath. Although the snow can't fall. Simon Ching didn't plan to change the song, big deal. Let Xiaoyue add some snowing special effects in that time. And just as they were preparing a new song, Dragon Babu was also serialized in full swing. As the main new pillar of weekly squat, UU reading www. Ukanshu. Com can be said to have done enough publicity for this work. And the work itself is quite good. And its popularity is increasing. After Duan Yu was taken to Yanziwu, another protagonist Kaio Feng finally appeared. This is a protagonist who is completely different from Duan Yu. It can be said that the personality charm of Kaio Feng in the whole Tianlong is definitely the top. Duan Yu is still an unknown kid. And Kaio Feng has long been famous. The beggar gang leader, North Kaio Feng and South Murong, is such a big man who actually fell in love with Duan Yu. And finally became brothers. This episode of the plot is also very cool to watch. Especially when two people fight for wine. Duan Yu cheats with the six-made Excalibur. And there is a light test. Duan Yu's Lingbo micro-steps show his magical powers. Through these, everyone clearly realized that Duan Yu was no longer the weak chicken who was slapped to the ground by a slap. Even though he was caught by Kumaji very stubbornly. None of the martial arts he possessed was the top of the world. At least when the six-vein Excalibur did not fail. He was able to compete with top masters. This passage can be said to be another climax after Duan Yu learned the 6th edition Excalibur. The refreshing point is set just right. It is when the readers are depressed because Duan Yu ate in the hands of Kumaji. It makes everyone feel refreshed again. And then the real highlight has just begun. Li Yuki entered the classroom. And a group of boys immediately gathered around. How is it? How is it, did you buy it? He shook his head a little disappointed. And when everyone was disappointed, he suddenly took out a magazine from his clothes. You lie to you. Who am I? There are no magazines that I can't buy. Oh, the men yelled immediately. Flick open. Open, seeing the boys squeezed into a pile. Senzin was also a little curious. But I was too embarrassed to get close. So I could only look there from time to time. The boys will exclaim from time to time in the pile, wow. Fuck, Kaio Feng is so strong. I rely on me to think he is a reckless man. So the methods are so sharp, wow, this is too domineering. I just kneel down Quan Guan Kingjin and force him to admit his mistake. And point others' dumb acupuncture points. How can I play this? The whole crown is so pitiful. It is obvious that he has come here like this. But when he meets a brash man, can't speak directly. How can I play this? Kaio Feng is so handsome. When Sengxin focused on the boys, she didn't notice a girl with glasses in her class approaching her. What, are you also interested in those boy manga? Ah. Senzin was startled at first. And when she saw the person who came, she let out a sigh of relief. Zukainu scared me to death. Zukayan pushed her black-rimmed glasses and smiled and said, could it be that you are not interested in comics? But someone in it. Is the squad leader also in premature love? Sengxin's face turned red all of a sudden. I am not. Don't talk nonsense. Hey, Zukayan didn't say much. But got close to the boy and suddenly shouted. Hello, teacher, almost instantly. All the boys dispersed in an instant. Just found a place to sit down and pretended to be sleeping. Occasionally, a few would secretly look up and look for the teacher's figure. Zukayan covered her mouth and snickered. And the boys almost all reacted, damn. Zukayan, you are sick, scare you, take me to the hospital. Hey, ignore her, let's continue. The boys continued to gather around to read the comics. And the attractiveness of the comics was much greater than that of Zukayan. Seeing that she was quickly ignored, Zukayan was also a little depressed. Are you not pretty enough, or are these guys floating? Are there such good-looking female classmates who don't look at them? But they gather around to look at those paper people, bah. I deserve to find a girlfriend, coincidentally. At this time, many Tianlong fans were also amazed by Xing Zilin's story. Weekly Squat was originally intended to have one story in each issue of Tianlong Babu. But the last time he celebrated his victory, the effect of releasing 3 episodes in one breath was amazing. Later, I discussed with a few cartoonists and asked Song Yunwoo to keep 3 changes in each issue. This is why she asked Simon Ching to follow up the script so quickly. The first half of Xing Zilin's plot was released in one breath. It was about Duan Yu and Wang Yuyan, who happened to encounter someone in the beggars who rebelled and wanted to force Kaio Feng to subordinate. The result was directly suppressed by Kaio Feng with a sharp knife. Wisdom, domineering, etc. are all revealed. And an image of a heroic and dry cloud is immediately established. Mei Ling is a man from a rotten country. Because of his longing for the culture of Huiguo, he gave himself the name of Huiguo and has settled in Huiguo for more than 20 years. He is a freelance writer and a well-known critic on the internet. Weibo has more than 3 million followers, which is 3 million people who have not bought zombie fans, and is full of dry goods. He is deeply loved by fans for his spicy words and unique Western humor. He will share some novels or comics or movies and TV shows he has seen with fans on Weibo every other time. And will make Tukao videos, which will be posted on major video websites, incidentally. Besides Weibo, his biggest fan gathering place is B Cup. Some time ago, he had already determined that the target of his new video was Dragon Babu. And the main reason was naturally that he wanted to get hot. After all, this is a magic work that pulls the entire market on its own. He originally complained about the Dragon Hyoshin attribute of the protagonist Duan Yu. Because Duan Yu's luck was so good, he got into his stomach when he fell off the cliff to pick up treasures. Lay on the ground and he got into his stomach. Others beat him and even happened to help him practice Northern Ming Shen Gong and so on. The protagonist's halo is too dazzling. But he didn't have a character that fits these adventures at all. At the beginning, he was a Jia Baoyu-like character when he flirted with Zhang Ling. Later, Wang Yuyan's dog-licking behavior was even more offensive. Mei Ling can be said to have annoyed Duan Yu to death, and wanted to spit out this guy fiercely. However, after Kaio Feng appeared on stage, he silently deleted the copy that he had written for a week. You can't lick a dog's house. Take you into the hottest comic nowadays. After thinking about it, he used the keyboard to type out a new title. A character who snatches all the protagonist's scenery after a few words on stage will show you how Dragon Babu is a god. Once the title was determined, Mei Ling felt like a torrent of thoughts. And over 3 hours he produced a 13,000-word copy in one go. Big sister, did you paint this? Hashimoto held the magazine in his hand, read it with gusto, and cast an admiring look at Simon King www, novel MTL. I did not paint the painting. Dance love, it's my pen name together with the charter-in-law. She is responsible for painting. Simon King curiously asked why. Do you also like to read comics? Hashimoto nodded. When we were young, we were a bad girl. At that time, we didn't go to school every day. Instead, we read comics, ate hot pot, and fought in groups. It can be seen, Simon Ching nodded, this heavy makeup. This golden double drill bit is not a good baby when I was young. This manga is really interesting, Hashimoto praised. This turmoil looks a bit like my husband. He likes to fight outside with people all day long. But he never starts with ordinary people, masculinity. Simon Ching obviously didn't expect her attention to be on a supporting role. Speaking of fighting, she suddenly reacted, did Mengzi often go out to fight with you before? Of course, Hashimoto Hikaru said proudly. The eldest sister led us to dominate the entire Osaka high school, standing at the top of the legend for 5 years. Wait a minute, did I misheard it? Or is Sakura Country's high school for 5 years? No. It's a 3-year system. Hashimoto said with a look of course. But is it not a matter of course to repeat bad grades? My husband and I are also in their 20s and graduated from school. Okay. Simon Ching didn't want to complain in such a place. She suddenly thought of something and asked Hashimoto Hikari, "Do you have any awesome nickname or something? For example, the king of beasts kind, a nickname." Hashimoto thought for a while. "If you count the cracked ghost slayer, it should be this one. But the eldest sister doesn't seem to like this nickname. What the did she do to have such a terrible nickname?" Knowing that Damon Zai was ranked in the top 10 on the list of natural disasters and man-made disasters, Xiamen Qing knew that she was not a simple character. But everyone lives on weekdays under the same roof. Xiamen Qing, who often uses her knee pillow, did not feel how cruel Dida Zai was. So she was surprised when she heard her nickname. It happened that a bone spirit with a headache after drinking was passing by the living room. And she subconsciously said hello, "O Devil Slayer." Hearing this name, Damon Zai's expression instantly became Virya. Horrified. It was this word that Xiamen Qing thought of anyway. She ran to Xiamen Qing in 2 steps and 3 steps, holding her still-awake head with one hand, and grabbing the latter's arm with the other. "How do you know that?" "Don't call me that," said. She seemed to notice Hashimoto Hikari on the side. "You told her." "Right, that's right." Hashimoto nodded. "Big sister. I'm talking about our high school story with Big Sister." "Don't say it." Damon Zixiang screamed as he tried to cover up his dark history. "Please don't say a word." "Why?" Hashimoto Hikaru looked puzzled. Damon Zai groaned. "I finally crossed the ocean and came to a place where no one knew me. Please don't bring the black history here, Hatsukasi. Tilde, if there is a seam in the floor. I am now. I really want to get in. Does not look like it. She is just covering up her dark history." Xiamen Qing patted her and laughed. "Isn't it just some past events? What's so shy? But I really didn't expect you to be so wild when you were young. The ghost of Go Zhanjitsk Tusk. How many people have you broken your stomach?" "I haven't done anything like that." Dean Zai wanted to cry without tears and had to explain. "This nickname is not what you think." "What's that?" It's an error. I used to like eating groups. I always held rice asterisk in my hands when fighting. Over time they called me the rice balls." Damon Zai explained, "But then I don't know which one it was." The idiot made a mistake and understood onigiri jai as guizhan jai. At another time when I was fighting with someone, ketchup was sprinkled on people's clothes. There were rumors that I was the guizhan jai who likes to break my stomach. Wait for this. After the nickname spreads, I can't explain it anymore. In Sakura language, rice ball and gui slash are pronounced similarly. Oda Ayakairo once named Sauron's one-sword technique based on this. Xiamen Qing didn't expect Damon Zai's nickname to come from this way. "Rigong Jai, why do you feel a lot of low in an instant?" Xiamen Qing felt that the slot was so big. "And it's a little cute, so I want to seal this kind of thing." Damon Zai glared. "Hashimoto Ko, it's all you. Why do you want to say it?" Hashimoto was puzzled. "Big sister, that's our youth. Why should we seal it? I have a big brain pain." Zai fell on the sofa, moaning weakly. Xiamen Qing looked at her slender thighs and touched them without a trace. "Don't be so shy. I don't know how to laugh at you when I know what happened to you before." "Am I? But how do I see that you are smiling from ear to ear now?" Damon Zai is also somewhat familiar with the character of Xiamen Qing. This kind of dark history is the worst development she knows. Have it, if not, why don't you dare to look at me directly? In the end, Damon Zai paid the price of a month of goji berries in exchange for the promise that Xiamen Qing would not mention her nickname again. Xiamen happily returned to the room to play a game with a thermos cup. But in the living room, there was still a hangover in the living room and Hashimoto Hikari, who continued to read the manga magazine. If the previous Dragon Babu was only very popular in the comics world, then after Kaio Feng's debut, this comic began to have an impact outside the circle. Almost overnight, many people can see in their circle of friends and on the Weibo homepage that some girls have posted a picture of a manga man and added that Kaio Feng is his own male god. Many people directly changed their avatars to Kaio Feng. The term Kaio Feng even entered the top 10 in search. For a time, many people wondered, who is Kaio Feng? When I learned that he turned out to be a character in a comic, I would naturally look it up curiously. As a result, he was given a fan naturally. The 18 palms of the dragon descending. The name is so majestic, what a sturdy hand Wang Yuyan. The humanoid martial arts encyclopedia is already very bug. And her command is exactly the same as being able to predict the future. She was hailed as the strongest support in the first few weeks. However, even with such Wang Yuyan's help, Feng Bo, Evil and Bao are still not Kaio Feng's opponents. When Wang Yuyan said the phrase, he moves too fast www. Novel MTLcom, I can't say it at all. Kaio Feng's power was immediately brought out. Can you predict my next move? Okay. Then I'll be so close that you can't tell if you can see it. How domineering is this? This is definitely a refreshing point. It can only be said that Mr. Jin is really too subtle in arranging cool points. Coupled with doing Yua asterisk plus licking dog. Kaio Feng instantly captured the hearts of a large number of female readers. Kaio Feng, what is this? Zai Feiyan fished and swiped Weibo when he was at work. Because he is the boss, no one can say about him. So he did it grandly. When he saw that his wife had liked a Weibo, I want to introduce you to everyone. This is my husband, he suddenly went in with some curiosity. That is the Weibo of his wife and girlfriend, like his wife. This girlfriend also likes the second element. And addicted to it. Claiming to be disappointed with men in reality. So I only love paper people. Song Yunwoo's Kaio Feng's face value is very high. And it is not the kind of custard niche. But with a strong and tough temperament. After learning that this character is a character in a comic, Zai Feiyan and other netizens also went to watch the 8 parts of the dragon. As a result, I got stuck in this look. The content of this comic is wonderful. And as the boss of a game company, he is especially concerned about the magical martial arts in the comics. This can definitely be made into a boutique game. Zai Feiyan's instinct told him so, Zio Wang. Thinking of Thish, immediately called his assistant. Help me contact Squat Publishing House to see if they can sell the game copyrights of Dragon Babu. It is best to buy all of them. The authorization to travel is also good, game okay. When I heard from Song Yunwoo that the game copyright of Tianlong Babu was acquired, Simon Ching readily agreed. She is too poor now, just waiting for a large sum of money. When I learned that the acquirer was a wild monster game company, Simon Ching also had to express his fate with this company. But there seems to be something in it. Simon Ching immediately contacted Zai Feiyan. What? How did you know that we were going to acquire the game copyright of Dragon Babu? Zai Feiyan was taken aback. This is already considered a trade secret. And most people can't get accurate information at this time. Unless she has a special relationship with the publishing house. As expected, Simon King told him that the author of Dragon was actually her roommate. There is no need to say that you are one of the authors. This is enough to negotiate with Zai Feiyan. So since you bought the copyright of the mobile game this time, do you want to buy a song from me? By the way, it's good to hear. Simon Ching is like a salesman who sells insurance. Zai Feiyan heard it and his eyes lit up. The last lemon can be regarded as earning enough tears from the players. And relying on this song, it has earned a lot of popularity for the game. So he still has confidence in the quality of Tsing Yi Yeast's songs. But in business, he said he had to listen to the demo before he could make a decision. No problem, you can just wait. Simon King immediately ran to Xiaogui's room to record the song. Although there is a computer in her room, the equipment is not as good as that of Xiaogui. A sound card is worth tens of thousands. The song last time is finished. Xiaogui thought Simon Ching was here to get serious snow. Who wanted Simon Ching to pick her up from the chair, then sit on it and then put her there, on his lap. It's not in a hurry, you can adjust it for me first. I'll record a demo, oh. Xiaogui obediently pressed a few times on the keyboard. The interface jumped in a mess. And he entered the recording interface. She was always isolated from the world when she was a child. And she couldn't even talk about people's words. But it is strange that she learned quickly in computers. In just a few years, she has become a hacker-level master. This made Simon Ching wonder if she had the blood of the first kind of science fiction origin, such as aliens, in addition to the blood of Gong Gong. Simon King began to sing. The theme song she wanted to sing for the mobile game of Dragon Babu is called The Difficult Sutra. It is a Cantonese song originally sung by Hua Kin Chow. Her Cantonese is not as neat as Sakura, but it is still possible to imitate it according to the singing voice in her memory. It's not that she doesn't want to change to the Mandarin version, but Lin Zai's words really can't be changed, so she can simply sing Cantonese. Laughing at you, I'm scheming in vain. Love to compete for the beauty of the mirror flower. I'm afraid that luck will pass away in a blink of an eye. Fascinated by greed, hatred, joy, evil, anger. Xiaogu was held in her arms, and the singing sounded in her ears. She heard it most clearly. It is a pleasure to listen to Ximenking singing, because she is really good at singing, the goddess Yun, who has lived for so many years, a lot of extra skills. And it is obvious that she has reached the pinnacle of singing. Because of the demo, Ximenqing is only half of the song. Xiaoguai was still young and didn't understand this song, but he also felt a little enthusiastic. This song will definitely be popular. Well, it's okay. Ximenqing was also satisfied with her performance. The next step was to wait for Xiaoguai's friends to arrange the music, and then she could take it to Xi Feiyan and ask for money. She looked at serious snow again. Christmas is 1 week away. So let's make a notice first. In the past, Ximen Love asterisk videos were very casual, and there was a feeling of your godmother suddenly appearing, which is obviously not good for gathering popularity. So she decided to post a notice. The text trailer is too simplish. Decided to record a video. Of course, that Tsing Yi Yeast with the chest strap is on the spot. Ximenking pointed the camera at herself and started recording. Now Xiaoguai's equipment is not enough, so Tsing Yi Yeast can do only limited actions temporarily, and it seems to be a bit repetitive. If you want to truly achieve the degree of freedom of artificial mental retardation, you must at least buy a complete set of motion capture equipment, and then put iron sheets on your hands, feet, and chest. How the person moves, the characters inside move. Hey, I'm seeing you again. I'm Yeast. Do you think I'm going to post a new song? Haha, this is actually just a preview. The new song will be officially released on Christmas as a Christmas gift for everyone. Ximenqing recorded a random episode and sold a few cutes during the period. If the charter wife is around, he will definitely complain about why are you so proficient. After the recordings checked it again, well, it's me. I hope there won't be any dead houses that I die cutely. Click to upload. 1 hour later, the video was officially passed. In almost 10 seconds, the first floor has been snatched away. Confess, my godmother. I'm coming to see the chest strap again. Tsing Yi teaches the world. Number 1, wife. I came to see you. Expression of tongue licking. Licking, tongue licking, tongue licking, tongue, 777,777. A series of comments. www, novel MTL. Com tilde is almost a blink of an eye. And there have been hundreds of comments after refreshing. These are the guys who grab the floor without watching the video. As time goes by, the content of the comments gradually becomes richer. Everyone was very excited when they learned that the new song would be released on Christmas. Oh, me godmother loves me. Knowing that my single dog has no appointment that day. I can hear your song, at least not so sad, ha ha ha. The host is so pitiful. Although I also want to listen to the godmother's song with everyone. But I will be dating my girlfriend that day, so. You know, funny, damn, we have a traitor. Come and kill him. There is a new song by the godmother. What else is there to make an appointment? The second floor is so silly. Like I just canceled the date with my boyfriend. I'm on the second floor, the owner of the floor. I'm here to accompany you. And my girlfriend just said to let me dove. Ximenking took the time to read the comments and was shocked by the row of tongue-licking expressions. Damn. These guys are not only repeaters, they are also abnormal. What do you want to do with this expression? She thought for a while, so she sent a asterisk omega, Japanese letter emoticon, and added, licking and cutting all of your tongues. However, what she didn't expect is that the comments below this comment are all. The front row strokes the calf of the godmother. Hold your godmother's ankle tightly. Grab the heel of the godmother. Stick to the soles of the godmother's feet. God cue ball. Successfully caught. This group of perverts are out of help. Next to the left side, very good. Just relax a little more, yes that's it, in the studio. Chin Yuyo put on a set of high school student uniforms and kept placing them in accordance with the photographer's requirements. In various poses, according to Ximen Qing's advice. Chin Yuyo asked a female photographer, after all. Weekly Edge is one of the best fashion magazines in China. This small request will not make them embarrassed. Nita Hiromi and Jo Hong are watching. She's really beautiful. Hiromi Nita looked at Chin Yuyo enviously, the skin is good. And the makeup artist just put on some foundation cream and foundation. And didn't even apply lip balm, isn't this natural beauty? Have she had plastic surgery? Jo Hong asked. What are you thinking about? Hiromi Nita couldn't understand the editor's thoughts at all. Where do you see that her face seems to have been touched by a knife? I just asked if you can't see it, are you stupid? Jo Hong said mercilessly. I just want to make sure that if she doesn't have plastic surgery, a pure natural beauty without dead ends, this gimmick will definitely attract a lot of traffic. Nita Hiromi feels a bit painful with his broad brain. How can this editor-in-chief be full of business experience? Seeing a beautiful woman thinking about it is not to start but to hype. Can this strange flower really find a target? Although only one photo is needed for the cover. The shooting continued all morning. And Chin Yuyo felt that her face was about to smile stiffly. Are you finished? She complained to Hiromi Nita. Please don't ask me to do this kind of thing in the future. I almost forget that I am a cartoonist. It is indeed a waste of resources for you to be a cartoonist. Jo Hongdao. If you can enter the entertainment circle through cartoons and establish a personality with both talents and appearances, you should be able to become a good traffic star. And then pick up a few good scripts. Wow. He was only halfway through when he was kicked hard in the calf by Hiromi Nita. And the pain was so painful that he couldn't speak. After Nita Hiromi finished this extremely courageous and promising thing, she pulled Chin Yuyo aside. This person has done a tricky business. You should just listen to a joke, don't take it seriously. Chin Yuyo nodded. In fact, even if Nita Hiromi did not stop her, she would not be persuaded by Jo Hong. Sister Simon is so nagging to take a cover photo. If she really wants to enter the entertainment industry, she must not blow my head. After Chin Yuyo left, Nita Hiromi took the clothes she changed and planned to return. But when she walked to the door of the locker room, Jo Hong blocked the door. It's over. She thought that this guy 80% came to her to settle the accounts. If she dared to kick the editor like this, she would be deducted bonus or even fired. Jo Hong did not speak and walked towards her with a calm face. Nita Hiromi retreated with a guilty conscience. As a result, the more she retreated, Jo Hong pressed harder. And the two of them retreated all the way from the door of the dressing room to the other end. Nita Hiromi hit the wall behind her back, only to find that she was unable to retreat. The two followed the unclosed door and entered the dressing room. Snap! Jo Hong slapped the wall with a slap. And a strong wall came. And Nita Hiromi subconsciously shrank her neck. You were very powerful just now. My feet were swollen by your kick, Jo Hong said solemnly. I'm sorry, as a native of Sakura. Hiromi Nita subconsciously apologized. Apologize. Can an apology reduce my swelling? I'm sorry. Nita Hiromi kept apologizing, leaving the place unique to Sakura country. As a result, her mouth was suddenly blocked by something. And when she opened her eyes to see the face close at hand, Nita Hiromi's head went blank. Jo Hong got into an inch. Nita Hiromi instinctively cooperated because of a short circuit in his brain. As a result, when she recovered, Jo Hong's hand had reached some indescribable places. She just wanted to resist. But he took the lead to withdraw and put his tongue back. I just wanted you to buy me a box of muscle plasters. I blame you for being too noisy, Nita Hiromi 0v0. Remember to buy me plaster. After that, Jo Hong had limped and left. The high heels she wore today are sharp. Weekly Man Friends has a brand new revision, with a new name called Youth Man Friends. And the first issue is released. In fact, the name change did not happen so quickly. The name of the magazine in this issue is actually Weekly Manio. However, they played a little bit carefully. They shortened the word weekly to a very small size when typesetting, and then put two brightly colored, large fonts of the word junior on it in this way. Readers will subconsciously think that this is a young man friend. With drastic reforms, all Tanmay comics were abandoned by Joe Hong and replaced with a batch of new comics with mixed good and bad. Among them, the main feature is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Chin Yuyao's painting speed is extremely fast. So the first issue directly serialized 4 episodes and 60 pages, www. Novel MTL, this is also one of Joe Hong's strategies. How can serialized works become popular? In addition to quality, update volume is also an important indicator. Many readers will dislike that 15 pages a week are too few and do not want to follow it. And 4 changes a week regardless of the content in short. It is a lot of stuff. This will naturally attract a lot of readers. Together with The Last Heavy Hammer, Chin Yuyao's explosive appearance on the cover will definitely stand out in many comic magazines. Even with curiosity, many people will buy it, in fact. Although Joe Hong has a venomous tongue, it is not unreasonable for the headquarters to send him to save the comics department. That week, the sales of Young Man Friends were in the early 4,000s. Although it looks lower than before, it cut off most of the pillars and forced away many die-hard fans. It is equivalent to starting from scratch. And being able to achieve such a result is already a perfect answer. Especially, Chin Yuyao's enthusiasm has also risen. Many people came to their official Weibo to verify Chin Yuyao's specific information, because they did not believe that such a beautiful girl could actually draw JoJo. Of course, some have already announced that Chin Yuyao has become his new wife. She is so beautiful and can draw comics. This is simply the perfect goddess of an otaku. The stunts of beautiful cartoonists are still very useful. At least 3,000 of the 4.0 sales were brought by Chin Yuyao's face. But this kind of enthusiasm will dissipate sooner or later. Some people in the editorial department are not optimistic. Regarding this, Joe Hong put his feet on the conference table with his back leaning on the chair, and then dropped a document in his hand after reading the reader's evaluation of JoJo. Let's say this, Ziyu is an internet writer. He has been writing since high school. When he graduated from university, he concentrated on becoming a full-time author. In order to find inspiration, he needs to always pay attention to the changes in the outside world, such as current affairs news, popular film and television dramas. New fans. B-Cup has naturally become a website he frequently visits, because here can already be regarded as the largest two-dimensional website in Hyogyo. He followed many up owners at Station B. Among them there was an up with an ID of There is a Merlin. This is a foreigner who speaks a bit of mutton skewers in Mandarin and recorded some commentary and recommended videos of film and television dramas and animation works. Because Tukao is very interesting. And it also saves him a lot of time to find popular works nowadays. So he usually sees this update and he will go in and watch it as soon as possible. On this day, he routinely clicked on the latest video of this UP. Hello everyone, I'm Mei Ling. In the last video, I recommended the very beautiful martial arts comics, Dragon Babu. Then let's talk about a comic with a Western background in this issue. The manga recommended by Up is called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The comic begins with a story about the Aztecs, a cannibal tribe in Mexico in the Middle Ages, and introduced the setting of a stone mask. Next, the first to appear is a teenager called Dior Brando. It stands to reason that the protagonist should be the first one to appear on the stage. But the author did not follow the routine at all. After seeing it, I realized that Dior turned out to be a villain. But there are many comics with the villain's whitewashing routine. I don't know if Dior is the same personally. I really don't want to see whitewashing, because the most attractive thing about him at the moment is that this person is really bad. The kind that is bad to the bones. And it is considered shameless praising. Mei Ling briefly introduced the content of the manga, and then expressed his opinion. Because it's only the first time serialized, so I can't see the follow-up direction. And his comments are only there. Zayu is puzzled while watching. Why would he even dare to recommend a comic with such a little content? Is it to collect money for advertising? Seeing this, you must be surprised. Is this issue actually impossible to guard against? No. Absolutely not. Mailing uses love to generate electricity. Never advertise, and I don't know how to advertise. I recommend this comic. There are two main points. First, the author of this comic is really non-human. Others update 20 pages a week. She is very productive. She updates 60 pages a week. She is crazy. Is she a human printer? As for the second point, the highlight is coming. Please look here. Do you see this beauty on the cover? Yes, she is the author of JoJo. It's not a woman's dress or 3D. This time it's a real beauty cartoonist. I am so licking lie in the video. Mei Ling sticks out her tongue and licks the cover from the air, with weird onomatopoeia in her mouth. The barrage drifted over in a timely manner. Perverted UP. I called the police, and Uncle Policeman, this is the guy. After watching this video, Zayu was moved. And he also wanted to buy a copy. He swore that it was definitely not because the cover was too beautiful. He was simply curious about the comics. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, hard to get out of the way. He bought the magazine back under the long-lost sun. It was actually the second week when he saw this video. So he bought the latest issue in one go in the second time. JoJo also played 4 episodes in 60 pages in a row. Just like what Mei Ling said. It was a human flesh printing machine on this amount. Even if the comic content is average, it can attract a lot of readers after bought home. Zayu did not rush to open it, but stared at the cover of the first book in a daze. Because this is really beautiful. It is not surprising to say which star she is. Is such a man really a cartoonist? Will it be a hype? Zayu will inevitably think so. In fact, there are many similar comments on the internet. And many people do not believe that cartoons can be so beautiful. After watching for a long time, Zayu officially started to read the comics. He has already learned some of the content of the first 4 episodes from Mei Ling. But when he saw it for himself, he was still impressed by Dior's badness. This person is really despicable. In contrast, the protagonist JoJo is a little cowardly. Dior had always targeted him. And then he silently endured it. Even the girl he liked was snatched by Dior for her first kiss. And the dog who had saved her life was burned to death. I really want to hack this Dior. JoJo's father is really too stupid. The family is idiots, making Dior and his son play around. How did this family pass down? Zayu is a web writer. Naturally, I hate this kind of abuse of the master the most. According to him, if this kind of plot is written at the beginning of the novel, it is really a hit. Reading www.ukanshu.com. However, the tolerance of comic readers is always greater than that of novels. After all, there are really not as many comic works as online articles. And although JoJo's style of painting is unique, it also has a unique charm. He continued to look down. The preparation was finally overran. The main line began. Dior seeks to seize JoJo's family business and poisons Lao Zhou. As a result, was exposed by JoJo. Desperate and shouted, "I'm not a man, Jojo." Dior killed old Joe, then put on a stone mask and was shot to the ground by random guns. When JoJo was grieving for the death of his father, Dior unexpectedly came back from the dead and became an immortal vampire. While his combat power was greatly increased, he launched a counterkill at this point. This comic has finally entered the category of superpowers from the ordinary medieval plot. In fact, there were scenes of Dior being chased by a vampire before, but it was too inconspicuous, and it was far from the shock of this scene at this time. Seeing this, the second episode 4 is also over. Zayu couldn't help but start looking forward to the next episode. Somehow, this comic seems to have a special charm that makes people want to keep reading. What is the origin of this stone mask? Dior has become too strong this time. Can JoJo defeat him? Just as Zayu was thinking about the plot in the comic, the phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and saw that the caller ID was Brother. Hey Zayu, today is Christmas Eve. Anyway, you are a single dog alone. Just come over to our house and help me with the baby. My sister-in-law and I are going to go out and live in a two-person world. I'll send you one. How about 1111 red envelopes, brother? Don't you think your words are very heartbreaking? Zayu came to his brother's house, and the elder niece cheered and threw into his arms. For nothing else, just because she knew that every time her uncle came, he would bring her delicious snacks. Zayu, you are here. A woman of his age came over and grabbed his ears. You dragged it out again yesterday. Why are you so salty? I'll let go, it hurts, Zayu screamed. At this time his brother also came over. My wife, come on. Time is too late, there must be a traffic jam on the road today. We have to leave early. Oh, okay. The woman who grabbed Zayu's ears immediately let go and began to change shoes. And patted him by the way, remember to update. I will suffer from insomnia if I don't read 2 chapters every night. Hi, call me over and take the kids to update me. Are you 2 demons? Zayu protested. However, this has no practical significance. His brother said, anyway, you are also a single dog. So much energy is useless. Doing more and consuming more energy is good for your body. Sister-in-law said, yes, if you have a girlfriend. I won't urge you to change it. The two went out after speaking. Zayu looked at the back of her leaving and silently said in his heart, I may not be able to have a girlfriend. 3 years in high school. The two have been at the same table for 3 years. And he has a crush on her for 3 years, 6 years ago. At a high school graduation party. He planned to confess to her. But after all, I still lack courage. When she waited for goodbye, she was already standing next to her brother. Her belly was big. He joked with a hippie smile that she liked the uncle. And he was still fighting with her as before. But in fact, it was a poor bug who was crying behind, holding a picture of a smiling face. Zayu closed the door, adjusted his expression, and turned to look at the 2 nieces and the nephew who was still in the cradle. Okay. What do you want to play? Say okay first, don't let me be a horse. I want to ride a donkey, Zayan, who was so true to a certain teacher, raised her hand and shouted. Late at night, Zayu, who had finally coaxed a few children to sleep, lay on the bed and opened the notebook. The unscrupulous couple booked the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel for Christmas Eve. And they will definitely not be back tonight. He is alone in a dark room, and only has to go to Station B to be lonely. Speaking of it, the godmother seems to say that Christmas is coming. The time in the lower right corner shows that it is past 0 o'clock. Zayu looked at the news and found that Xingye Yeast had released a new video. Serious Snow. Zayu read the name of the video title and clicked. The snow fell so deep and so seriously. Reflected my scars lying in the snow. Maybe it's just the right mood. Zayu's mood was immediately affected by the singing. Love so seriously, love so seriously. But I still heard you say it's impossible. When a song was finished, Zayu was suddenly shocked that there were 2 lines of tears on his face. Godmother, you want to be so cruel, he said in a low voice. I have been so miserable. And now I will be abused even if I listen to your song, Zai. He kept wiping his tears. But it was a pity that they couldn't stop at all. When Zai Feiyan and Ai Tingyu came back the next morning, they saw Zayu, whose eyes were swollen like buns. Wow. Are you okay? Yesterday they quarreled you out of sleep, okay? I'll cook an egg for you. No need, Zayu shook his head. I have to go home to update it, you can do it yourself. After finishing speaking, he left his brother's house with a thought of escaping. Just went out, he suddenly found that it was white outside. This is snow, it will snow in Xiaokang City too. Zayu was in a daze. He has lived here for 6 years and has never seen snow once. Suddenly remembered the sentence in the lyrics of the song last night. Suddenly snow in the summer sky that hasn't snowed for more than 10 years. He just thought it was too appropriate. Does God also hint at me? Zayu showed a bit of bitterness on his face and shook his head. What are you thinking about? Go home and update, Ziliang Yezhuang. Ximen Qing raised his hands high and said aggrieved, I didn't do it. Song Yunwu was looking at her. Xiaokang City hasn't snowed in more than 10 years. It happened so suddenly this time. Your suspicion is too great, it's really not me. If you don't believe me, ask Akalin. Ximen Qing pointed to the golden double drill on the side. Hashimoto Hikari also followed, I don't use the ability. This snow seems to be the natural weather, really. Although Song Yunwoo was still a little skeptical. Since they all said so, she couldn't ask any more questions. After all, she has no evidence. Is it really that coincidental? It's just such a coincidence, Ximon King smiled. It seems that God is blessing me. If I want a snow, it will really give me a snow. I feel that I am very swollen now. Could it be that I is the protagonist in the novel? Okay, www novel mtl com tilde don't think about it. I have something to discuss with you. Song Yunwoo pulled her into the room. What's the matter? Song Yunwoo said, the publishing house has decided to publish the Working Cell separate book. Upon hearing this, Ximon King suddenly showed a surprised expression. Haha. Is it finally going to issue a single book royalty? I want to have royalties out of the single book. It means that there will be a large sum of money in the account. Which is what Ximon King has always longed for. It's just about getting rid of poverty and getting rich. Don't get excited, Song Yunwoo said. The publishing house contacted me to discuss signing the matter with me. Sign sales can increase sales. Especially the other work of Dancing Love, Tianlong Ba Bu, is now on the rise. If they open a signing meeting, they may be able to queue up. And then they can properly hype. So Mars Squat editorial department definitely wants to hold it. What Song Yunwoo wants to say is, at the time of the problem. The dancing relationship is the two of us. Will you go or not go to the signing meeting? Don't go. Ximon King shook his head decisively. I won't go to sunbathing, it's fine if you have you. However, my dance is incomplete. Song Yunwoo is still struggling with these. She didn't want to write the pseudonym Wooking by herself. She always hoped to bring Ximon King with her. Simon's love doesn't matter, don't care about these details. I have another better suggestion than if I go with me. What? That is to burn your instant noodle head straight. Ximon King threw Song Yunwoo onto the bed. You will be the face of the dance from now on. It's not good to wear this hairstyle all the time. Ximon, the high officials will save your appearance today. Don't move my hairstyle. Song Yunwoo struggled vigorously. But Ximon King pressed her tightly. And a pair of cushions directly covered her face, making her almost breathless. I've seen your instant noodles upset for a long time. It's obviously so beautiful. But you use it so mischievously, it's a waste of my heart. Ximon King pressed her two hands with her hands. Her fingers intertwined and pressed firmly on the bed. It was as if the two were wrestling. The friction between the body and the body was constant. Ximon King only felt a body scent pouring into the nasal cavity, which smelled very good. In fact, Song Yunwoo is the same. Ximon King's body is softer and more fragrant than her. She feels that her bones are weakened, so she can't struggle with Ximon King at all. Sister Yunwoo, is Sister Ximon here with you? Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Chin Yuya walked in. As soon as she walked in, she saw the two disheveled people on the bed panting heavily. Their faces red and ears entangled. And the whole person was stunned. Chin Yuya shut the door silently. Then turned and left. I didn't see anything. Don't you see anything? Ximon King was confused when she heard this through the door. Song Yunwoo seized the opportunity to kick Ximon King away. And finally escaped from the devil's claws. She stepped back to the corner and stared at Ximon King vigilantly. Don't come here. Don't move my hair or I will poke you with a sword. Hey, Ximon saw that the chance was gone. And he was also stunned. You are so beautiful, so why don't you act like ugly? Song Yunwoo's cheeks turned red when he heard the words. But because he had struggled violently before, I couldn't see it clearly. This is faith. Without this hairstyle, I don't have a soul. I'll straighten your soul sooner or later. Ximon King was already wondering where to buy that kind of spray that fainted. But today is out of play, so she left the sky in the clouds. Wait a minute, Song Yunwoo shouted from behind. You really don't go to the signing event. I won't go this time, Ximon King said. I will be able to control this power freely someday. She was afraid of the sun only when she was sealed by Song Yunwoo's power. Otherwise in the heyday of the celestial goddess, who merged with the divine nature of Amaterasu. She is equivalent to a sun god. And she is not afraid of sunshine at all. Song Yunwoo didn't say much but frowned slightly. It has only been a few years since she knew Ximon King. and her strength has been increasing over the years. So that Song Yunwoo had to strengthen the seal time and time again. This is proof that she is gradually mastering her power. But can her own seal really persist until she completely masters her power? Song Yunwoo wasn't sure when the drought comes out. The legend of Kaijai Kyanli is not just for fun. In case Ximen Qing really couldn't control his own power, the entire Xiakong city would instantly turn into a piece of scorched earth. I'm still not strong enough, Song Yunwoo said to herself. Ximen Qing came to Qin Yuyao's Feng Yuxuan, who was sitting there with a blushing face at this time. Did you just find something to do with me, ah? Qin Yuyao was startled by the sudden appearance of Ximen's love, and then quickly adjusted her mood and said to her, Sister Ximen, I have finished drawing the first part of JOJO. I want to ask when you will give me the first part. 2 scripts so fast, Ximen Qing was also taken aback. She gave Qin Yuyao a month or so to write the script. She actually finished the first one, which is too fast. Sure enough, things related to the abilities of an evolver really cannot be measured by common sense. She thought for a while. Since you have finished drawing, I will give you the second script this weekend. The real excitement of JOJO only started from the second part. The personality of Kaiyo is completely opposite to that of De Kaiyo. The overall combat power has not been the strongest, but IQ has always been above everything, so in the end, the big boss cats even issued a shout. Is this all within your calculations, JOJO? In the third part, after the stand-in setting appeared, it perfectly combined wit and combat, which once pushed the popularity of the work to its peak. Now Qin Yuyao has gained a lot of attention with the stunt of her beautiful cartoonist. And the first part of JOJO also has a lot of fans. Once the second part begins serialization, the surge in popularity is foreseeable. Ximen Qing returned to the room to start the code word. The content of the second part of JOJO in her memory was constantly converted into words by her. Thanks to the blessing of the zombie physique, her code word speed is extremely fast, and she does not feel tired. Almost 40% of the content was coded overnight. These are the 3 brothers under the moon, German science. The roles and plots were recalled by her, and she herself seemed to watch JOJO again, such a classic. No matter it is repeated several times, it will not get tired. But it's a bit boring to always carry it like this. Ximen Qing thought suddenly, if I don't copy it, but create a comic based on the routines on the Earth www. Novel MTL, will it be successful? This idea was out of control even on the way to work. She couldn't help but think about it. But if you want to create, what should you write? It is very simple to create a story about divorce flow. Or it may be an infinite flow or an escalation flow. These are all routines that can be made quickly. And there are many others. There are too many related routines. It's not that Ximen Qing can't think of it, but can't decide what to use. Finally, she decided to make a short story and try the water first. Then the goal should not be placed in novels and comics, but should refer to movies. Soon Ximen Qing chose the works for her reference. It's decided it's your name. Since he was replaced in a woman's body, Ximen Qing decided to engage in a routine of exchanging bodies between men and women. After she got off work, she went to the internet and searched it. There are related themes, but the types of stories are very different from what she intends to write. At least in the comics industry, she is definitely the first to use this routine. So how do you write it? She began to think. The so-called reference to your name is actually to use the male and female protagonists to exchange their bodies, and then use their gender advantages to solve the other's difficulties. Xin Heicheng applied this routine to a rural girl and an urban teenager to solve the problem of interpersonal relationships in life. But Ximen Qing didn't plan to do that, if it is set. The male lead is set to be an otaku in the 3rd year of high school. He has a poor academic performance and has no female relationship. He does not like to communicate with others. He always plays games alone at home and suffers from severe second-degree sick. As for the heroine, just set it in the fairy world. But it can't be an ordinary fairy world. Otherwise the protagonist and an otaku won't be famous even if they hang up. So just set it as the fairy world in a standalone game. The heroine is a side story in this standalone game. The character with tragic life experience. The more miserable her parents died. She was bullied by the same family since she was a child. And finally was disfigured. Blinded with one eye and pushed down the cliff. And then there was no adventure at the bottom of the mountain. She was finally caught at the bottom of the cliff. A giant python eats it and the protagonist. Butchering the python. Obtains the relic to draw a branch line. After finishing the hostess design, Simon Ching couldn't help but sigh, wow, it's so miserable. But it must be so miserable to highlight the protagonist's pleasure in helping her avenge her after crossing. Both were originally unsatisfactory people. The heroine crossed to the male lead and obtained the ordinary life she dreamed of. Living with a grateful heart was humble, polite, positive and sunny, which greatly improved the male protagonist's original social circle. And in order to protect this peace, she used the male protagonist's body to begin to practice the exercises of the immortal world. A plot of urban cool text can be developed here. And because it is from the perspective of the heroine, it is a little fresher than the average cool text. The female protagonist using the male protagonist's body invisible to tease her sister will not make people feel scumbag, but will only find it very funny. Of course, the main event is still on the hero's side. He crossed into the body of the heroine, was seriously injured at the bottom of the cliff, and was dying. The strong desire to survive made him use the pollen of a flower unique to the fairy world to create a dust explosion and kill the monster python at the moment of crisis. Then the most important thing came. Because he killed the monster, he activated his golden finger. And the setting of this golden finger is actually mixed with Simon Ching's own selfishness. Because she doesn't just want to create a comic. What she wants is to realize the complementarity between comics and her main-up business. So the golden finger she gave to the hero is B Station System, simple and rude name. The function is also very simple. That is to randomly select a video from Station B. And then obtain the relevant abilities in the video. For example, if you draw a new superpower series recently serialized at Station B, then the male protagonist may be able to obtain any superpower that appears in this episode. Of course, a Station B is not only the Zinfan district, but also the Science and Technology district, the Game district, Ghost Animal district, the Music district, Entertainment district, and even the Advertising district. So there are many things that can be drawn. And there are many tricks to play. For example, draw out an aircraft carrier to fight the sword fairy. Draw out a ghost beast song to perform the sound attack. Draw out the video of the Huanong brothers to acquire the skills of raising spirit beasts and so on. There is no Huanong brothers at Station B here. Just an analogy. Because the first main mission after the crossing is revenge. The first ability set by Simon Love for the hero is an assassin type. Speaking of assassins, she immediately thought of the clown who had just blasted her on the list of happy handsome men. It's You, Simon Ching naturally thought of that song. The character of the clown composed by Guai Pirate V. Ling Yuan Yaosa wrote the lyrics and sang. This is a very brainwashing song. Simon Ching didn't know how many times the single was looped at first. And Ling Yuan Yaosa herself seemed to like this song so much that she later changed her profile picture on Weibo and Station B to this. The girl who plays the clown in the song. Haha, I don't even need to set up the character here. The heroine can use Ling Niao's head directly. Simon Ching was full of inspiration. And soon the 2 lines of the previous plot were drawn out. But after writing it, read it, she frowned again. This seems to have written a little too much. She was only planning to write a short story. But before she knew it, the frame of the whole story was enlarged by her. And she probably couldn't finish it without a dozen volumes. But in the end she thought about it. And decided to just write it like that, anyway. The storyline is longer. Which is just right for her to release some related works. If the comics become popular, people will naturally come to listen to her songs. If the songs become popular, they can also drive everyone to read the comics. I'm so witty. Simon Ching took this story and JoJo's second part to Chin Yuyao. No way. The charter lady is now very strenuous to paint Tianlong Babu and working cell at the same time. She doesn't want to use Taoism to paint. So the speed of painting can only be said to be faster than ordinary people. Unlike Qin Yuya, who is as buggy as Qin Yuya, painting can be better than others for 1 or 2 years. Here the second part. Ximen Qing first handed over the script of JoJo's second part to Qin Yuya. Qin Yuya couldn't wait to watch it. She was a person who liked stories very much, especially after she painted the first part of JoJo. She has been looking forward to the second part. She saw it very quickly, and her physique now far exceeds that of ordinary people. And unlike Simon's love, her power was originally her own, so she mastered it very skillfully. It is almost a glance and 10 lines www, novel MTL. Com tilde, but it still maintains the level of unforgettable memory. How is it interesting? Ximen Qing asked. It's not just interesting, it's really interesting. Qin Yuya said excitedly. Sister Ximen, how can you write such an interesting story? I feel that the second one is better than the first one. Well, as long as you like it. For Qin Yuya's praise, she doesn't have much pride. Some are just the satisfaction of being recognized by the work she likes. After all, this story is not really written by her then. Ximen Qing took out his original script again. Since you draw so fast, please help me draw this story. By the way, what is this? Qin Yuya read it again and said to Ximen with affection. Sister Ximen, is this also written by you? It is completely different from JoJo. How did your mind turn around? Because I'm great. She casually said. Which one of these two stories do you think is better? Qin Yuya thought for a while, then said, JoJo. Ximen Qing regrets a little bit, but still asks, why do you say that? It just feels that JoJo's script is more attractive and will make me want to keep watching. Besides, this one is actually very good looking, but it is almost as good as JoJo. Qin Yuya only regarded these two works as Ximen love. Written, so I feel honestly after reading it, let's do it. Ximen Qing didn't expect to surpass the master at once. At least Qin Yuya found it interesting after reading it. That's it. You draw JoJo first, I'll take it back and polish it. Qin Yuya's comment still played a role after all, and Ximen Qing decided to go back and optimize it. Although Qin Yuya has already started to paint the second part of JoJo. In fact, the first part is just beginning to be serialized. Along with Dior's transformation into a vampire, the story gradually entered a climax. JoJo also met Qi Balin and learned the ripple qigong that restrains vampires. The plot officially enters the battle mode, however. It seems that Qin Yuya has received more attention than the comics itself. After all, she is such a high-profile and talented cartoonist. She is very easy to get fans. Coupled with Zhou Hong deliberately pushing behind her, she has gained a lot of attention. The sales volume of Young Man Friends is constantly increasing. In the first issue there were only more than 4,000. But after that it continued to increase. By the time of New Year's Day, the sales of the first phase had reached 20,000. The latest single-day sales volume also reached an exaggerated figure of 10,000. You must know that the total sales volume of a single issue of Weekly Manu was around 10,000. But Zhou Hong was able to turn this number into a single-day sales volume in just 3 issues. Which is really scary, of course. This is also inseparable from Qin Yuya's face value bonus and the quality of JoJo's bizarre adventure. But I still have to admit that this guy does have a hand in marketing. This also makes Zhou Hong's prestige in the editorial department higher and higher. At the same time, Qin Yuya's editor-in-charge Nita Hiromi has also won everyone's envy. I thought that if I could find such a cartoonist, it would be great. However, Nita Hiromi herself was not so happy. She has been thinking about the kiss that day for the past few days. So she was so dazed that she could hit people on foot. I'm sorry, Hiromi. Nita fell to the ground, but still apologized quickly. The other party stretched out her hand, and she subconsciously said thank you. But when she stood up with that hand, she realized that it was the editor-in-chief Zhou Hong that she had hit. She exclaimed, subconsciously trying to escape. However, Jo Hong pulled her into the next room, closed the door and, once again, forced her into the corner. You have been avoiding me lately, why? Am I a ghost who can eat people? No, I don't have one. Are you still lying? Jo Hong stepped forward and gagged her mouth. Nita Hiromi was stunned. What's the matter? What is he doing? What am I doing? Why is this happening? Her little brain is obviously not suitable for handling such complicated things. When Jo Hong stopped, she had become dizzy due to lack of oxygen. You are not allowed to hide from me anymore. Jo Hong took out his handkerchief and wiped his soaked hands. By the way, my house was recently renovated upstairs and the water pipe was pierced. I can't live for the time being. I heard them say you are alone. Live, shouldn't it matter for me to stay for a few days? Nita Hiromi didn't understand what he was talking about at all. Just a little bit of his head subconsciously. When she got home in the evening, she sat on the bed and listened to the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Then she suddenly came back to her senses. Why is there a man in my room taking a shower? How could I let him in? Pick it up, what will happen next? Jo Hong walked out of the bathroom around a bath towel, looked at Hiromi Nita, who was sitting on the bed in a daze, and walked over. What do you think? He looks stupid. Nita Hiromi was taken aback first, and was shocked when he saw the six-pack abs. But it was too late, seeing her like a frightened chick. Jo Hong couldn't help but aroused his thoughts of bullying her. Damn, does it need to be so loud? Liang Xinyu scolded. The soundproofing of this broken apartment is really bad. Which made her cartoons not good at drawing. As a creative artist, she's used to turning day and night upside down. And when the night is dead, it is the time for inspiration. However, the hint of inspiration she finally suffocated was directly washed away by the waves next door. Are you bullying my single dog? Liang Xinyu was itchy by the crayon. She threw away her pen. Damn, I won't draw anymore. I'll go into the bar and find a handsome guy to post it. Who will pay? Can't find a man. She put on her clothes and a scarf and slammed the door out. A quarter of an hour later, standing in front of the bar, she hesitated, turned and walked to the barbecue stall across the street. Forget it, I'm still a virgin. Virginity matters. Chastity matters. She didn't think she was being counseled. So she raised her throat and shouted to the boss, Boss, here are 10 big waists. Okay, wait a minute. There are a lot of people now. Why don't you fight off the table? Liang Xinyu nodded. Found a table with only one person sitting on the other side. As soon as she sat down, her eyes lit up. Hey, there's a handsome guy. Opposite sat a young man eating grilled eggplant, who looked about the same age as her. Half of the table was filled with beer, half empty. The key is that this man is very handsome and looks a little melancholy while drinking. Liang Xinyu was attracted by him right away. Chun Xin, who had just been stirred by the waves next door, suddenly rippled again. She plucked up the courage, and for the first time in her life proactively approached the opposite sex. Hello www. Novel MTLcom. Do you mind if I sit here? Zai Yu raised his head and looked at the girl opposite, with a round face with a bald head because of the cold. His cheeks were slightly red and looked very cute. Because he was drinking, his mind turned a little slow, and he paused for a while before he said, Didn't you already sit down? Liang Xinyu found that she couldn't take it anymore. The air was suddenly quiet, a bit embarrassing. She was thinking hard, and when she saw him drinking, she asked, Are you drinking alone? Yeah, Zai Yu nodded. Something sad? Can you tell me to make me tolerate? It's not right, let me solve it for you, Zai Yu looked up at the girl again. Liang Xinyu didn't know where she had the courage to say this. Look, you don't know me anyway, I don't know you. And you may never see each other again. So it doesn't matter if you say something that you can't usually say to the outside world. Well, Zai Yu thought for a while, felt that it made sense. So he chose to continue drinking. Liang Xinyu was so angry that he wanted to poke him with a baking sign. After thinking about it, she felt that this matter was all right by herself, so she should ask her girlfriend for help. Purple Star BU 100,000 hot. There's a handsome guy drinking boring wine opposite me. How can I make friends with him? Xiamen Qing was watching TV and suddenly heard a sound from the coffee table. And it turned out that Qin Yuyo forgot to take his mobile phone. She expertly unlocked the lock screen password. And it turned out to be a WeChat for help, as a result Simon, who was willing to help others help to return to the past. Wind and rain are shaking, it's very simple. Get him drunk. Drag him to the hotel and then you can do whatever you want. After Simon Ching sent WeChat, a bold idea suddenly appeared in his heart. What's in Chin Yuyao's phone, to be honest? She is very curious about girls' mobile phones. Isn't it normal for some very private selfies? But it's always inappropriate to peek at other people's phones. She hesitated in her heart, but the body moved honestly. Liao Liao Liao, you got me drunk, you dislike it. In order to cover up her guilty conscience, she sang in a low voice while staring at the stairs to prevent Chin Yuyao from suddenly going downstairs. On the other side, she expertly opened Chin Yuyao's photo album. Sliding her fingers quickly, Chin Yuyao's photo albums are mostly photos she used for her work as an editor intern, such as the contact information of some cartoonists, and some real photos she took to draw cartoons. In addition, Simon Ching did not find a selfie. This kid is too sincere, right? Simon said emotionally. Beautiful girls who don't like to take photos these days are rarer than pandas. But could it be encrypted by her? Simon Ching suddenly thought that nowadays mobile phones have some secret folders. Could it be that she hides some things that she doesn't want to be seen by others? Thinking of this, she tentatively swiped down the file management page. But a rotating reading symbol really popped out from the top. Damn, it's true. Simon Ching seemed to have discovered the new world. And after the page popped up, it showed that the password of the safe should be entered. She thought about it, typed in Chin Yuyao's birthday. And it succeeded all at once. Oh, pure baby. After opening the safe, she found that there was only one folder containing more than 100 photos. However, these photos are not Chin Yuyao's selfies, but of a man from the shooting point of view. It seems to be a sneak shotter, to be precise. The man is giving a speech on stage. And then she takes a picture below. Isn't this a secret love? Simon Ching's expression became awkward. As if there was a green light on her head. No. I don't believe it. She felt that there must be a misunderstanding in it. And even if it is not a misunderstanding, if you enter my door, there is no reason for others to take it away. Although the dragon is gone, Simon Ching's resistance to green light remains unchanged. She intends to find an opportunity to ask exactly who this man Chin Yuyao is. If it's her cousin, or someone else takes her cell phone to take a photo, that's fine, but if she really likes her, then there is only one answer for Simon's love. Click. She broke the cucumber in her hand. Even if it is hard, my old lady will bend you. At this moment, Chin Yuyao's voice came from the stairs. Sister Simon. What are you doing? Why do you have a cucumber in your hand? Simon King was too focused that she didn't notice her appearance. Fortunately, the phone had been put down. Otherwise she would really be caught in bed. No, nothing, I'll just use a cucumber. Use it. Chin Yuyao's expression became a little weird. The car drove a bit off guard. And it was too late for her to get out of the car. That's right, Simon King nodded. Slice it as a mask. Slice. Oh. Chin Yuyao suddenly realized that she couldn't help blushing because of her own desire. Sister, did you see my phone? Mobile phone, here it is. Simon Ching returned the mobile phone to Chin Yuyao casually, without letting her find anything wrong from beginning to end. I really fell downstairs. Chin Yuyao spit out her little tongue. I just wanted to call the counselor and found out that the phone was gone. Simon King touched her head and smiled. You can't be so confused outside. What if someone sees the asterisk selfie on the phone? I don't have that kind of thing. Chin Yuyao immediately complained. By the way, what can you do with the counselor? This is not the end of the semester. Although I have no classes, I still have to submit the internship report, Chin Yuyao said. So I thought about going back to school and handing in the internship certificate stamped by the editorial department. Speaking of it, you seem to be a senior in college. I almost forgot. Simon Ching pretended to chat casually and asked her, did you have a boyfriend in school? Or do you like it, boys? No, Chin Yuyao shook her head decisively. Why ask? Simon Ching is in a good mood. But on the surface he still has to pretend that nothing has happened. Just ask. I seem to have never heard of any boy you are interested in. It sounds like this is true. Chin Yuyao seemed to have only noticed. I communicate with my roommates in the same dormitory the most in school. And all other friends are women. The only opposite who communicates more often is from the editorial department. Senior doin', well, you reading www Ukanshu. Com is pretty good and it's not a bad thing. Xiamen Qing almost burst into laughter on his face. Xiamen Qing no longer mentions Qin Yuyao's mobile phone. And Qin Yuya, because of her busy work, did not notice that there was an extra record in the chat between herself and her girlfriend. That evening Liang Xinyu, who received the strategy from Xiamen Qing, looked up at the handsome guy who was eating barbecue on the opposite side. There was only one thought left in her mind: get him drunk. It's so boring to drink alone, come here. Let me drink with you. Liang Xinyu ordered a dozen beer again and tried to drink Sai Yu. However, she seems to have overestimated her drinking capacity. As soon as I listened to the beer, the scene in front of me gradually became blurred. When her consciousness was awake again, she found a strange ceiling in front of her. She quickly sat up and checked her clothes. Seeing that everything was intact as before, she couldn't help but sighed for a long time. Ba Bisa inferior. She heard the sound of typing on the keyboard, followed the sound and found that it was the handsome guy she had fancied at the barbecue stall. He was at the code word in front of the computer at this time. Very focused. And he didn't notice Liang Xinyu's arrival at all. She came quietly behind him intending to scare him. But the attention was attracted by the words on the screen. Damn, Liang Xinyu yelled. Scared Zai Yu almost fell off the chair. What are you doing? It's terrifying. He clutched his chest and couldn't help saying. Liang Xinyu didn't care about this at all, staring at Zai Yu and said, So you are the exalted fish who wrote the burning heaven. It's so big, let me catch you. I want to send you a blade for a long time. You salted fish, why is the update so slow? New Year's Day came quietly, and 2018 finally ended. On the first day of 2019, Xiaokong City was still white. The snow that started on Christmas Day intermittently remained unstopped for the next week. This white touch didn't have much impact on the fast-paced Xiaokong City. Classes were still taken and classes continued to be taken. The long line in front of the comic booth grew longer and longer. Dragon Babu has been advancing all the way since Kaio Feng's debut. The sales volume is like a wild horse that rushes up, pulling away a lot of other comics. This has almost become a phenomenal work. Even outside the circle, there are few people who don't know their names. Kaio Feng's kitten identity was revealed, and then one after another mystery followed, making it extremely difficult for him to explore his life experience and the truth of the year. The real climax came when this depressing plot made the reader's mood a little irritable. In order to treat a Zhou, Kaio Feng drank his friendship and fought all over the world in Juxianzhuang. The plot of this paragraph is a strong stroke even in the entire dragon. Zhou Gang's main character was originally a highly popular character. After this battle, Hai's image has been elevated a lot, attracting fans who don't know how many. Great. Someone bought a magazine and couldn't wait to go home. So he opened it on the street and read it. Regardless of the snow in the sky, I couldn't help shouting when I saw the wonderful place. Others who bought the magazine, some were itchy by his yelling, and couldn't help but open the magazine at this point. Even if it is snowy weather outside, everyone still feels enthusiastic. Zhou's helper domineering. Hello everyone, this is Merlin. Since I made a video, there has never been a work that allowed me to shoot twice in a row. But today this exception appeared. That's right, it is this Dragon Babu. It's the character of Kaio Feng that is so charming. After reading this issue of the serial, I have 10,000 words in my heart. It's a pity that my Chinese is not good, so I can only condense it. Kaio is the master. On the latest video of There is a Merlin Incredible on the B station up, the barrage on the screen is full of Kaio Gangju Niubai. Even after a while, the barrage is like a virus spreading. Almost captured most of the B station. The last time the scene appeared, it was the IG Awesome when IG won the championship. This night Mei Ling gained nearly 50,000 fans. and the sales volume of Dragon Babu reached a new high, with a single day sales exceeding 2 million. And this 2 million is not the limit of sales. Many places are sold out, so the data can't go up. Treasure digging, looking at the statistics. The editor-in-chief of Squat laughed so much that the black tea in his mouth leaked out. Zio Gao, good work, the editor-in-chief praised Gu Yue. It's the end of the year and your bonus this year will double. Not triple it, thank you, editor-in-chief. Gu Yue didn't smile much, what's the matter? The editor-in-chief was puzzled. Are you upset by giving you a bonus? Gu Yue shook his head, it's not this. I'm just a little worried, worry. What are you worried about? Wait a minute. Gu Yue turned to leave. Returned to his desk and took a manuscript to the editor's office. This is the follow-up manuscript of Dragon Babu. Please take a look. Although the editor-in-chief was puzzled, still read it. And as he turned down page after page, the smile on his original face gradually disappeared. This. How could this be? Zhu was actually beaten to death by Kaio Feng. To be precise, it is Zio Feng, Gu Yue corrected. Is this the problem? The editor-in-chief patted the manuscript on the table. Why did Mr. Wuking paint Zhu to death? Now the readers must be blown up, oh my stomach. When the editor-in-chief thought about the reader's reaction after the content was released, his head suddenly became a little big, and even his stomach began to cramp. Gu Yue said, this is what I worry about. How much readers like now, and how uncomfortable they will be when they see Zhu is dead. Maybe someone will rush to our editorial office to smash the glass. Don't say it, the editor-in-chief covered his head. Could you please contact the dance teacher to see if you can change it? For example, Zhu was secretly rescued by a mysterious master. Gu Yue was also non-committal, but dialed Song Yunwu's phone in front of the editor-in-chief. Hello, who? It's me. Oh, Gu Baiyan, how are you? Just call me an editor Wuking teacher. I have something to discuss with you. Well, yes, you can tell me something, that's the one. Can Zhu not die? This won't work. If she doesn't die, the following plot will not develop. This is a very necessary part. But if this is the case, readers will be emotional. If I make trouble, I don't know who I am or where I live. You forgot. You are going to attend the signing event in a few days. It's okay, I just wear a mask without showing my face. At that time, Zhu was still alive. You can sign up for Dragon Babu sooner or later. www. Novel MTL.com. You can't always hide, right? Hi. It seems to make sense, Song Yunwu thought about it. Forget it. I won't participate in the signing ceremony in the future. Don't. The editor-in-chief on the side hurriedly shouted. Teacher Wuking don't refuse the signing event. In fact, it's not that exaggerated. The readers are still very tolerant. It's a good thing to be even more impressed. Well, I'm relieved if you say that. Is there anything else? It's okay, I'll hang up. After speaking, Song Yunwu had already hung up the phone without waiting for Gu Yue's answer. In the editorial department, the editor-in-chief and Gu Yue stared at Zioyan. Editor-in-chief, wouldn't your conscience hurt after you just said that? It hurts to death. The editor-in-chief gave him a fierce look. Not only the heart hurts, but the stomach hurts even more. Go and gather everyone to find a way to overcome this storm. Gu rolled his eyes more and more. He wouldn't be so annoyed if this thing was so easy to overcome. Almost half of the current Squat sales are based on Dragon Babu. If this part of the readers riots, God knows what it will be like. Ziliang Yaezhuang. Song Yunwu hung up the phone, then picked up Qin Yuyao's manuscript and read it. Qin Yuyao is still a newcomer, and her comics will be reviewed for Song Yunwu and Ximen Qing before submitting the manuscript. And Song Yunwu became obsessed with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. This comic is indeed magical. Tusk tusk tusk. That idiot zombie really spoils you. And actually wrote such an interesting story. Song Yunwu said with emotion. If it wasn't for me to paint the 8 dragons here, I would be a little bit too, Sister Yunwu. According to what you said, Sister Ximen really loves you. Right now the 8 parts of the dragon is so popular. I feel that you are already a book called God. Qin Yuyao is also quite envious of Song Yunwu. She is now at the level of a small internet celebrity, and her status is completely incomparable with Song Yunwu. With the popularity of Tianlong Babu now, Song Yunwoo can already enter the circle of first-line cartoonists. This is a real god. The work has radiated from a single comic to the surroundings. Games, movies, and doujin. All aspects are under hot development, Fengshin Mi. Song Yunwoo didn't have much real feeling about this. After all, she still stayed at home to draw comics every day as before. At most more money, yes After my current editor in charge knows that I know you. He still begs me to ask you for a signature. Isn't your current editor in charge a sister? Song Yunwoo asked. She also likes Dragon Babu. Why can't my girl like Dragon Babu, sister? You have a lot of female fans, Chin Yuyo said. But my editor is really not a Tianlong fan. She likes working cell, oh that. Song Yunwoo suddenly realized. I have a headache when I talk about it in a few days. There will be a working cell signing event in the downtown gymnasium. Normally, shouldn't the signing event be held in the bookstore? How many people are you planning to let in the gym? Chin Yuyo is very envious of Song Yunwoo's troubles. It would be nice if I can hold a signing event anytime. Song Yunwoo patted her on the shoulder and said, don't be envious, trust Mayu can do it soon. It's just the quality of JOJ sooner or later, yeah. Chin Yuyo nodded. She also had faith in the story given by Xiamen Qing. Time flees and soon day of the signing party has arrived. Song Yunwoo is fully armed wearing a thick down jacket, thick glasses and a mask and a knitted hat on her head. What the asterisk are you dressing up? Xiamen spit out, are you going to be a terrorist? Go. Song Yunwoo pointed outside. This snow has been falling for almost half a month. The weather is so cold. Is it a problem for me to wear a thicker one? Come on. You think I don't know? Xiamen King smirked. You are afraid of being recognized. Last time the editorial department called you to discuss the affairs of Aju. I heard everything. You're so embarrassed to say. Whose pod is Aju's death? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Song Yunwoo pulled down his glasses and glared at her. Be careful, I give you out and let all those people spray you. I don't care. Xiamen Qing shrugged. Anyway, I'm not afraid of blades. She is a person who has nothing to do with a knife. Song Yunwoo was too lazy to care about her. Turned around and said to Chin Yuyo, look at Yuya. Is there anything wrong with me? Nothing, Chin Yuyo said. Sister Yun Woo, just go like this, it's okay. Well, I'm leaving. Song Yunwoo looked around again. Are there 3 more? Xiamen said with affection. Xiaoguai was called out by her classmates. And Mengzi planned to take her to have fun in Xiaokong City before Akalin went back. So he left early in the morning. Oh, then I'm leaving too. After Song Yunwoo went out, Xiamen Qing and Chin Yuyo were left in the house. Xiamen Qing is writing her own original story. And Chin Yuyo is returning to the room to paint the second part of JOJO. Only an hour later, she suddenly went downstairs. Are you going out? Xiamen Qing couldn't help asking as she watched her changing shoes in the hallway. Well, I have something to go out. Chin Yuyo left after speaking. Compared to Song Yunwoo, she wears a lot lighter weight. She wears a t-shirt and a sweater on her upper body, a short skirt and a pair of tights on her lower body. Zhang lives in Guanghan Palace, so naturally he is not afraid of the cold. Xiamen Qing frowned, feeling that the matter was not simple. Well dressed so well and seated. Shouldn't it be to meet a man? When she thought of the man she saw on her phone before, Xiamen Qing suddenly had a premonition that she was going to be green. No, in order to prevent that from happening, she decided to follow Chin Yuyo. Fortunately, it has been snowing these days, and the sun is covered by clouds. She can basically move freely outside with an umbrella. Xiamen Qing followed Chin Yuyo to the foot of the mountain. Instead of waiting for the bus, he went to a nearby subway station. This subway line was opened on New Year's Day. Thanks to this blessing, Xiamen Qing doesn't have to get up early to catch the bus to go to work. It walks directly from the underground and is not afraid of the sun at all. She surreptitiously followed Chin Yuyo into the subway station along the way, but did not find out. In fact, she was also with a man and a woman behind her. These 2 people are the people who were sent to monitor Simon Love. But Simon Love hasn't been out except for work these days, so they have not gained much. Until today, Ximen Qing went out www, novel MTL. Com tilde they naturally followed up immediately. After waiting so long, she finally moves. The young man said to the woman beside him with some excitement. The woman looked serious. If I can, I would rather she never go out. This level of existence makes trouble. And the first to die is the two of us. No, it won't be. The young man shook unconsciously when he heard the words. Should we stay farther away? No matter how far away, I can catch the second subway. The woman pulled him into the subway car. The two of them entered the last quarter, while Ximen Qing entered the middle quarter. And Qin Yuya was ahead of her because it is snowing outside. People who travel are more willing to take the subway. Now that there are a lot of people in subway stations, they have not found themselves being followed. Ximen Qing was hidden in the corner between the two carriages, secretly observing whether Qin Yuya got off the car. However, more and more people came up on the way, and she was too crowded to observe secretly. Ximen Qing blocked the umbrella in front of her chest to prevent any who tried to eat her tofu. But fortunately her part is basically women, and there are not many men. Her worry seems to be unnecessary. At another stop, Qin Yuya still didn't get off the train, but the carriage in Ximen Qing was crowded up and down again. Ximen Qing, who was having a headache, suddenly realized that the two lovely high school girls who were squeezed in front of her were actually wearing school uniforms. This is very vain. She took the initiative to put down the umbrella and let the two sisters lean against her. I'm sorry. One of the sisters found that she had hit someone and turned around to apologize. Ximen Qing took a look and found that she was quite cute. Hey, earned it. Lai Yuki didn't want to go out, but Su Kaiyan ran to his house and forcibly pulled him out of the bed. Come out with me. Do you want to waste in the bed on this great weekend? It's so cold outside, go out for a ball. Li Yuki wanted to resist. How did you get into my house? Mother Wu opened the door. Su Kaiyan urged, hurry up. I won't be able to catch up with the signing ceremony of Wuking teacher anymore. Hu, Li Yuki, who was originally reluctant, was taken aback. Is the Wuking teacher you mentioned the one who painted the 8 parts of the dragon? Yes, Su Kaiyan said, but she is not signing for Dragon Babu. But working cell today, I really like white blood cells. But a person can only get one sign. You accompany me to help. I'll get one more copy. Can you really see the Wuking teacher? Li Yuki was a little moved. After Su Kaiyan turned out the official website announcement to show him, he immediately changed his clothes and went out with Su Kaiyan. Only when I walked to the gate of the community, I ran into Senzin. Why are you here? Li Yuki had a vague premonition in his heart. Sangsin said, I'll help you with your homework. Did you forget that you scored 36 points in the math test yesterday? You have nothing to do if you're full, right? Li Yuki's head is getting bigger. You still want me to study on weekends? You might as well stab me to death with a knife. Learning is for your good, Senzin still insisted. At the same time, her gaze couldn't help but glance at Li Yuki's left hand, which was pulled by Su Kaiyan, a little bit envious in her heart. Just as Li Yuki was at a loss, Su Kaiyan stood up and said, oh. Monitor. You see that he has recovered from a serious illness and his health is still not healthy. If he keeps studying under pressure, he might relapse. But didn't he hurt the bones? Senzin asked in doubt. There must be psychological trauma after the car accident. But you haven't noticed it before. Su Kaiyan said of the lie without blinking her eyes. That's why I took him out to relax and treat his psychological problems today. Really? Senzin was a little shaken. Li Yuki nodded when he saw this. Yes, I need to relax. Sorry, I didn't realize this. Senzin felt guilty. I patronized his study and never considered his mood. Li Yuki secretly gave Su Kaiyan a thumb. Su Kaiyan blinked mischievously. Just when the two people thought that Hayu was successful, Senzin suddenly said, then I will accompany you to relax. What? In this way, the three of them set foot on the way to the gym. They originally planned to take the rental, but the snow is a bit big, and they have not waited for a long time. So I took the subway instead. There were so many people in the subway. As a boy, Li Yuki took the initiative to block outside, and the three of them were squeezed to the corner of the carriage. There was already a person standing in this corner. And Sen Zin quickly turned back and apologized after realizing that she had hit someone. Seeing that the girl is beautiful, Simon said softly, "It's okay, there are so many people." "There is no way," hearing her voice at close range. Sen Zin couldn't help sighing that this sister's voice was so good. As if silk was gently sliding across her body. Su Kaiyan also turned to look at Simon Ching. She was more courageous. "Sister, your voice is so good. Do you do sound-related work?" Simon Ching saw that the spectacle lady was so cute. She pulled off her mask and replied, "Forget it. As a teacher, there is no such thing as an easy job." Although she still wears sunglasses, she still amazes the two girls, just like Miss 2B. Sometimes covering a part of it will produce a special sense of beauty. "Wow, you are so beautiful," Su Kaiyan praised. Sangsin also saw her god. "Is it what star?" There are indeed many celebrities who go out with masks and sunglasses, which is very similar to Simon Ching now. And she is so beautiful. It's no wonder that Sen Zin thinks of that in the first time. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Zayakong City is an international metropolis. Here, it is not uncommon to meet celebrities when going out. "I am not," Simon Ching denied, of course. She took off her sunglasses and said to the two of them, "Have you seen this face on TV?" "No." Sangsin and Su Kaiyan stared at her and found that they weren't really celebrities. But compared to those stars, Simon Ching is obviously more beautiful. "But why do I still feel a little familiar?" Sen Zin frowned, always feeling that she had overlooked something. Just as the three of them were talking, a thrust suddenly came, squeezing the two girls into Simon's feelings. Despite the thick clothes, she still enjoyed the feeling of JK in her arms. And she still hugged left and right. "Oh, Liyuki, please stand firm." Su Kaiyan stood up again and complained to the boy behind her. "What can I do? People can squeeze in." Lee Yuki, who had been acting as a human wall, said back. "You reading www.ukanshu.com." At the moment when he turned his head, I saw Simon King's face, and his expression froze in an instant. The subway arrived at this time, and the crowd just now was because someone got up to get off the train. Simon Ching Yu Guang glanced at Chin Yuyo and got out of the car. She also quickly put on a mask and sunglasses and got out of the car. The three high school students also followed her out of the car. But they soon lost sight of Simon Ching. Oh, where was the older sister just now? Su Kaiyan felt a little pity. "I still want to talk to her a few more words. She looks so beautiful, if only I could be friends with her." Sangsin also agreed and nodded. "I always feel like I saw her somewhere, but I can't remember it all of a sudden." Su Kaiyan looked back and wanted to say something. But when she saw Lee Yuki there in a daze, pushed him. "Why? Seeing beautiful women lose their souls. Haven't you always been troubled by women, or you like them?" The older one, Sangsin, was also surprised when she saw this. Is Lee Yuki going to like other women? But seeing Lee Yuki being pushed, there was no reaction. But his mouth moved slightly as if he was saying something. Su Kaiyan leaned closer and heard him repeating 4 words repeatedly. "Sister Shangxian. Sister Shangxian, Sister Shangxian." Simon Ching followed Chin Yuyo out of the subway station. But by a coincidence, the sun suddenly came out and she quickly hid back to the subway station. When the cloud covered the sun again, she had already lost Chin Yuyo's trace. Damn it. Simon Ching looked around. Since I got off the bus at this stop, the meeting place shouldn't be too far away. I don't believe I can't find you, so. She began to look for Chin Yuyo in the surrounding places that seemed to be dating places.